Hello, everybody. Welcome to Championship Sunday of the third AWC Cup here in the War Within. My name is Aya. I'm here with Zico, Ven, and Supertees. Of course, we're joined with the Machine later. Today, we are crowning our Cup number 3 champion for both NA and EU. We've had a long weekend of very high-level competitive gameplay, and that is only going to continue even further today. We can take a look at the standings. Of course, we are starting off the day in the European region, Zico, and I'm so excited about how this region is shaping up. We've got some new faces coming in, some new rosters, of course, Echo up there at the top, but how competitive is this getting to be in the top 3?
I mean, it's getting down to the wire here. So on the right side, we can just ignore everything that's happening there. Those guys are all fighting for the gauntlet. None of them are in the tournament. Good luck next weekend. On the left side, however, that is where the interesting things are happening. We got Bleach Bones out of the tournament early. We got Phoenix Reborn out of the tournament early. And now we have Streamer Zone, who has been kind of catching up right now on the standings, looking to make a deep run with that Feral Mage Priest. And they've been kind of hit or miss. So I really feel like this weekend has been a good weekend for them, bringing in the Tessia on the Mage with the FMP. I want to see them try to have a even deeper run here, maybe even make it to the grand finals. Of course, Drive Overload, looking like the team that is closest matched with Echo. And then, of course, Echo, so far, just looking like another day in the office for these guys. Complete domination in terms of these cups.
Yeah, most definitely, of course. That may shift a little bit around. We'll keep everybody, kind of in line in terms of where the standings are for both EU and NA, of course. But let's take a look at the bracket and some of the series that we're going to be playing today. We whittled it down to 4 teams. We've got Echo versus Drive Overload, Ven, in the upper bracket.
Yeah, I mean, we have 2 titans kind of clashing here, both Echo and Drive Overload in that first and second place position, and they are pulling ahead of the competition. You can see, I mean, Echo this week, phenomenal performance once again, 3-0 over Old and Bad, 3-0 over the Fiends, just looking dominant. But on the other side of things, you have Drive Overload. They 3-0'd ILTU, as well as Ski Instructors, and these 2 teams have had very close series in the past. It was the finals of Cup number 1, and I'm expecting, I'm expecting that Drive Overload might actually be able to put up a big fight against Echo, and they've been one of the only teams to be able to do it so far.
I mean, I still think we really need to mention ILTU here on this lower side as well. The only balanced druid to make it this far into a tournament so far in the cup stage. And
True.
The fact that they defeated Bleached Bones, which is looking to be a main rival for Echo. They took them to game 5 in cup number 2. And then also 3-0ing Phoenix Reborn, which we were hyping up with the return of ZPie to be the next rivals for Echo. I'm really curious to see how far ILTU can push it. Their next main opponent is going to be StreamerZone.gg, and they have completely different compositions than what ILTU have faced so far in the competition, Aya.
Most definitely, and of course, that's not all of the gameplay that we're going to be seeing. We're going to hopping over to North America as well, and those games and those teams are just as prepared. We can take a look at the bracket here and just a little bit of sneak peek of what we're going to see later on today, Zico.
Yeah, later on in the day, we're going to be crowning a champion in North America as well. We got Welcome to the JUNG and F-Tier, both sitting in that top portion of the bracket. So that's going to be a really, really exciting series. And of course, in that lower bracket, there is a lot of good games waiting, man.
Yeah, definitely. Liquid having a stressful day yesterday, having to beat the Power Toes and then the Move in both 3-2 series. Really, really close calls. Now they're going up against kind of the new kids on the block, the ABJURED coming out of nowhere with their shadow play. They made it look really good yesterday. I think that's going to be an exciting game for later.
Yeah, I think so. So definitely stay tuned for that, for those North American teams, if you're rooting for them in particular. But like we said, we're starting off in Europe. So let's get to talking about those players, Supertees. If you're watching from home, any top dogs that we should be looking out for?
Well, I think we've got to be paying attention to Drive Overload, particularly Elsewave. He has been a multi-classing master and an important component for his team. You can see Demon Hunter, Frost Mage, Elemental Shaman. He's been really coming up fast in this new tournament scene for the War Within, and he's on the roster that took maps away from Echo. He took 2 away in the grand finals of Cup number 1, and then I'm really excited to see them play in the semifinals, see what types of compositions they've got, because this guy is really flashy. doing. Whenever we're looking at him in gameplay clips like this, you will see him making moves with things like the ice wall to completely separate teammates like this Dragon Kankido and Coffee from each other for a moment to enable them enough opportunities to overwhelm them. And you'll just see it constantly. He's always looking for opportunities to be a playmaker and separate enemies on the opposing side. He also uses the Snowdrift as well. And when you see them go head to head against mages like Tessia, and you just see it's just ice wall mania, it's like they're constructing little frost mazes for each team to kind of run through. It's always an exciting treat when Elswave is in the game, and I'm really excited to see how this roster is going to perform. How much have they leveled up now with Cup 1 and 2 out of the way to face off against Echo? Because let's be real here, somebody's got to step up to the plate when it comes to taking down Echo.
Yeah, somebody, and it just might be Drive Overloads. If you think that that team can take Echo, they're the first series of the day. Let us know in chat. Get your predictions in there, because it's going to be a pretty intense way to start off the day. So let's take a look at the predictions also that we did have here on the virtual casting desk, because I'm kind of curious where everybody lined up. Okay, seems like we're all in agreement. Ven, you've got the most opposite of me. I'm going to toss it to you. You don't think Drive Overload gets any games off of Echo?
I made a very conscious decision after watching the open bracket games. After watching Echo, I was like, these guys can't lose. They're too good. So that's why I'm going with that. But I will say, if there is any team that can beat them, it would be Drive Overload. They've had an incredible series against them in the past. So I actually think your guys' predictions might be better, but I told myself I'm going to be very bold with my predictions today. I'm trying to get those perfect predictions if I can.
Yeah, do we have an update? I think that might be hard because D Machine would make it difficult to continue that standings. But I'm kind of curious where we are after this weekend, because it's been tough. It's been tough to kind of predict these teams, Zico. I feel like it's especially hard in a series like this, because you kind of never know if and when a team is going to topple over that the first place team in the standings.
Absolutely, and the thing is, the meta is also changing, so it is really hard to kind of predict what's going on. We had the Silk Tigers, for example, in North America yesterday, going against the ABJURED. I predicted that to be a 3-0 in favor of the Silk Tigers. I know the players, I know what they're capable of. They have an insane roster, but I was completely wrong. It was a 3-0 in the opposite way instead, and that's due to some of these meta changes, and that's due to players adapting to the situation. So Drive Overload, definitely being one of those teams that is adaptable. But I do agree with Van. After hearing Echo's comms when they finally do stream their open bracket games and just seeing how locked in they are, I think it's a safe bet to go with Echo. But still, I don't want to give it the 3-0, so I gave Drive Overload at least one game victory. I could always see TJ just popping off on the Feral Druid.
Yeah, that's fair. And also you're up against a team that has been together for quite some time, Super T's, but Drive Overload, it seems like they are getting that synergy very, very quickly. Every time we see them, it seems like they're just improving on every game, every series, and it's exciting to see the development.
Oh yeah, because a lot of them were former members of Hula Bang, which did take games off of Echo in Dragonflight, so they've reconstructed their roster to try and get more of an edge here in the War Within, given that the meta has shifted dramatically, and it's definitely been doing good for them. I mean, getting in the semifinals of Europe with how high the competition is, teams like Bleachbones don't even make it to the top 8. Phoenix Reborn's getting knocked out 3-0 from, newcoming rosters as well, so it's a bloodbath for pretty much everybody to try and get to the level that Echo is at to be able to take them down.
Yeah, certainly is. And it's the upper bracket as well, so regardless of who drops down, they do have yet another chance to try and battle it back up, but they're going to have to move on, Ben, to face either streamerzone.gg or ILTU.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I feel like if you're in that lower bracket right now, this is like kind of a nightmare for you because we mentioned these two teams are just so far ahead on the point standings. They're looking like the most dominant team, so if you're in that lower bracket right now, it's one step at a time. You know what I mean? You can't be worrying too much about who wins and loses this one, but yeah, I feel like it's just one of those things where at this point there's not really a lot of easy games left. If you make it to Championship Sunday, you got to be willing to put up a fight.
Yep, you certainly are, and it's the first one of the day too. Kind of a tough place to be in, and regardless of which team you are, because there's only 4 teams left. Of course, we did start off the weekend with 8, so things are starting to get very, very top heavy in terms of standings here in the EU region. So super excited to kind of see where those top 3 spaces sort of lie. I wonder if we could take a quick look one more time at the standings and kind of just see, because like that third place, I feel like is obviously you don't want to be in the gauntlet, and that's just a super, super difficult place to be in, Zico, because you kind of only have like one chance to climb your way out of that. And in a region like EU with how competitive it is, I can't imagine that's a nice place to be, a comfy place to be at all.
Absolutely. I mean, Streamer Zone, they, like I said, they are the team. I would say if Echo continues the way they've been doing, they're pretty much locked in for that top 3. Drive Overload is looking really good as well. They just need to have a decent performance. They don't even need to have like an insane performance, just a decent one for that next cup, and they're going to be locked in as well. So it really is all about that 3rd place here in Europe, and I think Streamer Zone right now are looking solid to take it, but Streamer Zone have had, you know, a bad cup, a good cup, a bad cup, a good cup, you know. So for these guys, I think this is their weekend. They're looking super solid. Tessia on the Mage has been, you know, a legend in the community for such a long time, and I feel like he's not been a player who's been getting a lot of spotlight. So finally he's on a team where he's enabled, he's playing a meta comp, he has good players around him, he has everything he needs, and I think Streamer Zone, this is the week for them to do it, because you never know what's going to happen in the next weekend. Maybe they have an off weekend again, maybe there's some changes, maybe, you know, people are adapting more to the meta and finding counters for the counters, or maybe just Phoenix Reborn has an insane performance again and makes it all the way to the grand finals. And you can't count out Bleach Bones either. So these are super competitive teams in the 4th and 5th position. So Streamer Zone, still being in this tournament, need to increase that lead as much as humanly possible to secure themselves out of that gauntlet.
Yep. And you've been kind of good with predictions, Zico. You were doing pretty good. I feel like you were, what, 1st place for quite a lot, at least for the leaderboard. We can take a look real quick at the leaderboard, which we now have. And you're oh my gosh, we're all under chat. We're all under chat, you guys. That's
the
not
chat
good.
is farming.
The chat is
Lithy.
farming.
Lithy is farming as well.
Lithy is farming. Not even here. Lithy is
What
farming. Me and Ven need to catch up. All right.
Perfect predictions ain't bad. Well, I'm okay with it.
Well, I'm okay with it too. I like to vote with my heart, and it's not serving me well. So, all right, well, let's get the match started. It looks like these players are finally ready to go. It is game number 1 here in the upper bracket. It is Echo versus Drive Overload. Winner moving on to the grand finals.
It's a bit different. I was expecting the Frost Mage. Elsewave is coming in on the Elemental Shaman Feral Druid. This is a very durable, high overall damage per second composition. So I'm imagining they're looking to win this game through attrition.
All right, here we go. We'll have to see what they can do. I think a lot of this matchup comes down to just shutting down Chanimal as much as possible. One of the things the Shaman does accelerate at. TJ just going to be pushing forward right now. Big Shadow Bolts land, though. Full Maim Stun now on to Meh. Looks like they are going to be doing a setup. Coil goes out. Chanimal's trying to shut that down and just keep his team in the fight, as Echo's falling a little bit behind here in the opener, but was getting pressure rolling onto JT, and I do think involving the Paladin is going to be important in this match. You need crowd control on the Paladin, you need to do swaps on the Paladin, and Echo, I think, is going to be doing that throughout this match.
The Smoke Bomb doesn't get any value for Waz here. He's really hoping to pull a Medallion there when TJ didn't have many defensive cooldowns to activate in a stun. JT, though, decides to use the Blessing Protection on the bot very early, so he doesn't want to fall behind in terms of crowd control. Chanimal, in the meantime, he's doing Chanimal things, faking kicks, and making sure to continue to build the lead in terms of overall damage, but he is also fighting a team that has double D Curse with a Feral Druid and an Elemental Shaman, so theoretically on this composition, they should be able to make it hard for Chanimal, but he just keeps faking every kick. I just looked at him again. He's got Precognition up. He's setting a swap up onto JT with the Mortal Coil. They're forced to stun him. Chan's going to trinket out to get aggressive once again, looking to fake the wind shear. Doesn't manage to fake it, but who cares? Malefic Rapture immediately afterwards. Soul Rot now uncontested. Haunt uncontested. Chan is ramping.
Yeah, he's got a lot of damage available, and you can see it. Look at JT. He is falling behind on healing. Elswave's getting low right now. Cheap Shot comes in from Waz as he puts pressure onto the Paladin, and Chanimal's rot damage is really starting to add up in this match. If JT can recover, I think he should be able to. He gets the Tears Deliverance off. That should be a good amount of healing available for his team. And I think that Drive Overload will recover in this situation. JT just in no crowd control right now. Paladins have a ton of healing. Feeling confident to push in. Gets the full Hammer of Justice here onto Waz. Fear out onto TJ. He's looking for crowd control on Meg. Great defense there by Chanimal.
Yeah, really good positioning so far. Matt manages to death, I think, the repentance coming in there from JT. And I think JT's team, their main strategy is to try and win on mana. And at the moment, they're actually the ones falling behind. So this could be very difficult for them should this get into the late game. Waz setting up again with a kidney shot onto the Holy Paladin. TJ ducks in, though, and intercepts him with a rake stun. Mez going to drop the powered barrier. They knock him out of the powered barrier into another stun from Elswave, looking for a Hex as well, punishing the fact that Echo has no decurses. Could definitely be an opening for Elswave to put himself back in this game for his team. I'd love to see just generally more hexes. Big swap onto Men. They're starting to pressure the healer, and this is what you have to do, I think, as these Feral Druid dot comps, is you need to be making sure that you're dotting all three players.
Ooh, but JT, cheap shot into kidney shot into cheap shot, but he holds on. Divine Protection seems to be enough. Waz now in so much trouble. He's got the Cloak of Shadows. Might need a trade. Greedy Waz. He goes for just a shadowy duel here onto TJ, reversing the pressure completely. Great play there by Waz, but big heals incoming. TJ is completely fine, and Waz holds on to the Cloak of Shadows. I really can't believe he managed to do that. Now deciding to trade it out. Matt calls for it more than likely, realizing he doesn't have that many heals left. Is the pain suppression for Med that might need to be used, and that is kind of the last line of defense that Echo has. But in terms of health, they're all nice and topped off. Elsewave going to be getting cleaved down here, looking for a full Hex. Unable to find it. Once again, Chanimal faking out his interrupts. Has precognition, looking for a big haunt here onto TJ, and I think Waz is going to be looking to initiate crowd control here shortly. Gouge into a kidney shot. Who are they going after? And honestly, Super T's Drive Overload has been looking pretty durable in this match so far. I feel like they can definitely win this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, if they can get on Meh a little bit more, I think most certainly. But if he's uncontested at full health like this, it's going to be so hard. JT hits a UA dispel right during the smoke bomb. He's trying to get inside the corner of it here. Elswave gets mind controlled on a Hex by Meh, looking to take him out of the match. JT charges in, Hammer of Justice down onto Meh, denying his Rapture for a bit here and trying to limit those Power Word Shield's effectiveness. But Chan is just getting out of control at this point. He's doing way too much damage. If this continues for something like maybe another minute or two, I think Elswave could topple, TJ could topple. They really need to work on decursing. I would love to see details for dispels at the end of this, because they need to make sure the agonies are getting removed and stripped basically on cooldown between the two of them if they really want to limit Chanimal's damage in this matchup.
Yeah, let's see what they can do. Chanimal right now looking for Shadow Bolts. TJ getting rotted down. Full kitty shot on JT. Great pressure here from Echo. They're trying to take down JT, but look at the rot pressure at the same time from Drive Overload. They're really putting up a fight in this one. Waz goes for a shadowy duel defensively here, waiting for that Cloak of Shadows to come off cooldown in just a few short seconds. Still has the cheat death, but never really want to rely on the cheat death. It can sometimes really backfire for these rogues. JT just uncontested once again, going for big Holy Lights in the back line. Full blind lands here from Waz as Echo looks to set up some pressure onto TJ. He deflects the attack with Bear Form and Barkskin, and now looking to get the damage rolling once again.
Yeah, Mez actually falling behind on mana. So Drive Overload, their win condition is starting to be met. If they can hold on for another 2 to 3 minutes, they'll be in a position where Mez will be totally out of mana and they can basically just triple kill the whole team. But Waz is looking to make sure that they don't get to that. He sets up once again on TJ, forcing JT's hand as he has to trade out both Sacrifice and Blessing of Protection to try and recover. He's fishing for a Searing Glare. Nice swap onto Mez. They catch him in the main stun. Is he going to die through Pain Suppression? JT is trying to get there as well. A Smoke Bomb comes down defensively, line of sighting Mez away from Elswave and avoiding any potential lethality there from their team. And with Rapture, Mesh should be able to recover. He's getting through interrupts with those shields protecting him, looking for the ultimate penitence, and if he can get that off, he will likely recover his whole team. So let's see if he manages to get it. He actually gets skull bashed, and that's devastating for Met. TJ ripping in once again. He's got another Rapture powered shield to try and recover. Big setup on Elswave. No trinket for the kidney shot. Into another cheap shot. Ultimate penitence connecting as well. He burrows beneath the ground and manages to get back behind the pillar. And JT is ahead on mana, but he's behind on momentum, and this looks so difficult for him to recover. His whole team is being overwhelmed. He trinkets out in desperation to try and connect some heals, but Waz is relentless with crowd control, and TJ will fall. Drive Overload. They're so close to the point of no return for Echo, but not close enough.
That was a really well-fought game number one, and I mean, that's why a lot of us are saying that Drive Overload, they're the team that can potentially contest Echo here. I think Echo had such good crowd control in those final moments. It was such a nightmare for JT to really deal with. We're going to see it in the replay, but forced to inevitably trinket out of just a Mortal Coil coming in from Chanimal, and then Waz there to just follow it up with a cheap shot, and he was just global starved, just not enough time to actually get out the heals he needed. See, all three members are just feared up right now. They get great pressure on Elswave. This forces JT to use his Divine Shield. He's got the trinket rotating off cooldown, but you can tell he just doesn't have the throughput to actually keep anyone topped off. He goes for a Holy Light. Waz is immediately there for a kidney shot. That gets followed up with the coil. JT trinkets out of that. Guess what Waz got for you? Another cheap shot. And at this point, I mean, just both TJ and Elsewise, it's been rotted. They're fully dotted. Matt in the back line throwing in that extra damage. But there was close calls. Matt basically barely survived. And I think a big part of that was the defense of Waz coming in with the defensive smoke bomb, keeping Matt alive.
Really good awareness from Echo to make that adaptation on the fly. Really good on Chanimal to also keep his damage this high, because I feel like it can be really tough as a Warlock in a matchup against any type of Shaman with grounding and shear, Feral Druid pressuring you and stunning you, and then double D-Curse, which is like the main thing that typically is going to limit your damage, as he's likely playing the Jinx Honor talent, which is so when you use Curse of Tongues or Weakness or Exhaustion, it also applies Corruption and Agony. So you use one global to get 3 effects up, but then the Shaman and the Feral Druid can use one global to remove 2 of those effects immediately. And even despite all of that disruption, even despite all the theory crafting, Chanimal absolutely destroying the damage meter here in game number 1. And as we move into game number 2, if you're Drive Overload, it's like, are you questioning yourself? I mean, the Frostmage Feral Druid is what we saw able to take games off of Echo in Cup number 1. It's also the composition that forced Welcome to the JUNG and NA to completely re-roll. There's the Jinx Honor talent, where you apply multiple effects using the Curse of Tongues, Weakness, or Exhaustion. So this is why it can be difficult to get your damage, because it costs a Soul Shard, which then limits your Malefic Rapture spam if the enemies are removing it. And they're going to stick with the same composition. They're going to an open field map, so possibly, honestly, I feel like Drive Overload maybe need to just be more aggressive. They have very powerful defensives early on, and maybe they should just be pushing the pace on Meh a little bit earlier than they did in game 1.
Yeah, I'd like to see it. And I feel like the map kind of sets that situation up well for them. It does kind of feel like you do need to be getting like triple rot pressure in this matchup. Of course, they do have crowd control for Meh. Like the TJ can get Cyclones, and Elswave could potentially get Hexes, but I feel like Echo is so good at avoiding those chains that it's not something you can rely on, and just all out pressure and eventually taking down Meh might be a better option. But I mean, I'm just once again thinking about that game, how many times was like barely held on, you know, these defensive shadowy duels, defensive smoke bombs have just been really, really clutch for Echo. And yeah, just a highlight to Waz, because those abilities are so powerful, not only offensively, but defensively when you need it. So if Waz is in trouble, he just goes over and he shadowy duels JT. And what is JT going to do? Like, maybe take him down, but Paladin damage really isn't that threatening. So it gives you like a little bit of a safety net. He was able to hold on to Cloak of Shadows, and it's just those heads-up plays that he makes that other rogues, you know, when you're 5% health, instead of going for that, you're just going to trade out the Cloak of Shadows, but then you no longer have it available. So Echo's just really good at navigating those scary situations and not overcommitting their defensive cooldowns unless they have to.
I mean, there's basically almost 0 mistakes made by Echo, I think, in every game that they play. So it's up to their opponents to really make sure that they are completely clean, no mistakes, no weak links to be exploited. If there is any sort of opening, then Echo will immediately start to dominate that lead, snowball it out of control. They've been, the most consistent team in Europe for such a long time at this point. Drive Overload were looking threatening in Cup 1. They're bringing in this new composition with the Elemental Shaman and the Feral Druid to try and get a bit of an edge, and they were getting close. But to survive for 8 to 9 minutes against Echo is not an easy task. Runes Order on game 2.
Yep, we'll see what happens here. Echo, once again, this has been kind of their bread and butter. This composition has looked really good for them. Waz on his main, Chan on his main, Met on his main, and that's exactly what they want. And I see Waz right now going for an early sap here onto JT, getting control of the match, allowing Chanimal to just get those damage over time effects rolling. Fakes out an interrupt once again. Let's see who they're deciding to go after. And it looks like they are trying to get Met involved a little bit more here in the early stages of the match. At the same time, Elsewave taking quite a bit of damage, forced to trade out his Astral Shift. So Echo getting damage rolling on all 3 members. JT deflects it with some early cooldowns to increase his healing. And it looks like Drive Overload will stay alive.
You got the Herald of the Sun, Hero Town for the Holy Paladin with those yellow banana beams connecting the Paladin to his allies and really increasing his healing for the team, and to recover through the opening pressure of the Dark Glare and the Soul Rot. And really pay attention to Chanimal's usage of Soul Rot. I'm almost certainly he's going to be getting this thing on cooldown. It's so important as it amplifies the stats of your character and lets you ramp even more into the future. Although it's a really slow cast, so it can be difficult to actually get it off. But that's what I'm going to be looking at from Chanimal. How many Soul Rots is he getting? Is it off cooldown? cooldown. We're 23 seconds away from the next one. We see a kidney shot on JT. Big swap. Mez actually getting aggressive in this position as well, tossing in offensive penances onto the Paladin, really trying to put him behind at this point. Ultimate Penitence is flying through aggressively as well. I think Matt understands this game is going to go for the long haul, so he gets damage benefit, and they might just win the game.
No.
They're just going to win the game. Drive Overload, man, gets stomped in game 2.
Oh no! What was he on forbearance? I mean, I see that he's traded out a Blessing of Protection. Yeah, so Blessing of Protection was traded out. I wonder if they just all in him during that moment. We'll have to see it on the replay, but yeah, way quicker game here coming in from Echo. I think they played this one a lot more aggressive. They turned this map, unfortunately, against Drive Overload, just putting the pressure onto JT. I don't know if he's on forbearance. We'd have to target him to actually see. I'm curious what he did use the Blessing of Protection on. Last time it was blind.
I mean, I'm looking at it right now, and I don't know if it's pushed off with all the debuffs or,
yeah,
or he's not on it.
I think he should be able to use the Divine Shield here. I think it's maybe just a little bit of greed coming in there, but I'm going to be honest, Echo's going to be super happy to just pick up an early game number 2, and Echo is just not a team you could be throwing away games with. And I will say, too, like, one thing that's been really interesting for me to watch is this composition that Echo is running was, I think in Cup 1 considered like the best, right? Like most people were just running the Subtlety Rogue, Affliction Warlock, Priest. Some balance changes came in, Affliction Warlock got some nerfs, etc., etc. But a lot of teams just completely abandoned this composition, but Echo still just has been beating everyone with it. No one has been able to really come up with an answer.
Nobody else has a Chanimal.
I think that's just what it comes down to.
That is literally it. Just no other team has a Chanimal. If they did, like, I feel like Affliction Warlock is one of those specs that if you main it for a long time, your efficiency is just so much higher than everybody else, but it typically isn't great in tournaments. So it's like you only have the diehard Affliction players that keep their skills polished on it, and then when it ends up becoming the meta, like they get to really shine. They get their moment to show. They're like, this is why I kept playing it through the lows of the Affliction Warlock's metas in the past, and then it just pays off. It's just such an efficiency-based specialization. Where all of the small minor details matter a lot. A lot of other classes, generally, if you're playing around your cooldown window effectively, you get like 85% of what you need to be able to win a game. But with Affliction Warlock, it's not like that. It's like every single global that you're using is very important as far as the outcome of the overall game. So I don't think it's as one of the easier specs to just quickly re-roll and play at this level as Chanimal is. Now, Drive Overload, they tried the small map, they just died instantly, so like, yeah, that was bad. Let's go to a big map, and maybe we won't die instantly here, because it's match point. Now they have to reverse sweep Echo.
Yeah, that's not going to be easy. Do we like... I feel like the Frost Mage looks a lot closer. Like, is the Elemental Shaman...
I agree.
Like, I feel like I'd
and
like
it got
to see
buffed.
It did get buffed, yeah. The Frostfire bolts are a little bit more beefy. So most of the mages are playing different talents now, where you opt for more Frostfire bolt damage, a little bit less Icicle damage, a little bit less Ice Lance damage, but those Frostfire bolts can crit really hard. So I am curious if they decide to go with it once again, because the Frost Mage, it seems to me, they look a lot more comfortable on it. Yeah, they look a lot more comfortable on it, and I wonder if this is just one of those things where it's like, okay, yeah, the Elemental Shaman, that's going to be good against the Affliction Warlock. Yep, makes sense. Okay, great. We got Grounding, we got Tremor, like, let's run them over. But it just seems like they have a lot more control of the match. And it seems like it's more of a comfort pick for Elsewave also.
Yeah, I feel like the Ellie Shaman pick was like they were hoping to do the Swapsy strat and just do damage and don't die and win. And then that became really hard to just, the not dying part became
that's
really
so
hard. So you have to live
Echo.
9 minutes against Echo. That's a very difficult task. I don't know if that strat's going to work. So I like this better because it has better offense, and it still has, you can still fall back on it in dampening as well. So its aggression should likely be better, and its possible emergency defense later in the game is going to be good as well. So Drive Overload experimented. I can't really blame them because no one's been able to really take down Echo. Teams have come close with Elemental Shaman comps, right? We saw Jamie last week getting pretty close. So I don't really blame them for trying something different, but I'm glad that they're going back to this because this looks like their best composition that I've seen from them throughout all the cups so far.
Yeah, it seems like they're the most comfortable with it for sure. And I think also just the X factor of Icy Veins. Icy Veins is so incredibly powerful. When you pop it, your damage just goes through the roof, and that's when you can really overwhelm your team. Elemental Shaman doesn't really have that same kind of punch. Like, you have really good consistent damage, but I feel like you kind of need that, it's that overwhelming one-shot damage to potentially throw Echo off guard because they're just so good at navigating, normal situations. So you kind of need that surprise factor. Drive Overload, they're bringing in the Mage. Elsewave for game number 3. Echo looking dominant in this series so far. Let's see if they can close it out 3-0.
Oh, I like that life grip, pulling Chanimal away from his portal, so now he can easily port away if TJ wild charges to him. He gets kicked on cast, but now he can just spam Malefic Raptures. Waz gets caught in the middle of the map, immediately cleave down 50%. Full bash onto Meh. TJ's trying to push for the Cyclone. He gets coiled, though, from Chan. Chan is now protecting Meh in this position, doing a great job getting a Soul Rot, extending it with the Dark Glare. Just, there's never going to be an error in his play on that Warlock. He's going to start to do a ton of damage with all those stat boosts. He gets an interrupt out of the way, but now he's just going to free cast Malefic Raptures, and that is chunking TJ. Huge heal comes it through in the nick of time, though, with that renewal, and TJ is continuing to push the pace, trying to stay aggressive, and they can do this, but they need to do a better job of shutting down Chan if they're going to continue to do it.
Yeah, big ultimate penitence here coming in. JT getting low. Kitty shot lands. Is there anything to follow it up? A cheap shot comes in. Are they going to get the Divine Shield? They do. JT does not want to greet it, but that's a Divine Protection as well. The Divine Shield. TJ just might outright die. Are you kidding me? Chanimal's damage is sky high. Echo's pressure is through the roof right now. And JT is really struggling. They get the Divine Shield. A full fear lands. Might have to trade out his trinket. Echo is dominating game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, this is complete control. Full kidney shot on JT. He has to trinket it. Now he's down the bubble. He's down his trinket. He's cheap shot on his trinket. TJ is still rotting. Chan is free casting in the middle of the map looking for fears. Soul Rot going to connect again alongside Haunt. His damage is going to amp up a lot here. He needs to get out of that Blizzard. He doesn't want to trigger the Ring of Fire, though. I think that's why he's staying in the middle of that. Doesn't want to give Elsewave any extra damage. Now he's going to portal out of that area. Haunt connects onto TJ. Big Shadow Bolt combo. TJ might need to run here. He's got his Paladin at the pillar, but he's taking so much damage that Mind Control takes the Mage out of the game. TJ is getting low. Counter spell, and that could seal the deal here as Chan is fearing the Mage continuously. Waz has control of JT, and TJ is praying that he survives in bear form.
Yeah, he's just sitting in bear form. They have no damage whatsoever. A little bit of pressure here on the Waz. He doesn't have Cloak of Shadows. There could be an opening, but Drive Overload, they need to shift the momentum. I just don't know if they're going to be able to. The crowd control is never ending here. On to JT, but Waz is still low. Elsewave doing what he can. That sap is just so clutch from Waz. Another polymorph. Oh my goodness gracious. I mean, he uses Thought Steal on Elsewave and follows up the sap with the polymorph. Just complete domination. 3-0 for Echo. This team is looking insane.
How do they stay so far ahead, man? Like, every team coming into the competition looks like they're getting better and better, but Echo just keeps getting better and better, just keeps pushing the pace for themselves, and this push was crazy. The CC chain starts with a spell lock. TJ's like, okay, I'll sit in bear form. You're in a kidney shot, that's fine. I'm bear form. You survived it. You bought the kidney. Okay, I'm going to get some heals. Maybe I'm going to be okay now. Maybe I'm going to be okay. And then Waz is like, no, you're not going to be okay. Meg gets a full fear, and then he saps the fear. Waz moves over. Oh, no, he blinds him to make sure he drops combat. And then he saps him, and then, man, look, he steals Polymorph from the Mage with Thought Steal. Nobody usually plays this tech, and he sheeps out of the sap.
There's like, no way, dude.
It's like, they're playing RMP and Roguelock on the same team in that one moment here in Game 3.
Watching Echo is like if AI were just to take over World of Warcraft. Like, that's how I feel. Like, they're just so good. Yeah, it's insane. You just never see this tech coming in, but yeah, Drive Overload. After watching this game, maybe the Elemental Shaman did look better than the Frost Mage. I'm not sure if things just went really bad, but yeah, Echo, once again, they are going to be earning their position in the finals. They got the best seat in the house. They're going to continue to keep their lead in terms of points, and we'll have to see. Drive Overload, they're going to have to earn a rematch against this team. They're going to be able to have an opportunity if they can make it through the lower bracket to get a rematch, but that's a big if. We've got some really strong contenders in that lower bracket still.
Yeah, we certainly do. We've got Streamer Zone GG, ILTU waiting down there in the lower bracket for their chance to also claw their way back up to the grand finals here at the end of the European Games for this championship Sunday. So Drive Overload, they're going to meet them down there. They're waiting on an opponent from this next up series, but things are looking a little scary down there in that lower bracket. Echo going to be sitting there nice and comfy in that grand final. And they're just kind of waiting for one of these three teams to meet them up there for that challenge. We can see right now at the bracket, Streamer Zone GG, ILTU, that's the series that's coming up here next. We're going to be sending a team out of the tournament, and the winner of this one, Super Tees, will be moving on to face off against Drive Overload.
Yeah, and I would imagine Streamer Zone, man. I feel like They don't want Drive Overload taking their thunder as like the main Feral Druid comp. I feel like TJ and Tony have a lot of rivalry going on there. Also contention for the top 3 position. But ILTU could play spoiler, man. What if this Boomkin somehow gets all the way through and somehow wins? What if that happens? What if there's a universe, a world, a reality where this can actually happen? The Boomkin somehow gets through and wins this cup. Cup 4 becomes insane at that point if it happens. So I'm cheering for them, but I got my doubts for the Boomkin, so... They proved me wrong yesterday. Maybe they'll prove me wrong again today, but I would love to see it. Heart wants to see it, but brain is telling me probably not going to happen.
Oh man, didn't Ven tell you the other day?
Commit.
Why?
To the Boomkins? No.
You got a little friend to the right side of you, and you're just gonna do him like that?
It's too volatile of a stock right now. I can't. The Boomkin stock is too volatile.
Okay. All right. Well, that's fair. Okay. Streamers on GG ILTU. Sounds like Super Tees doesn't quite believe in this team, but hopefully they believe in themselves a little bit more. But we're gonna head to a break, and we're gonna get that series up next. But before we do that, we are gonna play a game of Spellgasser. Are you guys ready for that?
I'm ready. Yeah.
What's it gonna be?
Okay.
What's it gonna
I
be?
don't know. What is it gonna be? Wipe our slates clean a little bit from that domination.
We get a now chat gets their opportunity to dominate us. It's us against the chat. Who's gonna win? Chat gets their opportunity to dominate us. It's us against the chat. Who's gonna win?
Yeah, I feel like it's like us against chat versus production. There's like 3 parties in this game.
Production's trying to sabotage everyone.
Why is chat so right with their prediction, by the way?
I don't know. I don't know.
What? What are we? We're guessing what the
Oh!
text is?
Yeah, so we're guessing the form of polymorph.
Huh?
The variant of polymorph. Of one of the variants that you can collect. Like
What?
glyphs.
It could be any of them.
Does the text change? Is there any like actual clues?
Oh, which
here?
one of these is the new real one? I think is what this is. You know how they add like a new skin for polymorph? You can turn it into like a turtle, or they can be maybe a penguin, I think, or something. So they must have added a new polymorph cosmetic for the War Within. So which one is it? Did they make it a jaw crawler, which I think is a crab, and then a ramolith, which is like the rams that are like from Nagrand, but they're bigger horns, and a bumblebee. No, is Bumblebee a real polymorph?
I think it is, yeah. I think it is, yeah.
I know Bumblebee exists. I don't know if the other ones do. I don't think they do. So I want to say polymorph Bumblebee.
What is
I think that's the only one. Yeah.
Those ones are
heck
new
is that?
creatures in the War Within. It's like a giant... It looks like a goat that shouldn't be able to stand up because its horns are so big. It looks like it should just be falling forward into the
yeah.
earth.
The only new polymorph that I'm aware of is the moss sheep. Like the rock sheep one. I forget what it's called. I think it's mossy sheep or something.
Bumblebee's the only one I think that's real out of all these.
Yeah, it is 100%. There's no, I have them all, and then Bumblebee's the only one. So they try to trick me once again, but I'm not gonna lose when it's a mage question.
Bumble.
Well, let's
Buckety
see it,
buck
production.
Bumble.
Reveal the truth.
Let's go. I was considering Cinderbee for a second. I was like, wait, did they add that? But I didn't think they
Bumblebee.
did.
Very nice.
Now we get to...
How do you get it? Collect it?
A Bumblebee?
It's just auction house.
Yeah, the
isn't it?
Bumblebee polymorph?
It's just auction house. Yeah, maybe. I don't remember how I got it.
Oh, no.
Come on.
Oh my gosh.
So
It's
what the hell is C:D?
I'm so confused. What?
Was there like a hidden message here that we need to decipher?
A, B, C, D.
ABJURED.
An A, B, C, A, D, C, B going backwards. Production, is someone holding you hostage? Is this like you're sending us a message in Morse code that we need to... Or did you get stung by a bee and you need us to call an ambulance for you? Is this what...
I kind of like the little like color behind it. That one looks the nicest to me.
Yeah, I don't think it's just
like it
black
too.
in the background.
Me neither.
Also,
And I don't think it's blue neck.
mage spells have a lot of circles. Help.
Oh
no. Oh no, production. I'll go with CD.
I'm going with I'll go CD as well.
D. Yeah, C:D.
It might just be. I think there's actually a really good chance that it is just black in the background, but I just like CD the most, so I'm going with that one. Although I don't actually. What are the differences between A, B, and BC?
I don't know. I'm just going with C.
Doesn't look like
I don't see
anything.
a difference. Oh, it's the
Oh, it's
the
an antennas. They have 4 antennas.
Oh,
Yeah.
So it can't
Oh.
be BC, I don't think. The
Oh,
antennas
right.
look nice and thick though on CD. I don't know if would they give them tiny antennas?
I'm changing my
antennas.
answer. I'm going with BC. Option 2, BC. That's
With
what
the
I'm going
double antennas?
with. Yep.
Okay.
You sure it has a black background?
All right. And end our suffering. End our suffering, please, production. What is it? Okay.
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh no.
Are we all wrong?
It was only 2 antennas.
Okay.
No thick antennas and no 4 antennas.
Aw. I don't like that.
All right. Not a great way to start off the day. For us or for drive overloads. All right. Not a great way to start off the day. For us or for drive overloads. We'll see if some of these teams have better luck up next. We're gonna head to a break. We're gonna head down to the lower bracket to eliminate a team. It is streamerzone.gg versus ILTU coming up next. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. If you're just now tuning in, we just saw Echo 3-0 Derive Overload. They are now down in the lower bracket, waiting on an opponent from this current series at StreamerZone.gg, David versus ILTU.
That's right. That's right. I'm a big fan of a lot of the roster on Streamer Zone in particular. I was taking a quick look at like what their lineup was. Tony, Relza, Kasu, and Thessia. These are names, if you've been watching the EU region, should be pretty prevalent in your mind. Just and you know, something else I wanted to know about Tony in particular is like you see Feral Druids kind of in the meta. You see like the Peekaboo picking up Feral Druids. You see Calvish picking up Feral. Tony has been a Feral through and through, and I really feel like when you've been maining a spec like that and you're coming into a competition like this, it kind of shines. Like the small nuances of just knowing your class that intricately really can pay dividends in these like high-end, like late-stage bracket games.
Most definitely. Here's a quick look at the players and their socials. Definitely go check them out, support them, send them your love. But ILTU, they had an incredible, weekend so far. They started off a little bit rough. They did lose to Drive Overload. So this will be interesting for sure. But they did have that 3-0 against Phoenix Reborn, Zico.
Yeah, I really didn't expect Phoenix Reborn to be locking in the L Demon Hunter, but we saw a little bit of Demon Hunters come in, and of course Corky on the Balance Druid, looking as stellar as ever. Coffee also did play a little bit of Demon Hunter in that upper bracket, but to no success, and they were able to play this Outlaw Rogue Moonkin to a really effective way. Managed to get a lot of good CC chains, big burst, and I think that's one of the strengths of the composition. It's like you're a bit squishy on that Balance Druid, but you do definitely pack a heavy punch. You have good CC chains as well with things like the Solar Beam. You have Cyclone as well, and Corky definitely one of the kings when it comes to fake casting those Cyclones. As you can see actually right now on the replay, just gets a precognition, they get a Cyclone, and they immediately win the game at the back end of it. And that's the crazy thing about Cyclone. Like, you can count out Balance Druids right now because of how squishy they are, but they do have that massive CC, which is still so powerful.
It definitely is, and we're going to look one more time at those predictions. Seems like most of us are in agreement. Super Tease thinks that this is going to be pretty close, but Demon seems like it's going to be a 3-0 for you.
Yeah, that's some Boomkin bias cope right there. I'm sorry, but
a little bit.
I think this jungle's gonna rip apart this Boomkin. This chicken's gonna be served for Thanksgiving this time around. I don't know. I see this jungle team and like I see some of these names. If I were to put together like my fantasy AWC jungle composition in EU, this is my lineup. And this is their time to shine. Corky, he's making the Boomkin work. He's living the dream, but I think the dream's about to die right here.
Ooh, all right. Not a lot of hope from Dave. We're going to get Super Tease back on the line here, give these guys some love. But let us know in chat. I think they already did a prediction. Sounds like about 60% were voting for StreamerZone.gg. Let's see what they can do here. It's game number 1.
I really like that they're tagging in Tessia once again on the mage. Mage into those dragons is so powerful. And Tony immediately finding Corky here in travel form. They're doing a lot of damage here in the opener. Tessia is going to be sending out the Frozen Orb as well. And Tessia's been running Ice Wall and Snowdrift. He's also playing the Blink Stun. So he's got a lot of crowd control at his disposal. But look at Corky. Fake casting an Interrupt, gets a Cyclone, get a full kidney onto Relza. Going to be followed up there with the Sleepwalk. Nice Solar Beam there onto Tony's Cyclone. But Tessia just so defensively positioned, manages to find a full polymorph onto Kankiro. Tony in a stun lock right now. Relza is out of crowd control, though moving in for CC, but at the same time, Tony is getting blasted. They will activate that pain suppression, and here comes the ultimate penitence as well, raining down holy bolts from the sky. Oh, the wall from Tessia. Unfortunately, there was a little bit of a crack in that wall where Kankiro slipped through, but they're swapping to Kankiro, and they get the Emerald Commune. They get so many cooldowns here in this opener, David.
Both teams just kind of trading blow for blow, not afraid to commit. But Corky dipping super low over and over. Kankito not in any CC just yet, but just one quick CC chain, and this could be it for Corky. Kidney Shot is going to be committed onto Relza. Thessi is the one who's on the back foot. He's popping those polymorphs, trying to get defensive. He gets Solar Beam on the next one. That's going to be an Ice Block. Holy, and now they're switching the damage over onto Tony. Tony now dipping down, still in cat form, still trying to get aggressive. Polymorphs on the coffee, just trying to peel this rogue off him. Now he's caught into that full cyclone, trying to get aggressive back onto Corki. This is the nullifying shroud for Kankito, however, but this is the smoke bomb. Who cares if you have CC when you're in a smoke bomb? But Relza in the backline going to be in a position that should be avoiding any sort of CC, but Coffee's just there. He's puts him in the kidney shot. There's the sleep. Tony's in trouble. He has that survival instinct. He's gonna pop it. He's staying in bear form. Corki now in a maim. Defensive Cyclone's being tossed out by Tony. Corki's the one who's now on the back foot, getting dropped down hard from that Frost Mage's damage. The full Cyclone or mid Cyclone landing onto that dragon. Corki's got to be a little bit careful, but he's just so confident about just spamming out those Cyclones in their face. He has a lot of faith in his healer.
Yeah, but look at the side of Streamer Zone. They got nothing left. They can win on the next setup here onto Tony. He needs to pre-bear form every single one of these setups. Tessia still has an ice block to work with. Might actually have to use it right now as there is a lot of pressure coming out from Coffee, but at the same time, we can see Tony taking a little bit of damage there as well. Nice solar beam there onto Tessia, shutting him down. And look at this Outlaw Rogue pressure. That's going to be the barrier being forced. Now they have nothing for Tony. Tony luckily has his trinket back up though, but still had to use his bark skin just now. Here comes the kidney shot onto Relza. He's got no way out of this one. Can they find the sleepwalk to get the crowd control? The Tessia to get the sleepwalk? Tony is isolated here, 3 versus 1 situation, not using his trinket in that exchange. Relza instead going to be trading out the Void Shift, another major defensive, but here's the polymorph onto Kankito. They get the rewind out of that one. Unfortunately, that polymorph did break, and now Tessia under a little bit of fire. They're going to swap over to the out. Oh my god, Tessia needs to be careful. Huge Star Surge connecting. Tessia forced into the ice block. Now Streamer Zone has got no cooldowns left. They need to find pressure, and they need to find it fast, or this game is slipping away.
Man, Corki hold me talking it, dude, and he's showing me up right now with this Outlaw Rogue Boob Kid composition. This is the nullifying shot for Kankito. I'm going to see how he's going to utilize it to get aggressive and to get that CC off onto Relza. Corki, though, is the one who's taking the majority of the damage. Kankito's still avoiding any sort of CC for the time being for now, so it seems like Corki is going to be completely A-okay. But here we go. Cheap shot. How's it going to get followed up? Corki's in some trouble. They're trading blow for blow. Thessia without an ice block. Corki in the maim. This could be the game right here, right now. Kidney shot gets committed out onto Tony to try to slow down some of this damage onto Corki. Double fear gets committed, going to slow down a lot of the damage in the side of ILTU. Thessia desperately needed that double fear to stabilize.
Oh, Tessia triggering out of a Cyclone right now, getting aggressive with the Icy Vein, spamming out Frost Firebolt after Frost Firebolt, but it gets shut down by the Solar Beam, and now they're going for the kill here on the side of ILTU. Relza has no trinket. He has a pain suppression, so he's going to need to preemptively pop it. Maybe even right now, he gets interrupted there. Beautiful Quell coming out there from Kankito, looking for the follow-up Sleepwalk, but not able to find it just yet. Relza's going to recover his team for just a moment, but cooldowns defensively are looking good on the side of ILTU. I think they're massively ahead in this game, unless this Ice Wall can make something happen. They're going after Tony on the side of ILTU. That Ice Wall is going to just be a bit defensive in that position. They force out the pain suppression there onto Tony. Relza sitting through a sleepwalk. They swap to Tessia. Tessia on so low HP. How is he going to survive this one? He pops the mirror images. He pops the greater invis. He pops the shadow meld, and he manages to stay alive for just a moment. Relza gripping him away from harm, but Relza actually getting interrupted by the solar beam. They're pushing for the kill. Corki, if he has one more Star Surge, he could do it. A huge shield connects into the ultimate penitence from Relza. He's fake casting it for a moment here, finally connecting it onto Corki, connecting massive bolts of fire from the sky. He recovers his team once again here. Streamer Zone are lucky to have Relza on their side because this man is playing out of his mind.
Yeah, but the blue bar is almost gone for their side, and the time is ticking. I love how aggressive ILTU is, especially with this Preservation Evoker, constantly pushing in, constantly trying to get that CC. Corki trying to get something going for his team, looking for the Cyclones, pushing in onto Thessia, and you can see Thessia and Relza see the win condition. Here's the main going out onto Corki. He's taking a bunch of damage. Is there any CC to follow it up? Not just yet, because Thessia and Relza have to be positioned so far back in defensive. They have nothing left. Sleepwalk lands on the Relza. Tony's the one who's on the back foot. Feral Instincts is going to be committed, as well as the Heart of the Wild. Corki's like, hey, you want to hit me? You're going to have to hit me in the back line, away from your healer. Defensive Fear's going out as well. Corki, this could be it! And it's somehow, some way, Streamer Zone on the back foot with no mana take game number 1.
Unbelievable turnaround there from Streamer Zone. It was looking dicey that entire match, basically from start to finish, but they find a win condition, and I mean, I'm not feeling too good about my 3-0 prediction right now. I don't know about you, David.
Oh my gosh. Okay, listen, I was talking that good stuff. I really was. I was saying, Corky, you're going to be, Thanksgiving dinner. I'm going to eat my words a little bit here because that was... really, I think that if I was on the Streamer Zone side right now, I would feel not super confident about that matchup moving forward.
Yeah, me and you both. They're definitely showing us the power of this composition on the side of ILTU, but in the end, it is that Icy Veins threat coming in, and they managed to find the damage there on to Corky. And these roots that they're doing, you can see it even there, if you take another look at that replay, those roots are super effective against the Prez Evoker. So you can see here, Corky's under heavy fire. Tony has his survival instinct. He has his Heart of the Wild, so he has defensives here to kind of commit a little bit aggressively. They get the sleep walk. Kankito pushes in for it to try to take down Tony, but Tony trades his cooldowns. Then they find the crowd control onto Kankito with that DR Cyclone. Then they move in here, they bash Kankito, and then they start chaining the roots onto him so he can't use that rescue. Look at him. He dispels into a mass root there from Tony, and they manage to find the kill at the end of that. And when you're rooted as an evoker, there's a lot of things that you can't use, mainly the rescue there that Kankito probably wanted to be sending in that position, but not able to find it. So that instantaneously kind of reroute on the dispel. Heads up play from Tony. They get the DR Cyclone there as well as the bash. So Tony really pushing in for the CC there while Tessia is just doing all the punching. Tony basically holding while Tessia punching.
Staying calm and collected at half health to get those roots and those cyclones is kind of the experience talking in my mind. That's the reps of the Feral Druid on Tony Feral. But that was so close, both sides. There were so many times where I thought that someone was just dead. A Shadow Meld at like 10% health. Are you kidding me? That was crazy. They're going to be locking in the same composition on the side of Streamer Zone GG, but we're going to a much smaller map. We're going to Dalaran Sewers. I don't know. Is that going to fare better or worse for the FMP? I genuinely don't know.
The good thing about this map is, of course, that you have the ZY axis, and you can kind of abuse that as Tessia. He can really knock people down out of line of sight there and block portions of the map off with his ice walls. But I feel like it's a bit favorable here for ILTU because at least on this map, they're going to have a much shorter distance to connect with the CC. And I think the main thing is just enabling Kankito in the match. He's doing so much work on that Prez Evoker. If he gets to stay effective into the match, play the mid-range, get the crowd controls, get the sleepwalks, then they're looking good. Because we saw it right at the end of the match. They had so much pressure on Tony. And that's because Kankito pushed in and he landed the sleepwalk. But they also died because Kankito got caught in crowd control after he pushed in for the sleepwalk. But on a map like Dalaran Sewers, you're maneuvering around that box. You can push for the sleepwalk and then you still have, line of sight options. If the waterfall comes up, you're going to have that. You can drop down to avoid crowd control. So you have a little bit more kind of opportunity for that Prez Evoker to run around on the map. But at the same time, also, Tony against the Boomkin on this map, he's going to have a good time. He's going to get a lot of uptime. So for him, I mean, Dalaran Sewers, this is like basically the map where a Feral Druid can kind of wash the chicken before you stuff it into the oven on Thanksgiving.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm not a big chicken on Thanksgiving guy, but I think I am now because that looked delicious on the side of the big bite Feral Druid. They're gonna be locking in the Outlaw Boomkin yet again. I like the Prez Evoker. I mean, I feel like a lot of their mechanics kind of force you to be in the face, especially on a smaller map. To your point, like this, but the aggression that they bring to the table is so cool. The kicks, as well as the shrouds into sleeps. Seeing them play in their face, but with the melee like Coffee and the Prez Evoker kind of being always in their face, those mass roots seem to get double value a lot of times. So something to look out for. But I think people are sleeping on Prez Evoker, especially the more aggressive compositions. I've noticed that in a lot of these like well-rounded compositions that we've been seeing, especially like Feral Druid Mage or even Rogue Warlock on the side of Echo, there's a lot of like attrition opportunities. There's a lot of like big damage long term. You got the bleeds from the Feral Druid, but you also have like really small intricate opportunities for setup goes, and being able to have both is kind of bananas. Looking at ILTU, a composition that is less common, but still has that same level of potency that I was just kind of mentioning. They're rather well-rounded. But look at the predictions. We all think that Streamer Zone GG is going to take this home. If I were to go back and make my prediction again, I'd say 3-2. That was such a crazy close game one.
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't doubt Sid when it comes to the Boomkin. He knows what he's talking about. We've seen what Corki can do as well. And the funny thing is, I counted ILTU out against Phoenix Reborn, and they definitely showed up in that series. And now, once again, in that game number 1, making it so close, forcing every defensive there from Streamer Zone. Really couldn't have been any closer. But here is game number 2, live and kicking. Ice Wall coming out for Tessia. They isolate Corki immediately. And this is what I'm talking about on Down on Sewers. You can make it really awkward with these Ice Walls, but Kankito comes in with the rescue. Nice turnaround onto Tony. Big damage. He's going to trade out the Barkskin here. So far, they're keeping their composure. Relza only trading out the Rapture. Tony only trading out the Barkskin. Tessia trading out the Greater Invis, and they are firing on all cylinders here on both sides.
Yep, there's Heart of the Wild coming out from Tony. He's forced into that bear form, following up. Relza not committing anything just yet. He sees his partner trading it up. Relza actually getting interrupted. Tony puts the Corki into a main, cannot get the follow-up cycle and gets knocked on it. Fantastic knock going out from him. I want to see some CC going out from Relza, and as I say that, cheap shot lands. Kakito looking for a sleepwalk follow-up. They get it. Damage going out onto Thesia this time around. He's got to be scared. He's got to be repositioning. Ultimate Penance now coming out from Relza is going to be plenty of throughput, but where's the follow-up damage? Disintegrate gets maimed up. Tony caught into a Cyclone, however. Just any sort of momentum on their side just gets completely stopped. Corki into a bash. Fear onto Coffee. Lots of cross CC. Kankito now caught into a full Cyclone, and they're going to try to get some damage done onto Corki with it for now. But both teams kind of shutting each other down very well. Tony's the one who's in a little bit of trouble now, forced into that bear form. He has the Barkskin up as well. Relza into a full Cyclone. Tony's got to be very, very careful, but that Ring of Frost stops a lot of the damage coming out from Coffee. Corki now is the one who's caught into a maim at half health here, taking a bunch of damage from this Frost Mage. Tony getting his full rips up, but also positioning himself in anticipation for the next go.
Beautiful Ring of Frost there to really save the day from Tessia. A bit greedy from Streamer Zone to play it out like that, but they hold on to their cooldowns. Nice leap of faith there on that kidney shot on Tony. Now Coffee stuck in kind of no man's land with Corki and Kankito just sitting at the pillar. Coffee might have to trade out his Cloak of Shadows here. He's taking a significant amount of damage. They commit a maim stun onto him actually as well, but Kankito is there with the time dilation, blocking the kill. Corki fake casting another Cyclone, gets a fake casting another kick, gets a beautiful Cyclone. Kankito not able to find the sleepwalk here though, just yet, because he was caught up in a polymorph. And Tessia is doing a phenomenal job here on Down on Sewers, kind of playing goalkeeper, turning on the pressure onto Corki. Massive damage coming out there, and that is going to be the Heart of the Wild, the renewal. That's going to be the Emerald Communion, and the CC chain just continues. There's the Masters onto Kankito. It's a beautiful mind control from Relza. What is going on here? This guy is on fire. So many cooldowns being forced here from ILTU. Now they find some offense though. Tony's in a Cyclone. They get the Solar Beam onto Relza. They're going after Tessia, but Tessia preemptively dodges the deep breath right there, doing MVP play after MVP play. He's just going to trade out the early Ice Block, but unfortunately it is overlapped with the pain suppression off of Relza. Nice Ice Wall. They set up a swap onto Coffee here. Nicely done. They're going to Cyclone him on low HP and try to go after Corki once again here. Streamer Zone definitely playing well right now.
I love the Ice Wall. It was a little awkward at times, but it sets up a lot of opportunities. Corki pushing in with the Incarnation. He wants to get aggressive, but he's got to be careful. This is the kidney shot committed as well. Relza now into a Cyclone, and Tony and Thesia see it. Bear form already. Thesia is behind the pillar. Zero momentum really earned on that go. Tony now dipping down to half health, but with no CC onto Relza. He should be completely fine. Relza does get caught into that beam for just a bit. Coffee now taking a huge bit of pressure from Thesia, but Thesia is positioning himself very, very well. If Coffee ever wants to hit this guy, he has to be basically behind a pillar, and now he's caught into a polymorph. He gets out of it for now. Tony investing the survival instincts to stay aggressive yet again, but mana is very even for both sides this game. On a small map like Dollar and Sewers, both teams seem to be just pumping the damage onto one another, and so far it's been relatively even. Maim goes out on a Coffee out of line of sight, forcing Kankito to push in and get aggressive with his team. Orb being committed now by Thesia, getting those procs ready to go, and Coffee is feeling it.
Whoa.
Cloak of Shadows is going to have to be traded out by that 1-2 punch with the Frost Mage.
Yeah, and Tessia's got the Icy Veins rolling right now. There's another mind control onto Corki from Relza, doing an extra bit of pressure with that Ring of Fire drops for Tessia, and he is powered up right now. They just want to avoid Tessia. That Icy Veins threat is absolutely massive. Goes for the shifting power. Nice solar beam there onto Relza, but I would have liked to see it onto Tessia here. He still has that Icy Veins active. He's still packing a heavy punch. If they can stun Corki, here we go. Big damage. Huge ice wall coming out. Nice blind there onto Tessia. Coffee realizes if Tessia is free in this moment, he is going to just close out the match. Beautiful gouge there as well on Tessia's trinket into a stun onto his blink, but still Corki under heavy fire. But finally, fake casting the interrupts, manages to slow down Tessia with another cyclone. Tony now in bear form, could be in trouble. Nice deep breath, beautiful grip onto Tony while he is in that stun. Now they're going after Tessia, but he ducks around the corner immediately to avoid Corki's heavy hit right now as they look for more crowd control. Relza, though, might be finding himself into a cyclone, but he manages to duck around the corner and avoid it. Corki now going to be going back a little bit here, but Tony, in the meantime, is taking huge damage here. Kankito on the Prez Evoker is adding a lot of insult to injury. Tony now getting smoke bombed on the side there, but it was preemptively pain suppression. Now trinketing out, manages to get into bear form, has the Bark Skin coming up here for the next stun. There's the Ring of Frost into the Ring of Fire. Tony now, though, in a low cyclone. ILTU definitely showing that they're still showing signs of life here.
Absolutely. It's looking scary for Tony right now. He has not been stabilized, and Relza in a cheap shot. If there's any follow-up CC, there's the Heart of the Wild, there's the bear form. Tony should be okay for now, but we're getting deeper and deeper into dampening. Cyclone lands onto Kakito. Corki now using that Bark Skin. He's anticipating some of this incoming damage. Cyclone's being looked for Tony, but he's caught in a cyclone himself. Corki is doing a really good job of taking control of the game whenever things get a little bit scary and keeping Tony nice and low. Relza has that life swap available to him yet, but Tony's forcing that bear form. Whenever Tony is forcing that bear form and has to run away like this, it helps the opposing team stabilize a lot. But the mana bar for Relza is looking rough. Coffee just randomly getting just completely annihilated, forced to use the evasion, forced to use the Cloak of Shadows as well. Should be enough. This is nullifying shout for Kankito, but without any mana, this is going to be the last go. A block now being committed out from Thessia. Both teams trading both low. It could go either way. Relza does the life swap. Tony's still in it. Thessia could just go down at any minute. Corki's got that incarnation up and doing huge damage. Rake stun goes out onto Corki. He's dipping low and low, but Cantito's doing a good job keeping him up, and Streamer Zone is feeling the pressure.
Yeah, this is going to end any moment here. It's going to either be Corki or Tessia falling in a moment here. Who is it going to be? Nice Dragon's Breath there onto Coffee, into the mind control. Relza just trying to do what he can here with no mana left. He's got the Rapture active for just a moment longer. They're going after Coffee here. Beautiful Ice Wall. Coffee's got no Cloak of Shadows. He's a big target here for Streamer Zone. Can they take him down, though? Tessia with more and more damage. He's got the Ice Events rolling. Coffee ducks around the corner. Kankito has a little bit of mana left to work with. Relza actually trying to sneak away for a drink here. They realize that and get aggressive with the deep breath. Relza sitting down for just a quick sip, but he didn't really get any mana left. Tony still super low. Everybody on Streamer Zone is just dying here to the damage. Who's gonna fall first? Corki's in a stun. He's got no defensives left. Kankito's got no mana left. Corki looking for the Cyclone. Gets interrupted by Tessia. Huge damage from this Ring of Fire. There's the Blizzard. There's the Ring of Frost as well. Coffee has a Cloak of Shadows in 40 seconds. He's not gonna get that again. And they're going for the kill onto Corki. Streamer Zone find it. Coffee rotting down at the same time. Almost a double kill for Streamer Zone in game number 2, but that was so close. It really came down to those last couple of seconds.
Oh my gosh, I wish I had a heart rate monitor on me right now. That was a workout. Holy crap. Every single player seemed to be capable of dying in the final moments were there. Literally every single player. Look at the mana bars on Relza. I think Kankito was able to get like an Emerald Reunion, whatever the ability is that gives the mana back.
Communion.
He was able to get a little bit, yeah, Communion, and it seemed to not be enough. He had Nullifying Shroud and gets kicked here at the very end. And that's all that it takes. Like when everyone's health bar is that low and you're just getting kind of blizzard down here behind the pillar at 38% dampening, it's so hard to come back from that. But what a well-fought game number 2. Both of these games, you know, Streamer Zone GG might be up 2-0, but by no means have they had was this an easy series so far. But to be in a position where you need to bring it back against a team like this 3 games in a row is a tall order.
It's definitely a tall order here for ILTU, but we can't count these guys out. These guys are still showing that they got it. They bring in this Moonkin all the way to Championship Sunday, which is just a big feat in of itself. And I mean, like you mentioned, this could have easily been a 2-0 in their favor, right? Just a few things going differently in these matches definitely could have gone into their favor. And I actually want to know if Relza got any mana right there when he sat down. I think he got like just like one tick and he got
sip.
up again. Just a little quick hydration there. It wasn't much, but I think it ultimately is what kind of decided the game in their favor. Having that presence of mind to go for it at this deep into dampening when your team is at half HP, really crazy stuff. And again, I gotta shout out Tessia for his performance in this match. Just crazy awareness from this guy. Always peeling at the right times, always counter pressuring at the right times. Great ice wall usage. Just in general,
Yes.
played out of his mind this game, even to survive both of the games where he had nothing. He managed to survive that kind of kill setup as well that they sent onto him.
Yeah, I was watching the preservation evokers, nullifying shrouds, and when they chose to use them and when they chose to get aggressive, and you see them stabilize behind the pillar, pop the nullifying shroud, and get ready to go in immediately in the face of an ice wall. It's like, hey, you're immune to CC. Well, you're not immune to a glacier in your face. That type of mechanics is exactly what I like to see. But the ice wall usage, to your previous point, on Dollar and Sewer seems really potent. I feel like, so that was their pick. So loser composition gets to choose their map first if you're not aware of AWC's draft format. And so they chose to bring it to Dollar and Sewers, but I don't know. I would think twice about that going up against a mage like Tessia.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he at the end of it, when you find yourself kind of stacked up as well behind that pillar, that's when Tessia is really going to start, AoEing the team down, getting big rings of fire, getting Blizzard hitting multiple members, being able to drop a frozen orb and things like that as well. His damage is really going to start ramping up, and if you leave that pillar, well, that's when you might find yourself isolated, like Coffee did a couple of times in that match.
Right.
I really like that they're going after Coffee a little bit more as well, because Corky was playing that one out really defensively, so the fact that they went after Coffee a bit more kind of made it so Coffee also had to run back, and they put them in that position where they're all stacked at the box. Because if Coffee still has his defensive cooldowns, he can just go out and solo that mage. But we are going to see Tiger's Peak. We are going to see exactly both compositions here locked in for both sides. And I'm here for it. I mean, this has been a great series, so I don't want anything to change. Just keep playing well, and I think both teams have a good shot at taking it.
No, absolutely. I would not lock into different compositions. I know you're down 2-0, but they look so solid on this. I just feel like just a couple setups different, and this could go a completely different direction, especially going into that late game. But the fact that both of these teams are playing such potent compositions in terms of immediate burst, but bringing it to late game, being exhausted on all cooldowns, being exhausted on all mana, all win condition opportunities are being considered by both of these teams at any given moment. Just like to your previous point, the swaps over onto Coffee. It's okay, if you're going to play a little bit more defensively, we will adapt. We will continue to put pressure on. And because of that, they're really bringing these games super late against the Preservation Evoker, which seems to have a bit of a mana advantage against the Discipline Priest, especially with the reset of the Communion. But regardless of that, Relza finding a little bit of drinks, the constant swaps, the momentum opportunities just constantly being taken by both teams is really impressive to see. I do still feel a little bit bad that I thought that he was going to be Thanksgiving dinner this Boomkin because I kind of did eat my words a little bit. They might be down 2-0. My prediction might actually end up even being right, but I don't think that tells the full story.
Oh, it definitely doesn't. And I really like that point that you just made here as well, with both teams can kill each other a minute into the game, but they're playing so well that's why it is being extended. Especially, both of these healers really maximizing basically how well you can play your character. But we are on match point here. Loser will be dropped out of the tournament. Both of these teams, especially Streamer Zone, need these points. Relza sitting through a sap. Tony is going to get opened on. Kankiro following it up here with a deep breath. Corky looking for the Cyclone, but it gets instantly interrupted. Tony, though, still taking a lot of damage there, but holds on to his survival instincts for a moment. Instead, it's going to be a pain suppression there being traded by Relza, and everybody's getting cleaved down. Look at this damage coming out from Tessia, just farming Frost Firebolt after Frost Firebolt with that Icy Veins pressure, immediately kind of stopping that opener with just counter pressure.
Yeah, I mean, you saw ILTU just in the face of their opponents in the opener, and Thessia's like, "Oh, you want to hang? Yeah, no problem. Let me just light you up real quick." And then all of a sudden, they're defensive. But the Nullifying Shroud is down now, so Kankito's got to be aware of the incoming CC that he could be vulnerable to. Tony's going to get slowed down a bit by a defensive Cyclone from Corki. It looks like both teams are looking to reposition a little bit right here. But Relza caught into a quick solar beam. Big damage going out onto Corki. Tony as well. There's the ice wall on the Chameleon as well. Kankito needs to get around into the bomb. That was a scary moment for Corki there for just a quick moment.
Yeah, so Emerald Communion doesn't work if you're line of sighting each other. So he polys Kankito and then ice walls his Emerald Communion because you can use it in crowd control. That was a sick play from Tessia, but now Tessia needs to be worried. Relza's in a full sleepwalk. The pain suppression, is it going to be enough? No, Tessia will respect the damage there and use his ice block.
I think that was also pain suppression, dude. ILTU is just getting buttons. This is a very different game all of a sudden. Kankito, he's got the Nullifying Shroud up. He wants to get aggressive, maybe get a sleepwalk off onto Relza, but he's got to be aware of where his team is. Coffee caught into some cross CC for now, slowing down a bit of that damage. Tony now down to half. He has the bark skin up. He's caught in human form, however. He swaps over onto bear form, clones up Corki, and the game does slow down quite a bit. Coffee now getting caught into a Cyclone at low health as well, and Tony just swapping the Cyclone out, no problem. He's just like, I'm going to keep you on your toes constantly, and I think you really do need to do that. Here's the kidney shot onto Relza. Tony now caught into a cheap shot. Big setup by ILTU onto the team streamer zone. Corki now is the one who's on the back line. He's forced into bear form, but the fear lands. Corki looking to get a Cyclone onto Relza to switch this off. They can't follow up the damage onto Corki just yet, but Kankito still has not stabilized him. Coffee is the one who's in trouble now. Going to have to use that Cloak of Shadows. Maim onto Kankito. Corki getting CS.
Whoa.
He's in the back line. Kankito might just get swapped to, and streamer zone GZ is just saying, we'll go literally anyone, whoever you want.
We will literally kill anybody on your team right now. Another full shape connects onto Kankito. He's got no trinket. He's got no rewinds. Coffee is in big trouble here. Can they find any follow-up? No. Unfortunately, it looked like that polymorph did break. Good positioning there from Coffee, stacking up with his healer, not allowing that cleave pressure to come out. But there's the ice wall, but a nice Cyclone. But still, he trinkets out of it. Might be able to take down Coffee. Coffee's going to activate the Vanish right there. Beautiful defensive plays coming out from Coffee. He's going to go ahead and cheap shot Relza as well for good measure, but no follow-up out of that cheap shot. It will be the pain suppression still being forced here with just the pressure. Look at Corki's health though, cloned on low HP, trinkets out of the Cyclone. Now Coffee is in a Cyclone. They're pushing for the win. The time dilation is good here for Kankito. Manages to stall out the damage and keep Corki back in the fight, but Kankito's got nothing left to work with. Still 25 long seconds on that Emerald Communion. If they just have a little bit more damage here, Corki could fall, but it's going to be Tony instead, forced defensively. Nice blind there coming out from Coffee, forcing Corki to be defensive. Nice counterspell there, spell locking Corki on his Cyclone there for just a moment. Now Tony's sitting through a DR cheap shot. Relza pushing in for the fear. They're trying to find the kill here. Coffee has no cooldowns as well. We got to remember that. Coffee could easily go down as well as Kankito as well in a swap. Right now, there's 3 exposed targets here on ILTU. Coffee pushing in, trying to get something going, but there's the stun onto Coffee. They're going after him. Nice mind control onto Corki, shutting down the Cyclones. They quell Tessia on his polymorph right there, but still so much damage coming out with the ice events of Tessia, but now turning it around onto Tony. But Kankito's sitting on full polymorph. He might need to trinket this. He's got no rewind. He needs to be careful. Another big heal coming out there instead with the Emerald Communion.
They're staying in it. Corki taking huge damage all of a sudden from Thessia's big pressure. He's still trying to go in. He wants to get the CC going, but he's caught in a maim. Kankito's got to get something done right here, right now. He's got the Shroud up. He gets out in the open, and he gets the heals that he needs to, but Corki's just dipping yet again. This is so much consistent pressure from ILTU, or onto ILTU. They just cannot catch a breath to get offensive. There's the Ice Wall yet again, forcing this Dragon into a rather vulnerable position. Shroud's going to be down at any moment now, and he's going to be so susceptible to any CC. Cloak of Shadows is up for Coffee, however, but Corki seems to be the main kill target. Thessia now caught into the back line. He has that big pain suppression. It's going to be okay to stabilize him from now. Relza doing a fantastic job rotating through all his defensive cooldowns, keeping his team aggressive, but here's a double Ring of Frost. Corki is isolated. He's in that bear form. He's a little spooked. He's going to go ahead and try to get out of line of sight, but the mind control follow-up into the bash. Corki's in trouble.
Yeah, Corki needs to be very careful here. Still playing defensively. Nice peels on the Tessia coming out from Coffee, slowing down his damage. But I'm looking at that Icy Veins timer. Tessia's got 15 seconds left on that thing. And when that thing is off cooldown, things are going to explode on the side of ILTU. Right now, Streamer Zone in a pretty commanding position, but they were able to force Relza's Trinket earlier with a nice sleepwalk from Kankito. Can they get the damage now, though? Onto Tony is the question. Tony is sitting through a kidney shot. He's going to activate Heart of the Wild and Barsky and Coffee now under heavy fire. Here's the Icy Veins from Tessia, and that's going to be a Cloak of Shadows immediately. Now Kankito time stops himself, actually, to avoid a crowd control. Really nicely done. Tony sitting through a Cyclone from Corki, but now Corki pushing in while Tessia has the Icy Veins active. Not a great move here. Tessia just pushing for the damage, trying to get the win, but Kankito out of crowd control. He's got the rewind, but look at Coffee just absolutely getting roasted right now, but still down to about 50% HP. They have the rewind, but a counter spell secured onto Kankito. What are they going to do? Defensive smoke bomb coming out. Kind of offensive too, but I don't think Tony's actually in that one. Tessia sitting through a stun lock. He has 2 ice blocks though, so he could trade those out pretty early as dampening is continuing to ramp up. This could end at any moment. Tony almost going down. Void shift coming out from Relza. Corki at the same time getting blasted. Kankito in a stun. Used his rewind right there. Tessia now forced to trade out his ice block. Potentially Corki still on his last leg. Somehow, some way staying alive with the frenzied region. Kankito out of crowd control. Corki gets interrupted though. Tony trying to take him down, but now Tony now caught up in a kidney shot. This could be ILTU pushing for the win. There's the follow-up deep breath. So much damage, but the pain suppression is coming through. Corki gets blasted. Almost a cross kill. 2 kills at the same time for ILTU. That was almost a 2v2 situation there, and that is how close this series has been. But Streamer Zone will take it 3-0.
What the heck, man? That was crazy. I was seeing, this poor preservation evoker. His whole team is dead, and he still chooses to press like disintegrate in Tony's face. And you got to respect it because it almost worked. They almost were able to switch that back around. We're gonna see that real quick in this replay. Look at the mana bars, especially after the life swap. Tony dipping down right here. He catches the life swap, and Rels is just like, all right, I could die. I'm dipping. See you later. Corki though is the one who's like kind of just getting lit up. Kankito desperately trying to keep him up through all of this onslaught. Look at his health bar. It's just slivers at a time, but then they want to switch this out. They see that Tony's overextended. They want to punish it, and watch. There's the kidney shot. There's the disintegrate. So much pressure going on him. He nearly dies right here. And to be able to have the presence of mind to seeing the win condition and knowing that you have nothing left and trying to get aggressive right there is really what is the difference between a really good player and an AWC player. But it was too little too late. ILTU will fall to StreamerZone.gg, the 3rd seed in the standings right now. By no means is this something that I think ILTU should be disappointed with. Their performance was phenomenal, regardless of getting 0-3'd.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this was just an insane match. Really enjoyed that breakdown too. And I mean, you said it. Tony could have easily gone down there. Relza, this guy is like the magic man here. How did he actually keep Tony alive? He got the pain suppression off just to save Tony in enough time to get back into bear form during that after that kidney shot. And I mean, here, like you highlighted, Kankito just adding in so much damage with the fire breath, with the deep breath as well, but not enough. Tony using his 9th life there to stay alive, and then Tessia coming through, roasting up the entire chicken and serving it for Thanksgiving.
Lots of protein for everybody here today. Streamer Zone GG, what an incredible series. 2 3-0s in a row here in the EU region, and they're going to be moving on here in the lower bracket, and things are looking pretty spicy right now in the European region. Echo, of course, still waiting on an opponent. And Drive Overload, they're waiting down there in the lower finals. How do we feel like that's going to do? Based on their performance that we saw, Zico, I kind of feel like we've got Streamer Zone GG on a roll here.
Absolutely, and both of these teams play pretty, similar compositions here. We've seen Drive Overload play a lot of Feral Mage. We've seen Tony and TJ go head-to-head. I will say, more often than not, it's looked like Drive Overload is kind of beating them in that matchup. But Streamer Zone this weekend, I really like that they've just opted to not run the jungle as much and just instead focus on bringing in Tessia, bringing in the Feral Mage Priest, because so far, I mean, look at their run in this lower bracket. 3-0 against Choke on Land, 3-0 against the Fiends, 3-0 now against ILTU. These guys are on fire, and they're really kind of finding that last push within that they need to make a deep run here. And for them, every single one of these matches really counts in terms of standings, because they're in 3rd place, but they're not comfortably in 3rd place. So Drive Overload, they have an opportunity here to really knock them out, but look at those points, 200 points now. So they're starting to build a lead. If Streamer Zone can beat Drive Overload here, then things are going to be really shaken up in the EU standings. Phoenix Reborn or Bleach Bones, they're going to basically need to make it to the finals next weekend if they want to try to overtake Streamer Zone in that top 3. So for Streamer Zone, I think this is going to be a super important match. They've looked great on the day. They've looked great this weekend. But Drive Overload, they got knocked down by Echo, and I think they might be a little bit pissed right now. So they might just come in here with the second wind proc.
Yeah, kind of fire lit under them. So I cannot wait to get to this next series. It's the EU lower finals. You got a second and third place in the region right now, facing off in the lower bracket, and the winner moving on up to the grand finals to face off against Echo. So things are getting real spicy around here in the EU region, and we're gonna head to a break. Before we do that, though, we are gonna play another game of I'm
excited.
You're so excited. Fantastic.
Yeah. Listen, I got a W with Clash the other day, and I'm still riding that high. You know?
We were owning yesterday.
Yeah, we were.
But that last one,
Yeah.
I don't know. I looked at that one. The one that you guys did before looked really hard, actually.
Yeah, it did. I'm a little nervous.
It looked really hard, actually.
Yeah, it did. I'm a little nervous.
Yeah, the polymorph one. I was like, Bumblebee. What's going on with this? I just used the
There's Cindermead.
OG
Isn't there
one.
there's like a whole like Cinder Bee Starmead.
OG
Isn't there
one.
there's like a whole like Cinder Bee stuff going on in the first zone of expansion. I totally thought it was that one. I would never have guessed Bumblebee, man. I would have got owned.
Yeah, I would have had to copy
rough
Ven's
for us.
homework on that one for sure.
Oh, for sure.
Okay, we're allowed to share each other's answers.
Yeah, we're
Right?
a team.
There's no rules.
I don't know.
No rules
It's
up
us
here.
against
All right,
production.
here's the
Requires
first one.
monk. No. Requires monk summons and the target with what?
Invoke.
This is so hard. Requires monk. Invoke. Oh.
It says.
Oh, it's got to be
invo-
some sort of celestial.
Yeah.
It's got to be some sort of like.
The way they covered up that number.
Yeah,
the
dude.
cooldown.
What's happening?
What's
okay, so
that?
this.
I
I don't know
think it's-
why. 40-yard range leads me to believe that this is a healer monk one. What's the big healer dragon guy?
Is it the red
You know what I'm
crane
saying?
or whatever? What's his name?
No, healer dragon guy.
Is it the red
You know what I'm
crane
saying?
or whatever? What's his name?
No, not that one. Oh, maybe. I don't. Oh, okay. Look. Okay, yeah, this
GG,
totally
yeah.
helps me out. It's not Zwen, dude. It's not Zwen.
Okay.
The Jade Serpent. I think it's Zwen, dude. It's not Zwen.
Okay.
The Jade Serpent. I think it's.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Okay, so what do we know here? It's 40-yard range. It's, I think, 2 minutes cooldown, if I had to guess.
Okay. They gave us the top of a number. This is crazy.
It's crazy. And half of words.
And it's 4.5 seconds. It's not 45 seconds, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it has to be.
Summons an effigy of for 25 seconds will with
Yeah, that's
the
exactly
target
what it
is
says.
up to 4.5 seconds.
I'm
I
feeling
swear.
you, Lon. I'm feeling you, Lon.
I go something different. We gotta hedge our bets.
Me?
Okay,
All right, so you don't think it's
depends on how
Gwen
much
or GG, right?
Listen, I just have no confidence in myself anymore. Okay, I'm a broken man, and I need us to hedge our bets.
Listen,
And I don't think it's a black
don't
ox.
let production get to your head, man. Okay, you're better than
They're
that.
in it, man.
Believe in
They're
yourself.
having a party.
All right,
What is this it at the bottom? I don't even know what that could be alluding to. Like, what's happening?
I feel like that's a bait
No.
from production. They're just adding in
that's
random
100%
text at the end there. I
right
swear.
there.
They did
Adding
that.
in freaking bug antennas and words. It's messed up,
Right.
dude.
I'm
Going
going with
B?
you, Lon.
Let's go with
yeah.
Let's go with B.
All right, where you on?
We're going with B.
Team
Final
you,
answer.
Lon. Oh, I hope we're right. We need to maintain our 100% win rate, David. Please.
I'm locked in.
Okay, it's not
Okay.
Zwen.
All right. Oh no, it's just gonna.
Yes.
Oh, easy.
It's not
Okay.
Zwen.
All right. Oh no, it's just gonna.
Yes.
Oh, easy. I was never. Dude, I knew it all along.
Yeah, we were just playing that up. We knew we were right.
We gotta add a little drama.
There is text. Enveloping mist costs 50% less mana while Yuan
it's
is
mist.
active. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Missed. Oh, okay. Got it. And it's not 45 seconds, 4.5 seconds, so we were right. We're the best.
Could've been-
The 40-yard range is the giveaway for me. Oh, okay, yeah. Colorblind. All right, sick.
Okay. One of them
Dude, I
has
have
a...
no idea. I don't think it's A, for what it's worth. I don't
A
think
doesn't
it's
look right. The difference is their dots. on the bottom.
Oh yeah, there's 3 dots. Oh,
And the little-
okay. A little bit of my video editing expertise is coming in here. I feel like those dots have a little bit
Yeah.
of a fall off on the edge. They're not as harsh as they need to be for a small icon. I think it's B or C.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. I like that. Okay, what's the difference between B or C though? They kind of look the same. No?
Yes, exactly the same.
It's
to me.
no, it's the little beard, the little beard tendrils.
Beard tendrils. Oh, one has more.
Yeah.
Oh, does it look
what?
like
Okay,
one of them
I
has
think
been
it's C.
erased? Yeah, I think it's C
Yes.
as well. The B
Yeah,
looks
dude, we're
like,
graphic designers.
I think it's B. I'm going with B.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, we're
gonna
hedging our
split.
bets.
We're gonna split.
Okay.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah. C
All
and
right.
B.
I'm locking
Alright,
in
give
C.
it to us.
Zico.
Give it to us,
Yeah,
production.
yeah,
Lock it in.
Oh, here we go.
Why is my heart rate so high right now, dude?
It's
Oh, damn.
oh,
What? Oh,
No
I
way.
crit us all. It was my
We
fault.
dismissed that one immediately.
I'm
What?
falling on the trivia sword. That was my fault.
Nah, it's all good. It's
Wow.
all good. We locked it in with confidence. It is what it is. We win together and we lose
Okay.
together. It's just how it goes.
It's the hardest game
Oh,
of my
oh,
life.
look what they did. Look, there's a secret message. It is A. It
Is
is A.
I don't get it.
Like,
not a
you're
doctor.
giving us the answer.
It is A.
It is A.
Oh
Yeah,
my
it's
Give us the answer.
It is A.
It is A.
Oh
Yeah,
my
it's
gosh.
A. The answer is A.
You literally isolated it in front of my face, and I still didn't get it, bro. Oh my gosh. Okay, listen, I didn't know there was foreshadowing. This is
I didn't know
intense.
either.
Yeah,
I didn't know
what-
either.
what's
Do I
going
look
on
like
here?
Sherlock Holmes of monks?
Okay,
Like, come on, man.
production thinks they're clever. Okay.
Freaking breadcrumbs in this?
Oh.
Okay, dude.
All right.
That's
all right.
cooked.
You guys want to go to break? I've had enough I've had enough
my gosh.
of this. I don't know about you guys. This is getting ridiculous. Okay, I'm gonna send us off here. It's Drive Overload versus StreamerZone.gg. Coming up next. Welcome back, everyone. We are in the European lower finals. It's Drive Overload versus StreamerZone.gg. Winner of this one moving on to face off against Echo in the grand finals.
Ooh,
wow, look
okay.
at this beautiful sky. Isn't that just setting the tone for someone to get eliminated, Van?
Yeah, it's beautiful. I like a good elimination in the morning. So, Streamer Zone, GG, and Drive Overload, they're going head-to-head in a mirror match right now. Both teams getting really aggressive with early Icy Veins being pulled out by both mages. And I wasn't fully expecting this mirror match. Honestly, I thought Relza might play the Priest, but obviously this seems to be the advantage in this mirror.
Yeah, I mean, this team, IT or Drive Overlord, it's interesting to see because we know that Elswave isn't nearly as familiar as a mage like Thessia, who's just got hundreds of reps. With TJ, he's in a bit of trouble. That was a full repentance onto JT right there, forcing Barkskin, forcing Heart of the Wild as well, but that was just about it. Hand of Sacrifice as well was committed, and both of these teams seem relatively close so far. Full rep onto Relza. Thessia is under fire, catches a huge lay on hands from Relza. He's going to stabilize, but both teams so far seemingly relatively close.
Yeah, all right. Full Hammer of Justice. JT is forced to trade out the Trinket there, finally getting some crowd control. Now into a full Cyclone. Both Paladins are just cycloned up watching the fight. Spectator mode here. Also, he's going to do what he can with that altar time to stay alive. It looks like that will be enough, or it's actually just a displacement. So Elswave and Tessia both under fire. It seems like it is a bit of a mage race in this matchup. The main objective, crowd control on the healer. Go after the mage, and it is the first ice block from Tessia. Drive Overload, pulling punches, not pulling any punches early on.
Not at all. Ooh, nice ice wall to follow it up onto Relza, forcing him to run around. And now he's in the middle of the map, a little bit maybe more vulnerable to a follow-up CC. He's positioning well. I'm curious to see where J.T is positioning, because both these teams just kind of trading blow for blow. Thessia is going to pull back. He has that altar time. He has that bop. He takes them both off to get back into the fight as Elswave caught into that bash. Any follow-up damage or any follow-up CC could surely be some cooldowns. But Thessia, as soon as he peeks his head out there, is just getting kind of like 1-2 punched by TJ. TJ, very full... pulled back very, very far at this point. He's vulnerable for a swap. Maim goes out onto JT. No follow-up CC just yet. Sacrifice is going to be committed onto Elswave. And both of these teams are very, very close so far, but being down one ice block already for the side of Streamer Zone GG is pretty surprising to me.
Yeah, definitely. Hammer of Justice onto Relza into a full polymorph once again, making a swap on Tony. He gets cycloned. Elswave's in trouble at the same time. Tessia gets put into the stun. This could be the second ice block. Oh, big heal incoming there by Relza. That was a great altar time. I do think Tessia interrupted, though, just constantly under fire. Pressure heavily in favor of Drive Overload. They haven't even forced a single ice block, and that's the second of Tessia. Drive Overload definitely in the driver's seat of this matchup. So far, it's been a struggle for Streamer Zone to really find pressure. Tessia's having to play so defensive, and TJ is looking to just end this game outright.
He's trying to drop an ice wall. He isolates TJ right here, but can they get anything done with it? The bash onto TJ. He can't go anywhere. JT now caught into a hodge, pushing forward, and it looks like he is going to stabilize TJ with that survival instincts for now, but TJ's still really low. He's got to be careful. Land hands available for JT. He's going to drop that hodge onto Relza. Thessia looking to get a follow-up. Nope, not just yet. He's just still positioned very defensively. With no ice blocks available to him, it's really hard to get offensive. The Shimmer, he's back out into the middle of the map. He has that altar time for a little bit longer, but he's got to be so scared. No sacrifice available, no bubble available, and he just goes down. Streamer Jones GG is going to lose the mirror matchup in game number 1.
Yeah, Drive Overload just looked better in this one. I mean, just look at damage as well. TJ just gapping Tony. Elswave just completely, almost doubling the damage of Tessia. So it seemed like their crowd control setups were better. Their damage was better. Drive Overload had a really dominant performance in this game number 1. It was a bit of a mage race, but ultimately they weren't able to pull a single ice block from Elswave.
Yeah, it was a pretty convincing performance. You know, I was talking up Thessia before the game started, just talking about how we've been seeing this guy on this mage forever. But Drive Overload, they're showing us right now why they are the seed that they are. Their performance and their flexibility is really, really good. And also to be able to come up into a mirror matchup against Tony, Farrell, and Thessia and Relza on that Holy Paladin is quite a big deal. And, you know, it was relatively convincing from the very beginning. Cooldowns were just being forced throughout, and it just didn't seem like Streamer Zone GG was able to get a footing to swap that momentum around ever. It was just always on the back foot for them.
Yep. From start to finish on the back foot. Unfortunately, there was a few moments Tessia tried to pull out some cheeky ice walls, and we've seen that from him in the past. Some really good ice walls, just trying to get TJ in a stun lock where he has no trinket, and maybe pull off kind of not a cheese win, but a little bit more of an unorthodox setup here. And I kind of wonder where the damage was going. It did seem like Streamer Zone, they didn't have as solid of a game plan. I like the idea sometimes of just keeping the strategy relatively simple, just focusing on going after the mage, getting crowd control on the healer. That's about as simple as it gets. And I think if you can just focus on that, maybe get some off cyclones on the Pharaoh, counter spells on his cyclones, make sure that you really can't get too much going on. I just like that strategy, and I want to see Streamer Zone kind of focus on that more.
Definitely. I saw a lot of trades going out, keeping Tessia alive, but he was never... It was just, look at that downward rotation of his health. His health was never really, like, we're starting at the top of the graph at 60%. When you're hovering at like half health the whole game, it's really hard to be confident enough to get in there and get the damage done. And you can see it on the board. The damage for the opposing mage just had momentum from start to finish. But regardless, they're going to stick with the same composition. They're going to say, that was rather a fluke. We can figure this out. And we can get this guy, or I'm sorry, the winners of the last game are sticking with the same composition. It makes total sense. I mean, that looks like a relatively dominant performance. But Tolvaron Arena, is that any sort of foreshadowing for a comp swap, Ben?
I think it's unlikely. I think we'll probably just see the mirror. And the biggest reason I think it's going to be a mirror is just Relza opting to not play the priest. So the fact that he isn't playing kind of the more comfort pick of the priest and opting to play that paladin just makes me feel like they probably feel like just mirroring them is going to be their best bet. But the mirrors have not been going in their favor. Drive Overload's been looking incredibly good with this composition, and Streamer Zone's kind of, I want to say they're kind of playing catch up here. Like, they're just trying to find their footing in this matchup. It's like you mentioned, they're an incredible team, they're incredible players, but it just shows you how good Drive Overload is.
Absolutely. Tolvaron Arena is an interesting choice in my mind. You were talking a little bit about like the ice wall play, like isolating TJ. It was interesting because TJ he knew he had the momentum. He pushed forward. He was getting that damage out, but he like that overextension was kind of punished a little bit. That was like the slight light at the end of the tunnel for that team in terms of a win condition that I saw. So maybe on Tolvaron Arena they could try to capitalize a little bit more on those overextensions. That's the only thing that really can come to my mind. But I don't know, Streamer Zone GG, they just came off of a pretty intense series back to back, perhaps getting their mind back up into this matchup now. An FMP mirror is quite a different play style than they were used to going up against, Corky on that Boomkin. But Drive Overload, they want to get back into the grand finals. They want to show Echo that they are here to compete. I mean, they just got 3-0'd by Echo. So if I was Drive Overlords, I'd be interesting to show that I am capable of getting back into that grand finals. Oh, taking a look at the predictions. Oh man, you are going with Streamer Zone GG being 3-1. Yeah, how do you feel about your prediction now, man?
After watching that first game, I'm feeling a bit sketched out about my prediction. I actually had it the opposite way, and then to the last second, I was like, I'm just going to go against the grain and just go for the Hail Mary. But
it can still happen, man.
I actually have a really bad habit of doing that sometimes, where I just want to root for the underdog and go for the low percentage play.
I respect it so much, dude.
Yeah, it doesn't work out for me though. My standings aren't looking so good, unfortunately. I think I just need to.
Man, I'm not even on the board. Okay, I don't know if you saw my spell predictions or like my trivia stuff, but I'm struggling, man. I need this. But so far it's looking good for me. Though I really do think that just some small change-ups and this could be a completely different matchup.
I agree. I think just keep it simple. That old keep it simple, stupid kiss, and I think that's sometimes what you need to do. Just have a strategy, stick to the strategy, see if it works. You don't need to get too fancy. And I think a lot of the times in World of Warcraft, especially in Arena, it's just like it's having that strategy you can stick to, you can always default back to. That's the goal of everyone on the team. I really just want to see it. So go after the mage, keep him in stuns, get crowd control on the healer, do as much damage as possible, and I think that seems to be the winning strategy. That's at least what Drive Overload is doing, and it's been working out great for them so far.
Yeah, I always say a good defense is a strong offense, and especially with a matchup like this, I think momentum is such a big deal. You have a Holy Paladin, though, that can like kind of reset a lot with their big defensive cooldowns, but Blessing of Protection being like a big one to remove all those like dots from the Feral Druid can easily get spell stolen by the mage on either team. So there's a lot that can get done. I want to see Streamer Zone GG try to get aggressive and try to get that momentum in their favor, even when pushed on the back foot, and just kind of have that faith in their healers to trade. I just feel like when you're trying to bring it out to a late game, you could find some more opportunities like that Ice Wall on TJ. You could do that, but when you're so far behind, those opportunities are so few and far between. It's a hard thing to do, but every single global, especially in the early game, matters as a momentum starts to shift in one team's favor or the other. Tolvaron Arena, a bigger map, is going to kind of give a little bit more breathing room for kiting. I'm going to see how that kind of translates to this matchup.
I'm kind of curious to see if there's any big build differences between these two teams. I'll have to take a look at that a little bit later on. Looks like Elsewave will be the main target. He trinkets immediately, so not messing around. Tessia is going to be doing the same thing. Both mages just not wanting to fall behind in terms of pressure and damage. Good rock cleave here for Streamer Zone. JT's going to have to pull out some heals. He's caught into a stun, but likely will be able to top off the team. The wings coming out, empowering his heals, and they're looking good. JT actually went into a polymorph, but he was just standing on all the fire and ice that Tessia has out. All that cleave damage just breaks the polymorph, and unfortunately, they're really not able to capitalize.
Yeah, they win him with the main. Oh my gosh, big damage on the Elsewave is going to force that block. And Streamer Zone GG, they are not messing around in game number 2. They see that they need to get something done, and everyone seems to be running down. JT now caught into a full Cyclone. Elsewave, he's not able to block for just a little while longer. He's got to be a bit careful, and he's just blinking all over the place to make sure that this Feral Druid cannot connect. Tony caught into that Cyclone to stop some of this damage over onto Elsewave. Nice job by TJ to get that off. Counterspell's going out onto TJ to kind of slow down those Cyclones. Now Hodge onto him as well. He's taking a bit of damage, but
Ice
Tony
wall,
is reconnect.
nice.
Ice Wall! Is this going to be the next ice block already? Oh my gosh, solid Ice Wall out from Tessia. Both teams looking for opportunities to get these cooldowns.
Yeah, JT got there, though, for the lay on hands, and Tessia is playing this one phenomenally. Looks like a little bit of a swap here on Tony. They realize they're behind on the mage race, so mixing up the strategy, but I really like this Streamer Zone. They're just sticking to the plan, go after Elsewave. They got one ice block, almost getting 2, or just taking Elsewave down. You can see JT right now in a good position to just bomb out some heals in the backline. Tessia potentially going to be looking for a polymorph here shortly if he can find it. Shimmering over, getting in line of sight. Can he get it? No, a full Maim Stun lands, and one key adaptation in this match is Tessia actually has gone Orc, so opting to get off of the Dwarf to remove bleeds and just doesn't want to be in those stuns nearly as much.
I like that, I like that. It kind of complements the new strategy of just playing really aggressive. It feels like bash on the JT, Maim on the Elsewave. Can Tony follow it up? He gets the full clone. Elsewave in a bit of trouble. That's going to force the trinket from JT. Another button forced. Now they're swapping the damage over on the Tony. He was a little bit overextended. He's going to catch that bop and catch a big heal and should be okay. This is Incarnation from Tony, but he's still in a lot of trouble behind the pillar. That's Feral Instincts. That's Barkskin. That's a lot of buttons off of this Feral Druid. Now Relza in a full polymorph. I'm not sure if Barkskin's going to be enough to keep Tony aggressive. It looks like it is for now, because Tessia is the one who's on the back foot. He gets caught in that Hodge, dipping down, and Streamer Zone GZ, they want to get aggressive, but they just seem to not be able to. Tony's caught at low health yet again, cloned up at half health at this time, and Drive Overload, I love to see that they take the opportunities of these overextensions to kind of switch it up, the momentum in their favor.
Yeah, definitely. Bash right now onto Relza. Tessia taking some rot, but a full stun lands. Tony looking for a Cyclone, but unfortunately gets denied. Ice Wall from Tessia once again, but that is going to be shredded. Just casting in those Frostfire bolts. He gets a full polymorph on JT. So use the Ice Wall to bait JT to run in, then get the full polymorph. He's in a full bash, but Elsewave has great positioning right now. It's going to be line of sighting and should be completely fine. Great counterspell there by Tessia, and I will say, Tessia is playing this one super aggressively. Like, he is just in Elsewave's face, and they've kind of even just abandoned going after the mage, which is really interesting here. Opting a lot more for Tony. TJ's rotting down. Great pressure for Streamer Zone. That's a full polymorph, and that could be the game, or at least an ice block if Elsewave is not careful. Be really, really careful, but pulling away behind the pillar, looks like they will be able to recover. JT gets Tears Deliverance, and that's going to be a lot of healing.
It's crazy how this game can just get like flipped on its head at just like a moment's notice, and a Hodge or a Mame stun. TJ caught into that full Mame, should be A-okay for now. JT though, he's rooted basically in a vulnerable position, and both of these teams at any given moment, at any given Hodge, can easily just lose all the momentum that they're gaining. Tony again pushing forward, trying to get on top of Elsewave behind of line of sight. He's got to be careful, though. He's got no skins available to them. Hand of Sacrifice is going to be committed right away. This is the Icy Veins from Thessia. He wants to get some work done. He gets bopped on it. Elsewave looking for a polymorph. They lands it full onto JT into the Dragon's Breath. This is Incarnation for TJ. He's trying to swap it around onto Thessia. He still has both his ice blocks available to him, though. It looks like he's going to be completely fine. Relza pushing in, or I'm sorry, Relza pulling back. It's sitting in a much better position as JT right now, but the momentum is currently in their favor, in Drive Overlord's favor. We're going to see. I like that they're hitting Relza more. I like that they're putting pressure onto these Holy Paladins and just spreading out that dot pressure. It just gives them so much more opportunities, and it helps these Paladins fall behind more and more and more, and it just makes these hard swaps possible.
So
That's a nice block for Thessia. Oh, my God.
Yeah, that was really close. Hammer of Justice on Relza. They have pressure on all three members. Elsewave drops that beautiful wall. Tony's isolated. He gets around the corner, though, and Relza will be able to connect some heals, but he has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Relza is really struggling to keep them alive. Pressure is high. Tessia looking for a full polymorph that is going to break. Sacrificed it. No, I don't know what broke that polymorph. It's really unfortunate. They're not going to be able to ride that momentum, and Tessia will eat a stun once again. Look at Relza. He's using this pillar perfectly to avoid crowd control. Lands a full Hammer of Justice. JT trinkets out immediately to land a counter Hammer of Justice into Repentance, and that could seal the deal. Relza's still in crowd control. Tessia's there. He finally lands a full polymorph. They're trying to make a swap, but Tony's under pressure. He just cannot get the damage rolling. This is just such a back and forth matchup.
Dude, that was crazy. TJ got bopped out of that Mame, and Thessia just took it and took all their bleeds off of him, which just ruins all momentum that they have. Being able to, all of these different mechanics that are going on can just really change things up. Thessia in a lot of trouble right now. He's trying to get aggressive. He has Hand of Sacrifice on him, but he gets the Ice Wall, isolating JT. What can they get done onto TJ? TJ is going to go ahead and use the Survival Instincts as well as Heart of the Wild to stay in it.
Clone.
But now JT is cloned at half health with Sacrifice, and Tony could just go down! Relza not in any CC, but it doesn't matter. Bash into human form to follow it up. Wings is going to keep him okay. Tony wants to end the game onto TJ. He gets caught in a bop. He's so confident, and pushing in like this is just so scary to watch.
Yeah, it really is. Full polymorph lands on Relza. He immediately uses the medallion to break free from that crowd control. And now it's Tessia in a Hammer of Justice to taking cleave damage. Elsewave just absolutely owning. Polymorph into Frostwall. And it looks like Tony or Tessia could fall. Relza just cannot control his character. This could easily be the end of the game. Do they have anything else on Relza? He's trying to run. He's on his divine steed, his divine ram on that dwarf, just trying to get out of the fight. Tony goes for a Mame into a full cycle, and this could reverse the pressure. Can they win? I mean, TJ, he's preemptively in bear form. He trades out the bark skin. I think he should be more than durable to survive. Really good job there by TJ, just mitigating that incoming damage with the full stun lands in cat form. There is opportunities. Both these mages just ripping out damage. Icy Veins available in 40 seconds. The next Icy Veins for these two mages is the end of the game. I almost guarantee it.
I can see that. I definitely can see that. Looking at the buttons available for these Holy Paladins, I just feel like any CC that lands, it could just be it. There's a Hodge going out, though. Can he get the Repentance? He cannot. He gets stopped in the Repentance. Tony in that bear form. Thessia at low health. Everyone on Streamer Zone GG is in a defensive position, and this late in the game, you really don't want that. Relza's mana is also getting a little bit tapped here, and it looks like Drive Overload is smelling blood in the water. They're pushing in on top, and now
Veins.
Tony's getting... oh, my God. This is Icy Veins, to your point. Let's see what Thessia is going to be able to get done with it.
Yeah, at the same time, Elsewaves, he rips his veins. I think it is a race to the finish for these two teams. Tessia gets interrupted on Frost, and he is getting completely owned. But a full cycle on Elsewave slows down his damage. I want to see him just ice block out of this and just keep up the aggression if he can. He's going to play it patient, but he's just getting controlled and really can't get the damage rolling. Both teams doing a really good job at mitigating that Icy Veins damage. Tony under fire right now. TJ at the same time. JT just deciding to sit this polymorph, so... these druids are doing such a good job when they are under fire to just go into bear form with a full stun lands, counter Dragon's Breath. Both teams just ripping out crowd control, trying as we get almost 40% or over 40% into dampening at this point of the game. Relza into a full Hammer of Justice. He has his trinket, he has the Divine Shield. He can break free from crowd control, but realizing his team has momentum. They're not opting for it, but JT in trouble, dampening his high. Maybe they could just make a Paladin swap. He's got no Divine Shield. Now at the same time, Tony is under fire. Relza really struggling to keep him alive. This game is not going to go on much longer here, D-Machine.
No, it's not. He trinketed that Hodge, and that's it for JT. He's got no more outs. He has that bot, but it can get stolen. TJ is the one who's in a bit of trouble. He's desperately trying to get away. Tony, at the same time, is at a sliver of health. Relza's going to use the bubble. He has very little throughput, however. Tony's just forcing his bear form. Momentum shifting over for Drive Overload. Can they take Tony out? And they do. And they bring the game the distance, but Drive Overload again takes another game off for Streamer Zone GG. They want to go to that finals.
I mean, definitely they're looking really good, but I'm going to be honest, Streamer Zone, they played that a lot more confidently. It was nice to see Tessia. He switched over to the Orc. He was playing, really aggressively in their face. He forced Elsewave to play really defensive. So it just seemed like a complete paradigm shift in this matchup where all of a sudden it was Elsewave. He was blinking behind the pillars and having to run and having to hide a lot more in the match. So the beginning of the game, Streamer Zone, I feel like it was definitely going their favor, but eventually things kind of equalized. It was really back and forth, and this is one of those games that really could have gone either way, up at 50% dampening. I think this is actually one of the longest games we've had out of all three of the cups, maybe the longest that I can really remember. So, and this is one of those matchups that can end in 30 seconds. Like, there's so much damage and crowd control available. It just goes to show you how well these teams are playing.
There's so many close calls. I would never have guessed that was a long game. I mean, obviously it was. We're almost 50% dampening. You know what I mean? But I just felt like at any given moment, anyone could die.
It was so intense.
Time flies when you're having fun watching these feral druids go into bear form every other go. But it's such an interesting matchup, this one, because you see sort of the offensive momentum that gets shifted back and forth over and over again. But it's the last opportunity. It's the last moment of momentum where both teams have nothing left to trade, and whoever can kind of catch the opportunity to push the other team defensive. Bear form, it's such a great ability. It's such a game changer in comparison to, if you were playing with a rogue. But you're not doing nearly as much damage when you're in bear form. You really need to switch the momentum on your favor, and you have to kind of rely on your team in order to get that cross CC going. I saw a lot of times Tony pushing in, trying to get the CC going, trying to take advantage of that momentum, but then getting punished for his overextension, and just both teams just doing a really good job at playing with each other's strengths, trying to find these opportunities to shift it on its head. But this is such a volatile matchup. It just feels like there's an ice block or a bop or a sack going at any given go.
The object is to try to get them overlapped if you can, really cause a panic in the disco and just force these teams to use multiple cooldowns during these games. But Drive Overload confidently locking in this composition once again. And honestly, for Drive Overload, I never want to see them not play this. Even if they're
so good.
If they win this, I think with the rematch against Echo, they should just have confidence in this composition. Every single game, play this. Don't play anything else, because this seems to be what they're best at right now. And overall, it's a really good comp. They're the ones that kind of popularized it in Cup number 1. JT on the Paladin has been a joy to watch. So, yeah, their team is just looking really, really solid. I want to tell you, too. Nice shirt. Got a nice mug on.
Yeah, I like it. We got the Lumberjack cosplay going on today. We're just feeling
Stole my look.
I know. Well, I mean, you look so good. I mean, I gotta get inspiration from somewhere. But enough glazing. Nice. I do want to agree with you a little bit on Drive Overload, because I just feel like this Feral Druid and the damage coming out from Elsewave, they have the setups, they have the maim goes, they have, the cross CC, but they also have the attrition, with all of the rips and everything into late game. We just saw them go, to your point, probably one of the longest games we've seen, at least in this tournament. So they can go the distance as well. Do they have the stops for, Chanimals? It's spooky. They went for the double decurse before, but I think with the extra control and the offensive pressure to force their opponent's defensive, I think may end up being the key. But we're already talking as if Streamer Jones GG is out of it yet. I mean, they're locking in the same composition. They could take it 3-2. I still believe in them. I believe that they are capable of it, but it's a tall order. I mean, to come back in the lower bracket 3 games in a row, I can't even begin to explain to the average player how much mental fortitude you need to not tilt right now.
Yeah, it can be difficult. Also, it's like it's one of those things where it's like, okay, we're in such a bad spot. Sometimes it can also be like we're in such a bad spot. It's like we have nothing left to lose. It's like we've already lost. Let's just play and see what happens, you know. And if you do, yeah, the thing is like if you do start picking up wins, like let's say you do get a win as Streamer Zone right now, it's like that meme. They're starting to believe, you know, from the Matrix, and all of a sudden. You know, you pick up 2 wins, and then you have a lot of momentum. It's like, okay, now we can do it. And then Drive Overload's like, wait, what's going on? We won the first 2. Why have we lost the last 2? So I do think there's a, you know, it's not outside of the realm of possibility that they do come back. And I think each consecutive win obviously becomes more and more likely, but like there starts to be like a little bit of a momentum shift that could go in favor of Streamer Zone.
Oh my gosh, the mind games are so real. All eyes on Streamer Zone GG. Can they do it? Can they pull it out? This is kind of like their moment to prove it. This is second and third seed, I believe, facing off here in the lower bracket to go against the first seed in the point standings. No one wants to be in that third place. No one wants to be in contention and going into Cup 4 for that spot. They want to be locked in, but you also need that seeding going into the grand finals. It's a big deal. Streamer Zone GG. This is kind of the mom spaghetti moment. Can they pull it back? I mean, if I was a betting man, which I'm not, but if I was, Drive Overload is looking pretty prime to me.
I'm starting to slightly. I don't want to be I don't want to be a coward. I was gonna say I'm starting to slightly regret my prediction here, but no, I still believe in Streamer Zone. Come on, I really do believe that at the beginning of that game number 2, Streamer Zone, they were looking prime. So can't count them out just yet. Tessia's going to be locking in the Orc Mage once again, just to get a little bit of a reduction in those stuns incoming from TJ, and really try to keep the pressure here against Elseways. Both Mage exchanging a little bit of flurries here in the opener. Ice Lances flying in, Comet Storms and Frozen Orbs, Counter Spells, oh my, there comes the Ice Wall, and just lots of initial cleave pressure as they do make a swap on JT. Fitting out the Divine Protection should be enough to deflect the attack.
Yeah, looks like he's A-okay. I love that JT never overreacts to those swaps, but I do love that they're getting those swaps. I mean, we saw Relza getting swapped too, and it just kind of forced a bit of a panic last time. There's a nice ice wall, though. Oh my goodness gracious. TJ's kind of completely isolated from his team in a 3v1 situation. He's got to be careful. They break the ice wall, and TJ comes out of that unscathed. But what a scary moment those ice walls could be.
Yeah, definitely. It's all of a sudden your healer just can't get there, but they really didn't panic. It's just a survival instinct. Tessia, though, getting completely destroyed. Needs to be careful. Both Tony and Tessia are low. Massive heals incoming. Tessia has the altar time shortly available. Going for a shifting power is Elsewave, just trying to get that Icy Veins off cooldown once again. But now the pressure has completely reversed here, and it's TJ and Elsewave that could go down. Both these teams just capable of so much damage. It's overwhelming damage, and JT's really struggling. Could he really go down through his Divine Protection? He's trying to run and hide. Elsewave's getting cleaved down. He's in a full stun. That's an ice block, and Streamer Zone doing a great job in these opening stages once again.
They're grasping at straws here, man. They're not getting knocked out, not without a fight. TJ now cloning up Tony for just a little bit, slowing down the game just a tiny bit, but now he's caught into a rake stun. He's dipping down so low into the Hodge follow-up, and that's it! Bubble from JT, just a little too late. And Streamer Zone have fought their way back into this series, Ven. Ooh, your prediction.
They're starting to believe, D-Machine. They really are. That game looked good. I'm not going to lie. Did not look bad. They had good pressure out in that match. From start to finish, they managed to get the ice block from Elsewave. A really big swap here onto TJ. I want to see exactly how this went so bad so quick. So TJ, he's got no bark skin, or he does have bark skin. So he has this bark skin here. Tony gets a stun on him. He does use the bark skin. Early. Yeah, JT just thinks like, okay, this is enough, but it was just an overwhelming amount of damage, and then JT just too little too late, just didn't have a response. They just really thought the bark skin was going to be enough, and it was not. Too much damage from Streamer Zone.
It's just, dude, it's crazy how these like kill opportunities just come out of nowhere. We're just like talking about how, you know, one of these players is dipping down low, and then you blink and their Holy Paladin's down to half and having to use, you know, their wall. It's crazy the type of win conditions that this FMP composition can make for themselves. But you know, both Feral Druid, especially when not in bear form, can really get squished down. And if you see here, he actually gets stunned up, If you watch TJ, he gets stunned up. I think he gets rake stunned or he gets hodged first. It's a stun into a stun, and when you're double stunned and you're not in bear form, this is really spooky. And, you know, I'm sure these paladins, they're so used to these feral druids having the foresight, having the ability to get into that bear form preemptively. But the great Hodge, great synergy coming out from the paladin, as well as the feral druid here to land a kill onto TJ.
You know,
but
you know what's really nice about this hammer? Yeah, you know what's nice about this hammer justice too? Tony doesn't have to restun, so like he can just focus purely on damage there.
Big bites,
which is nice. Yeah, just use every single global for maximum DPS, and look at the damage. That's what I'm saying. Like Tessia, he's stepping up in these games. I'm telling you, game number 2 looked really good for Tessia. Game number 3 looked even better. So he might be exactly what they need. Tessia needs to step up in a big way for his roster and prove, you know, all those years on Mage, all the years in countless tournaments. They have to pay off in this mirror match here against Elswave. He's kind of like the new mage on the block. Elswave, obviously, an incredible multi-classer. I mean, I've talked to a lot of Europeans that think he's like definitely one of the best players in Europe. His ability to just play multiple things at such an incredibly high level. But streamers only have that wisdom advantage, right? Like Tessia, he's just been at it for such a long time that perhaps it'll pay off and they can come back in the series.
Perhaps. I'm not gonna lie, I can't get Morpheus out of my head. I'm just seeing you in front of a monitor,
sunglasses,
he's
the trench coat on.
they're starting to believe. You know what I mean? Like they really are. You know, we saw them lose in the very first game, and then going into the second game, they were just so aggressive. I want to see more of that aggression. I want to see more of the risk taking because they tend to pay off. Over and over and over again. It is a spooky scenario, having your tournament life on the line like this, and you know having just one game until you're eliminated and to play risky. But it is what is required right here. Elsewhere, push again, try to get aggressive out of Tessia right away, getting a bunch of damage out. Relza now going to go ahead, or Tony's going to get caught into a Hodge, going to get stopped. He has the incarnation up. Relza's going to commit the hand of sacrifice to keep his team aggressive. Now TJ on the back foot. He's taking an ice wall though. Is going to isolate that paladin. Let's see what can happen. TJ has the incarnation up, he has Barkskin, but he can't get a lot of damage out with the incarnation up because he's forced in bear form. He's just forced defensive the whole time.
Yeah, I really like this. TJ, once again, just so far on the back foot. Finally getting a maim stun here onto Tony, who is caught in caster, but just 0 damage. And it seems like TJ and Elswave, they're on different targets in this matchup. Elswave's going to be going for a full Shimmer. Dragon's Breath Poly gets the full crowd control chain, and now it's Tessia a little bit on the back foot. He blast wave TJ away through the Ring of Fire to put some damage over time on him. Need to find some crowd control on JT, though. Tony looking for a potential Cyclone. He gets the Rake stun. Is there anything to follow it up? He needs a Cyclone. Tony going for a Cyclone. He fakes the interrupt. Gets the full Cyclone. Now they can do a setup here onto TJ, who preemptively bear form. So great heads-up play there. Elswave, that's the last little bit of his Icy Veins proc, so his damage is going to fall off just a little bit there, but yeah, Streamer Zone, once again, they are looking good, but they really need to focus on getting that CC on JT. As I say that, Tessia steps up. He gets a full polymorph. Once again, TJ is in trouble, and this has turned off of a mage race from game number 1 into let's just focus the ferals a lot more.
I like it. I mean, we saw how potent a feral can go down, especially in a stun. And a lot of these feral druids have a lot of stun. Maim goes out onto TJ. Where's this follow-up CC? The bash onto JT. Do they have the Cyclone? The Aura Mastery Cyclone does land. TJ down at half health. He's in bear form. He's trying to line aside. Tessia is going to go ahead and polymorph up Elswave, taking control of the game, getting that cross CC up. The Ring of Frost to follow it up. TJ's in some trouble. He's forced into bear form the whole time. Big heal coming out from JT. I believe that was the lay on hands to stabilize. So just another button off the board for drive overload.
Yeah, I love that they're just adopting a new strategy. Here comes the ice wall once again. JT trying to get their double wall. What is going on? It's a maze. It looks like both walls will fall, but that was so great there. Elswave. So the first wall comes down, which is Tessia. The second wall is Elswave just trying to line of sight Tessia to save his feral druid. So it's like, okay, my healer can't heal, but I can at least stop the mage damage. So that was a great play by Elswave.
TJ got locked out. He's a little spooked. I don't think he can use any buttons right now. JT, he doesn't have the hand of sacrifice, but he does have bops available to him. Double Dragon's Breath. Is it going to get followed up? Tessia gets kicked on it. Good job by TJ. If JT got caught into any more CC, that might have been another button at the very least, if not a death. So TJ, he wants to get aggressive with the Ring of Frost. Out of nowhere, the maim stun onto TJ into cat form. He's forced into bear form to follow it up, and there's another bubble. JT is running out of buttons slowly but surely.
Oh, the Cyclone slows down TJ as well, but Tony is just almost dead. Elsewave just pulling damage out of nowhere. Survival Instincts, is it enough? Divine Shield gets ripped out by Relza, but look at this. JT, he's in a full maim, a full Cyclone. TJ is all alone. If Tony can get there for the stun, this could easily be the game. I don't know if they have the damage to take him down. JT has massive heals and tops him off, but that was a really good attempt. But all 6 members are now nice and healthy in this game. Relza has his trinket. JT has his rotating up in just a few short seconds. So teams have answers. Let's see how they navigate this.
It's crazy. Look how close Sacrifice is. Look how close Trinket was. They both just used Bubble. This is such a close game, number 4. Both teams really showing us why they are 2nd and 3rd seed in the EU region. Cyclone gets landed onto JT. TJ sees it. He's going to go ahead and line of sight for now, but Desia is getting taken so much damage. TJ trying to get out into the mix of things, get his damage out as well. Relza pulling back. He's going to commit the hand to Sacrifice. JT already committed his as well. It's just blow for blow here. Tony now is the one who's catching the biggest fire. He's going to invest that Barkskin. CS on the Thesia. The ice wall isolates Relza. He gets around just in the nick of time. He seems like he's going to be okay for now. But just these small CC chains, these small plays can really just mean death for either team.
Yeah, Tessia just using that Icy Veins, just throwing in Frostfire Bolt after Frostfire Bolt. Both these mages have huge hits. Tessia needs to be careful. He goes into the Ice Block, does not want to mess around, but JT might just get solo. Tony trying to take him down, plus get protection.
It's not enough! Tony!
Tessie does it. Tony, is he going to go down? It doesn't look like it. I can't believe it.
Oh my god, dude.
Beautifully done.
What? Okay, man. Okay, give me the lowdown. How do you? Your prediction is coming to fruition? Question mark. Hello.
Yeah. See. Sometimes you have to make the high percentage plays here, but I can't believe it's Streamer Zone. A very back and forth game once again, but yeah, Tessia just really stepping up there. Tony causing so much pressure on JT in those final moments. JT doing what he can. He gets a Blessing of Protection off, perhaps. One could argue a little bit too late. I think he was a little greedy with that. And unfortunately, when he finally gets it off, Tessie is there. He just flurry ice lances them, and that's going to be the game. But is that beautiful ice wall you called out? Relza is able to get there. And this is where JT just starts kind of rotting down. Tony turns his attention onto him a little bit. I think he looks for a Cyclone, but it's out of the Cyclone that he realizes, okay, JT, he's got no Trinket. He's got no Divine Shield. He does have the Blessing of Protection, but let's at least put some pressure in. And just look at JT. I just feel like this is a little bit too much greed for my liking here. He's trying to heal through, but Tessie is just there. The Blessing of Protection doesn't end up being enough, and they're able to take him down. A really close game, though. I mean, you can see just how low Tony got in those final moments. But Streamer Zone, this is what I'm talking about, David. This is what I'm saying. Like you were down 0-2, and now this is the momentum shift. You're winning. Like you're playing aggressive. You're playing confidently. You've won the last 2 games, and now Drive Overload. Are they second guessing themselves?
You have to be. I mean, any mortal would at this point. Just shout out to the great presence of mind to seeing the opportunity of swapping to this Holy Paladin. Like, both Paladins, they're playing pretty aggressive. They're out in the open or a little bit like that. But once this Holy Paladin doesn't have that bubble, he doesn't have that trinket available to them, he gets put into a stun, he could easily die. To your point, he could bop, but they're constantly thinking in the back of their mind, okay, well, this mage can just steal my bop if I pop it, and I'm just done. And then I don't have Forbearance. I'm not sure if he had Land Hands. I don't think he did. I think they were both basically tapped, but forcing those cooldowns and seeing to knowing to make that swap, it's such a difficult thing. It's so close. So like if you were to swap like that, you're potentially giving your opponent the ability to catch their own momentum, to give their Frost Mage a little bit more breathing room in order to get their own momentum. So making swaps like that, they can be risky, but to see the win opportunity like that and to nail it on your tournament life on the line and bring the series back to Game 5, hats off to Streamer Zone GG. Hats off to Drive Overload. They're giving us a hell of a series here in the lower finals.
Oh my goodness. Streamer Zone, are they going to be able to do it? Drive Overload, they want a small map, so they're bringing it to the smallest map in the pool. That is going to be Hook Point. It's going to be hook, line, and sinker for one of these teams after this game is over. It's an elimination series. The winner of this earns a rematch, or I guess a battle against Echo in the finals, depending on who wins. I'm the only one. Look at me. The lone prediction going in favor of Streamer Zone. And I feel like kind of a coward because I was like, I regret my prediction, but might end up working out, which is nice.
Dude, I don't know who wouldn't after game 2. I mean, it was really convincing. Like I really thought that Streamer Zone was about to fall, but they locked in. They got Mom Spaghetti off their blouses, and they are really taking this series the distance. Zico and Supatis could still win, too. They could still easily go with the exact prediction. But, I mean, losing 2 games in a row, Streamer Zone was able to come back from it. They were able to, lock in. They were able to figure it out. Drive Overload now needs to do the same.
Definitely. It does just feel like to me, I know it sounds weird, but I can just tell the teams that are playing with confidence. Like Drive Overload, game number 1, they had the confidence in the matchup. They were playing aggressive. They were taking the risks. They were just getting ahead, forcing them to be on the back foot. The last 2 games, though, it's been a bit of a different story. Streamer Zone, I feel like they're the ones who, they got nothing to lose. If they get the reverse sweep, it's massive. Drive Overload does not want that to happen. I'll tell you from experience, it is a very bad feeling to be up 2-0 in a series. It seems like you're just so close to winning, and then you get reverse swept. That's the worst feeling competing. So, yeah,
dude,
mentally.
You just brought me back, man. You just brought me back to BlizzCon with that one. That was brutal. Fun fact about back in the day, I used to be a big Venruki fanboy and watch the 3 Amigos at BlizzCon, and it is. Yeah, we'll talk about that later. Anyway, the game. Incarnation being committed by both Feral Druids off the bat. Both sacrifices being committed as well by both of these Paladins. They know this matchup. JT immediately is going to get caught into the main, into the stun, and that's going to be Bubble. Paladin, going Paladin. That's the play. And JT's like, do it back. How about we do that? Hodge into full repentance. I believe that gets trinketed. It does. Is it the next DR stun on TJ? It's over. Or I'm sorry, JT. But TJ, it's over. No trinkets available.
Oh my goodness gracious! TJ holding on by a thread. Streamer Zone, they are just playing this one so confidently. They have so much pressure. Full cyclone on JT. TJ, 0 cooldowns left whatsoever. JT, basically nothing available too. This is going so heavily in favor of Streamer Zone. What is Drive Overload going to do? They need to try to battle it back, start pulling some cooldowns out of the way, but a full polymorph lands. TJ once again on the run. Huge flurry combo coming in. Tessia just making work. Full Hammer of Justice lands. Another Cyclone coming in from Tony. JT, there's the ice wall. They end it in style. I mean, Streamer Zone, every game just getting better and better. This was their best performance. I can't believe it. Great job by Tessia, Tony, and Relza.
They did it. They came back 3-0. I don't think they're starting to believe. I think they believe. Streamer Zone GG making it past Drive Overload, the 2nd seed. I'm assuming Streamer Zone GG is now the 2nd seed of the whole region, and they showed us exactly why. Unbelievable games from them. 3-0ing or winning 3 games in a row against Drive Overload in a mirror matchup. People talk about compositions like, oh, we didn't have an answer to this, oh, we didn't have an answer to that. There's no excuses like that in a matchup like this. This is a mirror matchup, and they were up 2-0. Holy crow. Drive Overload, I hope they still are holding their heads up high because they put on a hell of a show, and I hope that they are able to bring back that confidence that they showed us in game number 1 because they can definitely hang with the best of them. But Streamer Zone GG, they're showing us why they have that, the tournament veteran experience is really paying dividends right now, and they earned it. They earned a spot in the finals against Echo.
Yeah, I really can't believe it. Look at this final ice wall too. It's a Cyclone comes down. Oh
wow.
No. It's actually, I'm not going to lie, that was Elsewave. He imprisoned his Feral Druid. That was unlucky.
No.
Oh no, that was a sabotage. I thought that was Tessia dropping the ice wall, but in the final moments...
I respect it though. You know why? Because if you look at the buttons, they're so behind. They forced that bubble so early. If he was able to isolate his Feral to save him, that would have been a hero play.
That would have been the best. That was that's one of those plays where it's like, yeah, if it works, you're a genius. If it doesn't work, it doesn't look so good. But I definitely, I feel like if he the thing is, ice wall or no, I think the only way he lives there is if the ice wall goes off. So it's like a risky play, but without it, you just lose. So I like I've decided to go for it. But yeah, Streamer Zone, I mean, they just go after JT, get Divine Shield in the opener. He trinkets out of a Cyclone, gets immediately polymorph. TJ's burning through all his cooldowns, and really not much you can do there, unfortunately. That ice wall had landed, that would have been absolutely sick, but unfortunately it didn't, and that game is going to conclude in just 1 minute and 23 seconds. Easy as 1, 2, 3.
Drive Overload might have been eliminated right there, but we're going to see him again. They got lots of points, Aya. They got all the points.
Oh yeah, they got lots of points. They are up there. I'm a little bit upset about my prediction. I think the only one in a good mood right now is yeah. We know Ben literally
Okay,
sipping
Ben.
his tea off camera. You guys can't
That's
see it, but I
crazy.
did. I did. Very cool. Very collected. All right, Streamer Zone GG 3-2 in this series, and chat they were wrong.
Yeah,
right
chat.
alongside us.
I told you, chat.
Yeah,
I'm wrong for you.
What are
I got my eyes
what
on
are
you,
doing?
chat.
Yeah, what are you doing, Chad? How could you vote against the Venruki? All right, well, congratulations to Streamer Zone, and congratulations to Venruki, of course. And we'll get those updated standings. But let's talk about this grand finals that we've got coming up. It is Echo versus Streamer Zone GG. I don't know. I would wonder if they even expected to be up here. You know, this is a team that was playing jungle for so long. They adapted to the current meta, and now here they are, kind of back on top. Then.
Yeah, Streamer Zone, and I'm not gonna lie, like with how those last 3 games went, if I was Echo, I'd be like, okay, these guys are definitely here to play. Like, Tessia has some history with Echo. Obviously, all these teams do. Tony, Tessia, Relza, all of them have history with Echo. They've been battling against it for such a long time, and I think this makes for a very interesting finals because I've said it, like this Feral Mage Paladin composition is what I want to see ran into Echo. The time we've seen them tested the most was when they played against Drive Overload at the finals of Cup #1. And I think that Streamer Zone, if they play as well as they just did, they definitely have a shot in this finals.
Yeah, they certainly do. I have a little bit of a confession also. I sent in my prediction for the grand finals before I knew who was going to be up there. I just did a quick, I'm not going to lie, I just did a quick Echo 4-0, and now that I saw that series with Streamer Zone, I did that when it looked like that Drive Overload was gonna do a 3-0, and now I regret it. I already sent it in though, but I'm just gonna clear the air with that. I feel like I've sinned. though. I feel like that was a big mistake, and they're gonna prove me wrong, I'm sure. We'll see how it goes, but here are the current standings. We've got Echo in first. We got Drive Overload in second, no longer having any more chances to make any more points throughout the rest of this day, and then Streamer Zone GG in third, and they are very, very closely catching up to Drive Overload. So we're going to find out where exactly they end up very, very shortly here. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, it's going to be Echo versus Streamer Zone GG in the third grand finals for Europe of the season. Welcome back, everyone. We're in the European Grand Finals here for Cup number 3. It is Echo facing off against Streamer Zone GG, who had a colossal turnaround in the last series versus Drive Overload. Nobody expected them to win except for Ven. We'll give him credit. But chat was predicting Drive Overload. The rest of us were predicting Drive Overload. But Streamer Zone, Supatees, made it work somehow.
They made it work, but now they gotta face Echo. So that was brutal in the series just that they had, and this is gonna probably be even more brutal than that. They've met twice already this season in the War Within and have yet to take a map off Echo. Third time might be the charm, but Chanimal is looking as fired up as ever.
No.
We got our predictions in here. Vendruki and I, we think Streamer Zone might be able to get their first game win. Maybe they surprise everybody, but based off the last series we just saw between Echo and Drive Overload, they tried the Feral Mage and got totally destroyed. So, which is crazy because that's the comp that was actually taking games off them in week 1, and you would think with Warlocks getting weaker that the Feral Mage would have more of an opportunity, but it just seems like Echo is so insane right now.
They are insane. It does not look like they are going to be defeated by anyone. Can this team bleed? We'll find out soon enough. Streamer Zone definitely on an upswing here. They may be able to make it happen, and we'll find out in just a little bit. Here it's game number 1 in this best of 7 grand finals. Drive Overload versus StreamerZone.gg.
I was thinking about this. Are we going to see Relza on the Holy Paladin, or are we going to see him on the Priest? And I kind of like the Priest for this matchup, so he gets to play, you know, his main class as well. Really like that coming out from Streamer Zone. Echo, of course, going to be leading with Chanimal here. Rogue, Lock, Priest, once again for these guys. And Chanimal is going to be the target of choice here instantaneously. Waz going to be opening up onto Tony, slowing down his pressure in the opener. But Chanimal not able to connect too many dots just yet. He gets counterspelled there as well in the backline by Tessia. Tessia going in for the Dragon's Breath Snowdrift combo onto Meh. They're going after Meh. Big damage coming out from Tessia onto Meh, forcing out the pain suppression early on in the match. I like that they're going after these healers. It netted them a win in that lower bracket, and now it's netting them good pressure here in the upper bracket to connect the full polymorph as well. Waz forced to trade out his Vanish. Look at his pressure coming out from Streamer Zone. It's just incredible.
It's a whole bunch of things going right for them right now. Maybe they just win the game. No, Evasion, he's got a big powered shield, swapping some pressure back to Chanimal, but in the initial stages of this game, they just shut Chan out of the match with interrupts, and Relza dispelled dots, so his Malefic Raptures weren't getting any value. Then they swapped to Meh after shutting Chan down. Now they've swapped back onto Waz to keep their pressure going, and Streamer Zone are just not stopping. This is probably the best that we've seen from them. Another counterspell comes through for Tessia onto Meh, really trying to pressure Waz and push the pace, but he's falling behind. Chan is starting to dig his feet in, and he has just got to top of the meter.
Yeah, Chan is starting to get the dots rolling here. Relza, though, doing a good job staying out of crowd control. So far, hasn't been feared in the match. There's a bash onto Meh. Can they find a follow-up? No. Waz and Chanimal managed to interrupt Tessia in that exchange. Tony sitting through a Cyclone. But I feel like Echo is playing defensively. They're not, you know, this kind of full gas pedal, kidney shot CC chains that we see on the enemy healer. And I feel like they're getting not that much pressure as a result of it. Finally, a counterspell snucking in onto Meh here in the backline. Meh sitting through a root now. Tessia pushing in for the double Dragon's Breath, mass polymorph. Shadow Step kick, though, denies it by Waz into a triple snowdrift. Big snowdrift, but Meh fears it in the last second before he gets stunned by it. Nice defensive fear, but Tessia is making these aggressive plays, and it's really paying off.
These mass polymorphs and the Tessia drifts are definitely playmaking moves here from him. He's really trying to set his team up for success, but look at Relza's mana. You know, the longer that this goes on, Chanimal has been left uncontested for some time. Now he's already doubling everybody. He ports back behind the pillar. They got a nice wall pinning them back there. They're just going to gate across the map. Maybe look for a reset. Relza should maybe consider drinking, I think, during this period of time, because if this game goes long, he's going to have mana problems at this rate. He's trying to fish for mind controls, not finding them. He's staying away from crowd control. Big pressure on Waz. He's just going to go down. Cloak of Shadows at a critically low health moment here as Meh is in a polymorph still. If they can continue to chain this, they get a Dragon's Breath. Can they keep the chain going? Waz shuts down the polymorph with the cheap shot. Here comes a Snowdrift. Waz is on DR, but an Ice Lance crit nonetheless. Chunks him with a huge Frostfire Bolt Flurry and a counterspell. And Tessia wants blood in game number 1. They're pushing for their first win this entire season against Echo, and they're so close.
That was a beautiful counter spell by Tessia. He fake cast the kick. He's going to get this Ring of Frost guaranteed onto Meh. Waz, what are you going to do? Defensive shadowy duel. Is it going to be enough defense? No, Meh is actually going to trinket out of that one. Kidney shot here onto Tessia. Totally overextending behind the pillar. Don't need to be careful. Chanimal is digging in with the damage. Now swapping over to Relza. He's taking a lot of rot pressure as well. Meh gets a double fear. Tony is stuck in that one. Chanimal loading up so much damage in that fear. He's got the Observer as well, blasting Tony here behind the pillar there for a moment. Tessia was forced into the first ice block of the match. Dragon's Breath into a full sheep though. Waz with no trinket, no Cloak of Shadows into a restun. This could be the game. Waz, what are you gonna do? I don't think you can do anything. Meh not able to connect with the Void Shift, and Streamer Zone are gonna take game number 1 and lead the series. Their first game win against Echo. What is going on?
I mean, all of us were sitting here expecting this to be a beatdown. We were all expecting, like, yeah, Streamer Zone, you put on a show, you got to the grand finals, but man, I think this is going to be it for you. Like, Echo, you're just going to be playing around with you. But Streamer Zone, this is the best I think we've seen them play the entire season in this game. This recovery from Relza right before winning the game, managing to bring his team back from the brink, because Chanimal, he got pretty much every combo off right there to burst them, but not enough to finish. And they catch Waz in this DR'd maim, and I'm like, there's no way he dies in a DR maim, but this big chomps, big meteor crits come through, and the bleeds tick right on the cheat death right before Mez crowd control broke before he could void shift. A little bit of a fluky spot, I think. Like, if that sheep broke like, even a millisecond faster, he wouldn't have died there. But nonetheless, I love the aggression that they're bringing. They're not letting Echo push them around.
Yeah, definitely, and I really like what Tessia did here. They got the trinket from Matt earlier, and then they forced the ice block. They recover here. Tessia goes for another Dragon's Breath sheep, but it looked like the sheep ended before Waz died there, but I'm not sure actually. Yeah, right. Nah, it's at the exact same time. Matt was probably spamming his Void Shift, but not able to get it off there in time. That sheet def for Waz not going to be doing too much in that situation, unfortunately for him. Sometimes that sheet def, you proc it and you die as it procs basically. If you have an ability that takes you to like 1 HP, then the sheet def procs, then usually like a dot tick will just kill you. And yeah, that's pretty much what happened right here. The Shadow Word Def from Relza, I think procced it, and the Frostfire Infusion took him out, which is a passive from the Frost Mage. So Streamer Zone leading the series here. Not something that I expected to see. And Echo going to be locking in the exact same thing. We're going to go to an even larger map here. Now, this is the best Streamer Zone has looked in a while. And honestly, it's because of no Kasu. It's just bring in Tessia and really make him work. I mean, Kasu, don't get me wrong, Kasu, he's the king. He's the king of hunters, you know, like that's no shade of Kasu, but I feel like that has been their problem in the past, right? They're only relying on Kasu and Tony in the past usually. Usually they don't utilize their fourth member at all on the rosters that Streamer Zone have been playing. And now finally they have a really, really solid mage main, such a skilled player, and they're using him and actually making it work. So this is awesome.
It's one win, okay? It's one win. They need 3 more wins if they want to win Cup number 3 and overthrow Echo's reign so far in the War Within Season 1. We're going to Ashmane's Fall. It's a large map, looking to give more room to respond to damage and setups like that. Punish Tessia for how aggressive he is. If he's going to overextend like that, it'll be a lot easier to control him on a map like this, so it makes a lot of sense for Echo. They still had some cooldowns, they just couldn't access them until literally like the final millisecond of the game, so Echo still had options there. They were building a lead on mana. Streamer Zone, they cannot let up right now. Tessia's just blinking in to get combat immediately for no sap, and that it will allow Relza actually got sapped even with the blink in, so now he's just down a blink at the moment, and it looks like Waz is going to open up on Tony, slow down his initial assault, and Chan's trying to fake a counter spell. He isn't able to. He gets spell locked on it. Now is he going to get stunned or kicked by the Feral Druid? Feral Druid has no kick at the moment. Chan's free casting. He goes for the coil. He's taking a lot of damage at the moment. Tony is chomping here, forcing pain suppression very early on.
Yeah, and they're looking for follow-up CC, but Waz shuts it down. Now swapping over to Waz, trying to avoid that polymorph there from Tessia. Tessia manages to find it there, actually, but I think, no, it was Def there by Meh. Nicely done, but Ice Wall coming out. This could be it. Chanimal, so low. Meh gets Dragon's Breath out of line. He's going to get knocked, too. There's the knock as well. Chan surviving on his own, but there's the Frost Nova into another Frost Nova. Beautiful gateway play into the Leap of Faith, into a double Snowdrift, though. Tessia is just making play after play. They get the low Cyclone onto Chan. If
He caught his
Tony
pace
can
up, I
find
think.
anything, if they can find anything onto Meh right now, the OTP
He's dead!
coming out from
He knocked
Reza.
him!
He's dead. It's over. Tessia with another MVP knock. What an insane game from Streamer
What?
Zone, and especially from Tessia. This guy is on fire. We have to rewatch all of that again. He gets the sheep. I think he defs it. He resheeps the def.
That was the
then
best
he gets
play of
the
the
dragon's
year.
breath.
That was play of the year right there. What was that? Oh my
That
god.
was insane.
That is like, what did I just witness right there? Oh my god. Look at this wall Tessia puts down. He avoids the polymorph, and Tessia's like, okay, I'll go for it again. Gets another polymorph, deaths it. He's like, okay, I'll go for it again. And then he puts a wall down. Mel wants to run around it. So Tessia's like, I'm not letting you get around this, bro. I'm the bouncer. Dragon's Breath. And he's like, you ain't getting into the club tonight, Matt. Knockback. You ain't getting in here, Chanimal. He's going, Chan's like, oh god, I need to gate over there, which is really like 5-head. He drops down a gateway with Soulburn, but then he gates into a Snowdrift, and then he gets cloned at low health on pain suppression by Tony, so he can't recover at all, even though Matt comes out of the crowd control. Chan has no trinket. His Dark Pact is going to end. And then Chan gets knocked out of line, the opposite direction of Meh. So Ultimate Penance gets casted here by Relza, which adds an insane amount of damage, and Meh goes for the same play. He tried to mirror the Ultimate Penance, but Chan gets knocked out of line. Watch this. He goes for Ultimate Penance, Chan gets knocked. He's out of line of it, and he goes down as a result.
It's so good,
Oh my
man.
God.
That is so good. Unbelievable, man. This is what I've been talking about. This is why at the start, I think at the start when they picked up Tessia, I said those in the EU scene who know about Tessia, they know. This is not a guy who streams. This is not a guy that, is all over the place in terms of like being online, but in the game, he is such an insane mage, and you can see it here. What an offensive play. He was the difference maker, in my opinion, in their last series in the lower bracket. Now they're up 2-0, but of course, got to shout out Tony and Relza here as well. This low Cyclone from Tony was absolutely amazing as well. Cloning the Dark Pact and the pain suppression. Relza loading up the damage, and honestly, Matt greeting it a little bit there. I think he should have just went for the Void Shift here, but of course, it's easy to say in this position. They think there's no more crowd control. Tessia gets his blast wave back, blasts him into the perfect spot right there, and they secure a 1-minute win against Echo. It's just not something that you ever see. What an insane game.
Yeah, normally no one beats Echo, but they don't beat Echo that fast. And now, I know, are they going to change? Because I feel like, honestly, they could play something different. Okay, they're bringing in a mage of their own. Raikou is going to be stepping in on the Frost Mage to defend his crown on that class, as Tessia is looking to overthrow it and place that crown on his own head here in this matchup. So this is probably going to be just as legendary as the last round here. But he's been practicing a lot of Feral, but he hasn't been switching to it. And interesting, I was watching Peekaboo stream last night, and he really feels like Feral is just more valuable than Rogue. And he was talking to Liquid and how Trill would be playing Feral if he had the reps. So in this situation with Waz, does he not think that he has the reps on it, or does he think the Rogue is still capable of finding wins in a situation like this? And now nobody's getting a perfect prediction.
Yeah.
Nobody's getting a perfect point out of this series. Nobody might even get a right prediction out of this. I don't even know what the chat right now is, if it's like 99% to Echo. The one guy in chat's like that went for Streamer Zone or something might actually get a huge payout on some chat points here. We're going to Tiger's Peak. Pretty neutral map. No map advantage, I really think, maybe even throughout the whole series between these teams. And I wonder if Raikou can keep up with the Ice Wall tech, because I don't feel like we've seen Raikou play with Ice Wall very much.
Raikou doesn't like Ice Wall. He doesn't think it's worth playing it. We'll see. I mean, that's been in the past. I mean, Ice Wall.
You think he's picked it up?
I think. I don't know. I wonder if he's going to be playing Concentrated Coolness or Master Shepherd or what. But I feel like right now it's Ring of Fire, it's Ice Wall, and it's Snowdrift. If you're not playing those three, you're kind of griefing. But we'll see here. Of course, Raikou being one of the most successful mages in this game, period. Definitely has a plan of his own here. We'll see what they decide to do here. It's Rogue Mage versus Feral Mage right now in game number 3, Grand Finals. And Tony is leading the charge here with a stun onto Meh. Tessia getting interrupted there on his mass polymorph. Double fear coming out onto Tessia and Tony. And so far, it looks like nobody's really pulling ahead here in the opener, not finding any crowd control on the enemy healer.
Yeah, Raiku's playing Concentrate Coolness. I think that Frozen Orb he just placed was right on top of Tessia immediately. Here comes an Ice Wall. Nice interrupt by Waz. He can't block for a moment. They fear Waz. Stalling the game, shifting power, resetting some cooldowns, trying to get to that nice next Icy Veins as soon as possible. Double DB. Gets cheap shot, knocked away. Not going to find it. And also, I think it was knocked out of his barrier. He's going to blink around the corner off to this side and look to reposition. Ring of Frost around the corner. Tessia snipes it. Raiku's out in the open, but Tony can't really get there. Big damage incoming from Waz. He's going to get that ice block right away. Relza had to trinket as well in this setup. Down a block and a trinket. Echo, they have control of this kidney shot. Maybe they can just close it out. Echo, what vengeance.
Yeah, Echo's starting to look like their former self here a little bit in game number 3. Ice Wall coming out potentially from Tessia. He fake casts the interrupt.
Waz is alone. No trinket.
He's alone. Ultimate Penance coming out here from Reza. Once again, the knock once again. Tessia trying to make plays here. Can they force out any big cooldowns? There's the Dragon's Breath Mass Polymorph coming out onto Meh and Raikou, but it is on diminishing returns there onto Meh, but they get the bash follow-up as well from Tony. Not able to force anything from Raikou there. They're playing defensive, and another Shadowy Duel onto Tessia. He's going to force the second ice block here. Was making an MVP play there with that Shadowy Duel, securing yet another big cooldown. That was right on Relza's Will of the Forsaken, so he got no value right there.
Setting up damage on Raikou, but Meh is not in crowd control. Ultimate Penitence. Meh is in the skies, raining down terror, looking to reset the game here for his side. They're still so far ahead. I think Waz is the only opening right now for that Incarn. They need to live 20 more seconds to his Incarn, but Raikou has Icy Veins. He's ramping up. Tessia's trying to get a Snowdrift, but he can't stay on target. He blinks away. Waz is chasing him down. Tessia blinks away once again. They're trying to control the game. Cyclone on Waz, Polymorphs on Raikou. Tessia are trying to stall, and pause the game. Now they Cyclone Raikou. They're really doing whatever they can to try and prevent this next attack, but Waz Cloak of Shadows aggressively, and it looks like Tony caught him on his cloak with a stun here, but it doesn't matter. Raikou gets the polymorph. Tony's trying to tear into Waz, but Meh is there to back him up. There's no way they're going to get any pressure here, and Meh actually steals polymorph. He's still playing Thought Steal here in the grand finals, and that means Tessia can't use polymorph. Tony in trouble. Big cheap shot. Meteor Comet Storm combo. Is it going to be a wombo? No, it doesn't look like it. Tony survives with the Void Shift from Relza, but that's just another major cooldown out of the bank of Streamer Zone, and they don't have many left. Just one more pain suppression remains.
Oh, did he get a full poly onto Matt? There's the Dragon's Breath. Relza could get a DR Fear here as well. He's moving in, looking for the double, not able to find
Trinket
it
swap
with a defensive vanish, but that is going to be Tessia now in huge trouble. Pain suppression, nice defensive Cyclone coming out right there onto Tessia, or onto Waz, sorry, and Tessia gets the pain suppression there as well. So last line of defense coming out here from Relza. They got absolutely nothing. Right now, Streamer Zone are on the run. Ice Wall from Tessia. He fake casts the interrupt. He isolates his target once again. Waz is just dead in that Ice Wall. Oh my goodness. The manages to slip through the cracks there and get the Void Shift just in time, but Waz has nothing left. They got a full clone. Waz is just dead here. Potentially Matt manages to come out with the trinket and pull him back to safety. Matt is super low still though. Manages to fake us and interrupt Tessia, looking for the polymorph. Can he find a double fear connect? Tessia's overextended behind the pillar, and here comes Raikou, full Ring of Frost onto Relza. Tessia with the pain suppression. Is he going to survive? Another cheap shot coming in. Raikou gets the follow up, and I think that is it. How is he still alive? Tony with the heals, but it's not gonna be enough. Echo takes game number 3, but that is about as close as it could possibly get right there. Waz honestly gotta thank his lucky stars that managed to get through that wall in time.
He pain something, man. He just died through pain suppression. That's what I was saying. How is he? You said how is he alive? I said how is he dead? Like how is he dead? Like he pain stuff that whole go. I was like, surely he's going to live here. He snuck it in right before the Ring of Frost. He's going to come out, get a Rapture-powered shield, and be okay. And he just wasn't. This is where they scared Waz, the living daylights out of Waz, because can you imagine Streamer Zone being 3-0 up in the series? They wrap around the corner, and then they get Vortex back in line, and Mez like, all right, I'm done with this. Like, you guys are getting feared. I've had enough. I need a second. Let me get some heals. And then Tessia would, watch this. He pain suppressions right here. Pain suppression immediately. Right before he started taking damage. He's not at 100% health. But he dies through pain suppression and a DB on the Rogue in that instance. But the DB from Raikou as well, and Relza extended it a little bit longer. He could have maybe got a powered shield or something if anything had been broken there, but no one was in position to do it. And, I mean, Raikou's technically, like, top damage, but I feel like Wall is so insane. Like, if you get a good wall, it just wins the game. It's like a smoke bomb, basically, as far as its effectiveness. And Waz was so scared there, he smoke bombed himself, and then he got gripped out of his own
Speaking
bomb.
of smoke bombs, he got gripped out of his own bomb right there because just full panic mode. But it is sure the pain suppression is good, but Tessia already blinked in offensively, and he's playing that normal blink, so he's not able to blink any of those stuns. And on top of that, Raikou extends the CC chain so long that the pain suppression actually falls off there. So the pain suppression is going to last about the same length as that first Ring of Frost, but then after that Ring of Frost, there's a follow-up poly. During that follow-up poly, pain suppression fades. They get the DB as well out of that, and it is close that they survived that one, but they kind of overextended a little bit there, chasing Waz after that grip. Obviously, looking back at it, it was such a close call, but I think they should have just respected it, maybe swapped over to Raikou there for a second, just to deny him the opportunity to kind of go for that crowd control. So, Streamer Zone, I like that they're playing with confidence. I like that they're playing as aggressively as possible, but it did punish them there a little bit towards the end of that one. But I really feel like that game was not going bad at all for Streamer Zone. It was really all about that opener where they just had to use so many cooldowns, and I think a big reason for that was that shadowy duel from Waz. But Echo, they're not feeling, they're afraid to lock in the RMP blind here. Are they afraid of the BM Hunter of Kasu? Could that be what it is? Because they're going to be tagging in Chan here again.
I mean, it has to be something to do with Hunter, I would think. With this map, it had to be some type of jungle. I don't know, maybe if it's marksman or not. But Chan's coming back in, and he's been having a rough series. Normally, we don't see him pressured this heavily, right? Normally, he's like completely untouchable.
That's his first loss.
Yeah, his first loss the whole season.
Yeah,
the whole
on broadcast,
season.
On broadcast, he's been undefeated up until
today,
now, where he's lost 2 games against Streamer Zone. They finally made him bleed.
Yeah, normally he's completely untouchable. You don't see him dying in a minute. Normally he's the one that makes the other team give up on targeting him. So the fact that they could take 2 games killing him is very impressive on the side of Streamer Zone. And they've got Hook Point, which is a small map, so it's easier to get to Chanimal, but also it's easier for Waz to get around.
You know what Waz said after that game, after that second game? He said, "I'm okay with losing to Tessia if he's going to keep playing like this." And about the Chan thing, Chan's record on broadcast before this series was 19-0. This guy is literally perfecting the region. He's just farming the whole region. You know, like how you go into a solo shuffle lobby and there's just like one guy going 6-0. He's just doing that in competitive play. But finally, he's met somebody who can take him down.
He's trying to do the 42-0 challenge on the tournament broadcast. if he could get up there, you got halfway there. He was almost there, man. You got to restart the run. He has to restart the run at this point if he can get up there or not. Okay, let's see here. Chan's back in, but it looks dicey, man. Tessia is on fire. Tony is on fire. Relza are on fire. They want to show Echo that they are a match for them and that they can take them out here in Cup number 3, because hardly anybody has really been able to put them through their paces yet on broadcast. So let's see if they can manage to do it here. We're locked in, gates are open. Waz is immediately sprinting in, gets a sap onto the mage. Looks to swap that over. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to. Relza's in combat. He's going to open up on Tony, slow down his bleed application onto the Warlock with that cheap shot into a Psychic Scream, but a counterspell on Chan, immediately interrupting him on Tessia's part. Drops down the Blizzard, the Frozen Orb, looking to stack him up for some AoE. Tony jumps over towards Meh. Is he building up? He's going to go for a Maim stun. Tessia tries to get a ring. He can't. Goes for a Mass Poly. He can't. He's totally shut down. He tries to go for it again. Is he going to find it? He can't. Tessia just got totally shut down from that opening crowd control.
Yeah, they're really putting a lot more emphasis here.
Oh my god,
he finds the poly out of nowhere. Instant trinket coming out from Matt. That's going to be the... Oh my god, they mind control him as well, but the cheap shot that. But Chan is still not out of the woods yet, holding on to it. But look at Tessia pushing in for the Snowdrift. He gets feared on it, but he manages to clip the Snowdrift right at the edge there. Tony needs to get some follow-up here, though. Not able to find any Cyclones, not able to find anything. But this is a great opener once again for Streamer Zone. Chanimal could be in a lot of trouble. Cyclone gets spell lock there for Tony, and that means Tessia now is going to have a great opportunity to just keep pushing in. I think he's actually playing Shimmer here as well, so he's going for a lot of crowd control here. Another Cyclone snuck in onto Meh, but Tessia is going to be the one on the back foot. Relza avoiding the fear from Chanimal. They find the full polymorph. Do they have the damage though? Tessia seems to be the one on the back foot. Huge haunt connects. Oh my god, they overlapped the entire spellbook right there.
That was a panic attack here. Waz is looking to punish it immediately. Shadow stepping in on top of Relza and Tessia. Tony's into the coil. Chan sets up a fear. Relza dispels a UA. It takes a huge silent hit of damage as a result. He's desperately trying to cling to life here as Tony gets gripped back to the pillar. Ice wall. They lock line of sight wall. Oh, can they stun him? There's no stun. He trinketed immediately, and now they're in trouble. Will they be able to survive? Paint suppression's up onto Tony, but now he doesn't have that for Tessia, and Waz sees that opening. He steps over, kicks Frost. He's locked out into the cheap shot. Is Tessia going to get dunked here? Chan is staying aggressive on top of Relza as well, and Mez looking for that ultimate penitence. Relza's going to get it off first, and Chan just ports out a line of sight, but that left Waz behind. Waz is isolated. He's taking all of the penance bolts by himself. Relza takes another huge hit of damage, but he's getting aggressive. He's pushing in on Meh. He sneaks in and gets a fear, forcing Will of Forsaken to think and punish him. He can't get out of a polymorph right now. If Tessia can sneak one in right here, they might be able to win, but Meh steals the polymorph away from him. He can't. Tessia's in trouble. It could be a second block. They're all over him. He's trying to blink. He displaces, but he displaces right back into a cheap shot and has to ice block. Now he's got no ice blocks. He's playing with basically nothing. They overlap paint suppression. Meh gets caught. They caught him. They caught him. Can they? They have to win right here. They have to win right here, and now they're so far behind, but they can't keep the chain going. The Cyclone was maybe Tony. Maybe if they spell steal this shield off of Waz, maybe they can take him down if they swap the CC. They can't swap it. He jumps over, he bashes into Snowdrift, into Clone. Can Tony get back to a target and actually get some pressure off with this? Oh, the Shadow Step Kidney. How are you going to live this? Relza trinkets, but it's so much damage. Nice grip as Waz gets stunned. Tessia playing with nothing in this position. It's going to be a rocky road if it's going to be a victory for Streamer Zone at this point.
Yeah, Streamer Zone looking a little dicey right now in terms of defensive cooldowns. Meh has his trinket rotated back up. He's got the Void Shift, and they are leaving Chan completely free in the matchup right now, and he is starting to really add up with the rot pressure. There's the Dragon's Breath onto Waz. Cheap shot onto Relza. Meh pushes in, gets the double fear. Tessia caught up in another stun, and that is going to be it. Surely Chan finds the follow-up CC. No more healing available for Relza out of that situation, and Echo will tie up the series. You can make Chan bleed, but can you really take him down? That's a different question.
It's like one of those villains in a movie where it's like you actually cause some damage to them and then they just go like complete berserk after that. Like they're just not used to being hurt at all, and then it's time to go berserk mode. Echo now tie the series up 2-2. Best of 7. Grand finals for Europe. This is the most I feel like we've seen Echo sweat in a grand finals up to this point, but obviously they're polishing things, and it really showed in the damage meter, because I feel like in game 1 Tessia was able to get out a lot of damage, but this game he was falling behind Waz for most of it, so their pressure was a lot lower, and you can see that shown on the cooldowns with Waz still having Cloak, Meh still having Medallion and Paints up at this point, still having Void Shift, still having done any resolve. So Tessia seems really hyper focused on control at the moment, but this game it felt like the damage fell behind in exchange for that. And honestly, I feel like the small map backfired on them. It looked very easy for Waz to navigate around this and get to his target. So maybe moving forward, they're likely not going to want to take it to another small map. Honestly, they should focus on ice wall maps. So like we've seen Tessia on Dalaran use the ice wall really effectively, but against small map. So maybe like Mugambala, something where Tessia can shine on that ice wall, I think is going to be important.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he did get one really nasty ice wall here on this pillar, actually, where they are right now on the left side of that one, where they blocked out Waz by himself. But Meh master spelled that one, so heads up play from Meh as well, going for those MDs, because you can remove the ice wall with the master spell. Not something that I like to share because I am an ice wall enjoyer myself, but you know, Meh manages to get some value out of there, and then pushes in for the fear. They don't have the Will of the Forsaken, and at this point they don't have any defense. I really like that they're just focusing all out on offense. They had a really nice opportunity as well where Waz had no trinket and they got that double ring of frost, but the thought steal of Meh is actually such a clutch tool, because when you play thought steal you remove the mage's ability to polymorph for 20 seconds. Yeah.
No, does it remove mass polymorph too?
Yeah, I want to say yes. I actually don't know. I never played mass poly, but I'm 90% sure it does. But either way, it removes his opportunity to get the follow-up CC, because that's what they would have needed in that situation. When they landed that double ring, he couldn't actually use the polymorph to follow up. So you can still use ring, but Tony's going to have to be the one who lands a Cyclone, or Relza's going to have to be the one who lands a Fear. He can't just polymorph into polymorph or ring into polymorph like he would have wanted to. So even defensively, even if Meh actually steals a poly and then never actually gets a poly off, it's still a really nice defensive tool to slow down the game, rotate back his trinket, rotate back defensive cooldowns.
All right, so they're going to go to Dalaran. They like this map for the ice walls. I think the waterfall also adds a little bit of element of RNG. Just a random pillar can come down that you can line an entire section of the box off, maybe like a quarter of the top box off. So I think this is a really clutch Ice Wall map, but it's also, I think, a pretty decent rogue map. So no guaranteed wins here. Streamer Zone need to keep up their aggression, keep up their perfect play like we saw in their earlier rounds if they really want to take Echo all of the way. The Grand Finals is a marathon, not a sprint, and maybe they're running out of steam now coming into Game 5. They need to recharge, reload, and get ready because Echo are not making this easy.
All right, let's see. Dalaran Sewers here, Echo and Streamer Zone. I think that scoreline is a little bit wrong right there, but
definitely 2-2.
It's definitely 2-2 right now. Game number 5, and this is not a best of 7. This is this is not a best of 5. This is a best of 7. Excuse me. So whoever loses here is not out of the running just yet. It's gonna have to be 4 wins for either one of these teams to actually claim victory. But we are headed to the sewers. Another great map here for some ice wall plays. Let's see what they decide to do. Tessia blinking in immediately here with the shimmer, gets sapped on his blink. Tony opening up there. So Tessia wanted to blink in and get combat there, but Waz denies it. Opens up with a gouge onto Relza, who did get combat, and they're already slowing down this opener. Shanimal already getting the Soul Wrath and the big dots connecting.
Oh, he can't
Tessia
get
looking
there.
for the snowdrift. Meh, just avoiding that snowdrift so expertly. Tessia's not going to be able to find it, but a nice knock though.
Wall? Is he going to wall the ramp? He's not going to go for the wall on the ramp. I thought he was going to lock him down there, but Chance Port's actually down there, so it wouldn't have done a lot. They do stun Chan, but Met is in the skies. Ultimate Penitence. Oh, he ice walls the he ice walls the Ultimate Penitence, so he can't connect. He denies that 4-minute cooldown, but he's taking so much damage. He's just getting absolutely annihilated. Crazy pressure in the opener. First ice block's already out of the way. Tony's trying to turn things around. He gets a Cyclone on Met. Now they need massive damage on Chan if they want to stay in this, but Tessia gets gripped out by Relza. He's setting up the Ultimate Penitence into the sky defensively. Is it going to connect enough damage to really turn things around for his team? They get a stun on Waz. They'd love to force his trinket with this, but they're not forcing the trinket. They switch their pressure back onto Chan. Tony is now just getting shredded. He's might be forced to retreat. Big powered shield comes out here, and Tony's looking durable, trying to fish for Cyclones. Gets one on the Warlock. Is he going to try and swap it? Snowdrift is down. Pre-barrier from Mel in the Snowdrift, but they knock him out, and they're swapping to the healer, possibly? He's going to Desperate Prayer. He can't be a target right here. Mel is going to survive that nice pre-barrier on the Snowdrift. Solar Rat's coming out, and Chan is ready to go.
Let's see here. Chan now caught up in a bash stun. They get a full polymorph onto Matt. This could be a good setup. Chan, what are you going to do right now? Nice coil onto Tessia. Healing himself and slowing down that refollow polymorph. Relzak gets caught up in a fear. Has to use the Will of Forsaken. Tessia still in a lot of trouble. Shadowy duel for Waz, but he gets knocked away. Nice knock there as he blasts Waz a little bit here. And Chan being the target here a little bit more in the match compared to Waz, but now finally setting up a swap onto Waz. Big damage connecting there. Tessia would have loved to have an ice wall right now to isolate Waz, but look at that damage coming in. Drops a Ring of Frost around the corner there, potentially looking for it, but not able to find it. Matt, he tries to blast wave him into what? How did Matt avoid that? He jumped at the same time as he got blast wave. He must have faded, I think, there to avoid that, because that usually will hit a priest there and knock him into that Ring of Frost. But either way, Matt stays out of that crowd control. Snowdrift coming out here once again. They're going after Waz with a rake stun onto him, but not able to find the pressure that they need. This is the Icy Veins and Power Infusion, so Tessia is fully powered up here to do damage.
Another spell lock on the Mass Poly. Nice alter time, though. Tessia got big value there. Here comes the Han. Here comes the coil. Waz is in position. How much damage do they have? Relza grips Tessia away. It's very scary. Double grip trying to get him behind the pillar, but he can't get him around the corner. It's still so low. He doesn't want to trade that second block. He manages to recover, and now a big push onto Waz. Meh uses pain suppression, soaking the hits. They swap off to Chan, punishing him with the maim stun, but Waz is there. He interrupts Tessia. Can they manage to turn this around? Mind control pulling Waz possibly off the side. Tessia looks for another polymorph. Waz and Chan are both in trouble. Waz trades Cloak of Shadows at critically low health at this point. May need to use a Hellstone as well. Double cheap shots coming through. Looking to get back to his team and really put pressure up onto Tessia, I think, at this point. Chan's looking to push forward. He's still kind of low. He gets locked out on a fear. Waz is still rotting down. Man needs to make a difficult choice here. Looks like he's deciding to try and pull away from the engagement. Tony looking for a Cyclone. Finds it. He has a Trinket Void Shift. I think it's going to be a Trinket Void Shift. They're greeting it. They're greeting it so long, but they get it. Trinket Void Shift in Streamer Zone. They're on the clock on mana, but they still have a chance to win.
Yeah, but they need to find something fast. That next CC chain could be the life of Waz. He has a trinket, but he has no kind of escape ability. But right now, Tony is in a lot of trouble. Tessia looking for a Ring of Frost. Man, he's just going to def and walk into it. Put himself on diminishing returns right there. Really heads up play. Here's the stun onto Waz. He wants to hold on to his trinket for a little bit later. They pull Waz back right there. And I really like the patience of Meh right there. Normally, as soon as you see that stun, you pull your rogue back, but he waits for the frostbite so it doesn't root the grip. Really, really nice play there by Meh. He fake has another another interrupt there as well. The precognition is active for Meh as he blasts away with the penances, and it looks like they wanted to set up a swap onto Meh here, pushing for the snowdrift. I think they're going for Meh here. Nice preemptive reads by Meh, though. They fear Tony here as well. They see the situation immediately, and they punish on the side of Echo. Tessia could be in trouble as they continue this onslaught onto Tessia, but Tessia looking for the mass polymorph. He finds it onto Meh. Waz instantaneously pops the vanish there to avoid it, but he gets feared out of stealth. Nice double ring, knocks him into the ring as well. They continue to chain, but they need a cyclone, they need a fear, otherwise Waz potentially will recover here from the heels of Meh.
Well, barriers down from Relza to Tony, looking to recover. Tessia blinks into the barrier, but now they're stacked up. They're getting AoE. Chan is free casting on that corner ramp. Tons of damage coming through. Waz is getting in there. This could be the second block. He's staying on target. He's getting greedy. Trades up the second block. Now they can swap to Tony. Bark's getting forced from him. He's looking for Cyclones, but it's just so much damage. Chan is getting out of control. They at least Cyclone him, but they need more time. Relza can't recover. He's just coming out of a blind. He's got Ultimate Penitence in 1 more second. He needs to get this Ultimate Penitence off onto his whole team, but now he's into a kidney shot. Tony pre-bears. He's going to Trinket Void Shift and look to try and get back into the mix. Ringer Frost defensively at the pillar, but there's a gouge. Waz is relentless with this crowd control. The rot is real right now. Han connects in the wall. Tony got walled off from his own team. He could go down, and Tessia blinks in, but it's too little too late, and Echo moved to match point.
Echo is back right now. They're playing around these CC chains beautifully, and a little bit unlucky with that last wall. He tried to isolate Waz, but wasn't able to find it. Instead, it was Tony that was caught up
Tony's like, what are you doing,
no
man?
man's land.
What are you doing? I'm over here, bro. Don't lock me out, dude. I don't want to be here with Waz, man. Why'd you do that to me? And Tessia panicked when he saw that, canceled it, blinked in, tried to knock him off the side. Look at this wall. It pushes Tony into enemy territory.
No, you know what it is? Meh gripped Waz right there to the right side of the wall. Oh my god, that is insane. I gotta say, Meh, this game, there's so many small little things that he does that are just so clutch. It's the same thing with the grip earlier, and we can see it here one more time.
Where's the wall?
They go on Tony, they get the void shift. Tony's looking fine, and then look at Tessia here. He sets up for the ice wall here, right here, and then look what Meh does. Look right there. He grips him, and that leap of faith from Meh actually, was it a grip or was it the wall that bounced him back? It was really hard to see.
If you're
actually,
like in the middle of the wall, it'll like push you. I think it pushed Tony too, and that's why like Tony must have moved. Like I mean, Tony. I don't think Tony can see the ice wall being constructed, so he's kind of
no, they can't, but they can see the casts.
So, like, he gets pushed. He's stunned, and he got pushed by the wall.
Yeah.
And Tony got pushed, too.
It looked like he got gripped, but yeah, you're right. It is the wall that kind of knocked him. So, a little bit unlucky with the aim on that one, but he cancels it right away, but they just didn't have anything to recover with anyway. Streamer Zone finding themselves with a good opener, but now on match point here.
All right. Let's see if they can manage to do it. I feel like the small map, they need ice wall maps, but big ice wall maps. Like, I think that, like, this wasn't that bad, but Waz is getting way too much control of the game, it feels like. And then Chan is getting out of control as well here. You made him bleed his own blood, and now this anime villain is ready to finish you. He's charging up his final attack here on match point, and is it going to be lights out for Streamer Zone? Is Echo going to continue to reign terror over the European region? Or is Tessia and Tony and Relza going to be able to pull something together here, take us to a Game 7, possibly all the way to a victory for themselves? Tolveron Arena, big map, not really super friendly to ice walls, but I definitely think the biggest mistake so far in the series is going to small maps as Streamer Zone.
Yeah, we're gonna go to Tolver, so we'll see. I wonder what the logic is with that, because I guess it's just to give Tony more uptime in general, just give Tony more options, but I feel like it almost backfires, because when that happens, Waz is just so enabled in the match, and that is one player that you don't want to be enabling. He's just running around, getting the cheap shots, getting the kidney shots, setting up these CCs, like the Infinity Go that we like to refer to it, and the Infinity Go of Echo, and when that happens, it's just over. And when you think about it, the matchups or the maps where they won was Asha Mains and Nagran. Those are big maps where you can get a lot of value out of things like your knock, where you can find nice edges to ice wall as well. I feel like Tolvir is not a good ice wall map, for the record. Tolvir is there's not a lot of options there. Like, if you can knock somebody into the starting room and block it, that's a good one. And you can also, there is one choke point on the pillar where you can block from the wall to the pillar. So there is one spot there as well, but if they're fighting in the midfield, there's not really, it's so hard to get good ice wall value. It's just going to be like you have a full stun on Waz and then you get an ice wall down pretty much at the same time. That's going to be the highest value play there. But you can see it here actually, right on the left side. You can see that wall on that left pillar hitting the kind of corner
the
there.
corners of the map, basically.
Exactly. Near the corners there, you can get some value on that ice wall. You can block off that entire side. Next to the starting rooms, basically, with that where the corner of the pillar is to the wall. So you can do that, but other than that, there really isn't too many options. But let's see how they decide to play it out here. Tessia blinks in, gets combat this time, so a little bit better opener. And once again, they're gonna go after Chanimal.
Yeah, cheap shots for everybody here. As Waz is donating those out. Tony is relentless, though. He's chasing down Chan. A lot more aggression towards the Warlock. He's met by a coil. Chan gets counterspelled on the Fear. They're really pushing the pace on Chan. A Polymorph is found on the bash on the Waz. Chan is isolated. He's got to get ready to portal here in a second, I think. He's going to pop a Hellstone and recover and try and stay in midfield a little bit longer, but he's getting interrupted a lot more here in game number 5. We see an Ice Wall coming down, line of sighting Meh from one side of the pillar, and it looks like he's just wrapped around to the other side, but in that meantime, he's actually generated a lot of pressure onto Chan still. Tessia gets feared by Meh, and Meh, it's just Meh versus Tessia at the moment, and they get Meh into a clone, but Tessia is getting destroyed. It's so much damage coming out from Waz right now. Is he going to drop in the Shadowy Duel or be forced into a block? It looks like they hold on to it, knocking Waz away. Ultimate Penitence from Meh in the corner, but there's Sheeps on Waz. Not a huge value Penitence, honestly, from Meh. And he actually gets Sheep. Looks like he deathed it. Breaking out of that crowd control. Tessia has such a tough decision. Do you play aggressive? It's your last chance, or do you try and play defensive for the late game? They're gripping Tony out, and I think they're trying to pull away from an engagement, but I feel like that's playing into Echo's hands.
Yeah, right now they're going to have to just continue to play aggressive here. There's the Snowdrift, there's the Dragon's Breath. Tessia should be able to connect with this, but Chanimal once again blocks it with a nicely timed Mortal Coil, but a fade on the Polymorph, the fake. He fakes the kick, but there's a Shadow Word Death. There's the Shadow Word Death on the Poly as well. So Tessia has so many interrupts there that he has to work through, and unfortunately for him, he doesn't have enough time there. If he fakes, man, he's going to get around the corner, and the opportunity is lost, so he kind of has to go for it, and instead, it is going to be Tessia here on the back foot, but a nice barrier from Relza is slowing things down for just a moment as Relza actually swaps pillar here, trying to chase down Matt, trying to get a fear, double DB into a double fear, but it's on DR. Can he get the ring? Manages to fake cast the Shadow with Death right there. Might get the Polymorph here, but Matt fades it into a double fear of his own, and now Tessia is in a lot of trouble. Relza is going to trade out the Pain Suppression as well as the Will of the Forsaken. And
the Rapture and the Archangel. That was a big commitment here from Relza. They need to get something out from Echo with this commitment, and they get evasion, but I think they'd rather have gotten the Cloak of Shadows. Ice Wall comes down, and Meh stolen that Polymorph with Thought Steal again, so he doesn't have to worry about that for some time. Tony gets cold around the corner. Echo totally deflect that Ice Wall push. Waz Shadow steps in, but he's met by a Rake Stun. They managed to sneak a Polymorph over onto Relza. Meh actually found that, but it doesn't look like it's too punishing at the moment. He saps the Polymorph. Perhaps that Sheep wins the game. It's a full blind. It gets his Trinket. Waz is still in trouble. Meh is into a fear. Chan has been counterspelled. Cloak of Shadows has been forced, but Tony doesn't care about Cloak of Shadows. Ferocious Bites are coming through. He's barely holding on. Another Polymorph onto Meh. He deaths it, but into a Cyclone. They're trying to keep up the chase. Tony's there. Defensive Shadowy Duel. And likely Waz should recover here. He's setting up crowd control. Cheap shots, maybe not. Mez into the main stun. Tessia blinks away. Streamer Zone, at least, they're still holding on to 2 blocks. They still have the Feral Druid Trinket. I would say Streamer Zone, they're looking a lot more stable than on Dalaran so far. Yeah, it's only really Relza that doesn't have anything to work with right now. Waz Shadow steps immediately out of that Frozen Orb, swapping to Tony. That's going to be the Pain Suppression once again, and Tony seems to be the target here a little bit more for Echo on this larger map. And it seems like Echo is struggling a lot more on the large map. Look at Tessia, he blinks in, double Snowdrift, double Dragon's Breath. Relza is there as well, potentially with the follow-up fear, he's looking for it, but Matt manages to come out of the stun in time. Relza, it's a risky gamble. He's got no Trinket, no Will of the Forsaken. Even if he fears Matt and manages to win that fear duel, Matt can just will it and fear him right back. So Relza opting not to go for that line of play. Instead, it's going to be Matt actually pushing for the fear here, potentially a little bit of a mind game between these two priests. Tessia now in a lot of trouble. He gets the poly. Matt defs it though, beautifully done, into a full fear by Chanimal. Master spell coming out. Tessia in so much trouble. He's on the run. They're going to blink behind the pillar, but now they're swapping to Tony. Oh my God, Tony is taking a lot of damage as well. He's going after Chanimal, but Relza's still not out of crowd control. Just sap after sap. Here's a kidney shot. Do they have anything for that kidney shot? They grip him as well as the Rapture Shield. Now Matt finally in a full fear, doesn't want to use his Will of the Forsaken in that position. Ring of Frost potentially from Tessia, not able to find it. Instead, it's going to be Waz getting shut down there on the Cyclone. Nicely done here.
by both teams.
Match point, man. Everything on the line for Streamer Zone right now. Can they pull it off? Rel's mana is looking like it's getting thinned out. They force a pain suppression from Meh. They're keeping themselves in the match. But here comes the stun lock from Waz. A stun for everybody. Tony trades Medallion and Barkskin to try and stay ahead of the damage. But here comes the Soul Rot Haunt combo. Big burst out from Chan. He's reloaded full dots. Ice Wall comes down. But Waz got gripped before the wall could line it. And Meh predicted that play. Nice moves from Meh. Tessia gets the polymorph. A mass polymorph. It hits 2 players. Double polymorph. Rel's is in position for a Psychic Scream as well. Double fear, forcing the trinket. Can they finish the DB the trinket? Chan is critically low. Are they actually doing this? Are we going to go to a game 7? Meh is being greedy. He's got Void Shift. He's being so greedy. He can't trinket in the bash now. Chan is getting low. Cheap shots come through. Chan ports, wrapping around the corner. Meh is trying to hold on as greedy as possible here. He knows that that trinket Void Shift could be his last line of defense, but every second that he greeds, he's getting closer and closer to death. A full poly with no trinket, and the greed is going to cost Echo game 6. We're going to game 7.
Oh my goodness, just on a whim they turn it around. That mass polytech was absolutely insane. That is what started that entire exchange right there, and I hope we can get to see it again. That was absolutely insane. Tessia blinks in, finds the double poly onto Waz and Meh, and I'm telling you, these large maps are the difference makers. Every time they played small maps, it just was hopeless, but on these large maps, they're looking good, and this was right after that double poly play from Tessia as that replay starts. They get the fear follow-up. Will of the Forsakens that one, and Relza goes for the ulti P, which I think got interrupted, but still it just allows Tessia to free cast as well. We're going to see it in a little bit, but here Matt just wrapping around the corner. They get a lot of damage here onto Chanimal. They spell lock Matt, and then they land a full poly while he's on global with the power infusion. So Matt just not able to deal with that hasted damage, and Relza actually was kicked there on, I think, Shadow. He got spell locked on something, but he had ulti P as well. I was looking for that one. Not able to get it off in time. They just had so much burst, and there's the double polymorph. We get to see it at the beginning there, and then double fear, will. And I really love this power infusion from Relza as well, because earlier in the match, he was using it onto Tony to amp his damage, but in this position, he gave it to Tessia, and the fact that he did gives Tessia this omega fast polymorph that we're going to see here in a second. So Matt goes for a cast, gets spell locked, and then Tessia goes for the blink sheep right here, and he manages to get it, and it's just too fast before Matt has a global cooldown even to def that one, and they manage to take us to a game 7. The first time we see Echo really tested this way. I mean, Streamer Zone are just one game away from taking the entire tournament after having a disaster performance last weekend. Yeah, but now they're just back.
You know who's sitting in the wings right now, right? You know who's ready to go and take it for his team? It's Raikou. He is ready to go. They're going to get a small map probably and get an RMP game. So Streamer Zone could win this. I think on a small map, it's all about Ice Wall and going after Waz. They could win it, but every time they've got the small map, it looks really hard. They're like down blocks immediately in the game, unlike this one where it took a long time. They picked a big map. Why did they pick a big map? I swear Echo is trolling unless they're doing something RMP. Totally different.
There's no way. They're going RMP.
Yeah, but even as RMP, why go big map?
I have no idea, but they're getting Chan out of there.
All right, Chan is out. It's game 7. It's Raikou versus Tessia for the Mage Crown in Europe right now in the War Within Cup number 3. Streamer Zone, man, if they win this, they're going to climb the ranks so heavily in terms of guaranteeing a top 3 position as well for the Grand Finals.
I want to see what is the chat percentage on this prediction here, because on the desk... We're all like the best prediction in favor of Streamer Zone was 4-1.
Yep.
All of us were like 4-0, 4-0, 4-1. So look at look at chat, man. 88% prediction for Echo. I mean, this would be the upset if Streamer Zone can pull this off. I mean, this is crazy. Even like heading into this, I was like, yeah, really? You're going 4-1? That's kind of generous. Like, these guys have never even beaten Echo. Chanimal is 19-0 on broadcast. Like, these guys don't lose. And now we're here in game number 7. Streamer Zone just playing out of their minds.
Okay. I feel like they got to be happy about Enigma. I feel like that's just neutral map. It's just whoever's going to play better, honestly. I feel like the small map would have been really hard for them. So Streamer Zone, I think, have the best shot of a team so far throughout this season in the expansion, and seemingly for such a long time. Echo have been dominating this region for so long. Can Streamer Zone end their reign? They were rivals all the way back. I think it was in Shadowlands the last time that Streamer Zone actually pulled off a big win in a big tournament against Echo. Can they do it here? Tessia, their new 4th member on Mage, is definitely earning his spot on this team. Phenomenal performance up to this point. He has to keep it going. It's been a long day. It's only one more game. Yeah, he has to be razor sharp, on point for this, and be ready to close this out. Raiku's off the bench. He's getting into the mix. It's Echo's RMP main squad, main team. They've been playing RMP for like over a century at this point, so this is going to be tough.
They've been playing it for millennia.
Eons. Even in their past life before reincarnation, they were playing RMP. Their ancestors played RMP. They raised them on RMP cereal. They were born and bred to play RMP. So this is going to be hard for Streamer Zone, but I think they're looking so good today that a miracle might just happen.
Yeah, I mean, this Game 7 is going to be an enigma. Who is going to take it? We're going to Enigma Crucible. I think it is because of the ice walls here. I feel like there's no good choke points really for the ice wall. There's not too many good ones at least. And it's gonna come down to just who can land the crowd control, who can land the place. But at the same time, I feel like Relza is gonna have a decent time here staying out of crowd control, and I think that really is Streamer Zone's main advantage. If they can kind of extend the matchup, it's so explosive for them, right? Because I feel like sometimes when you're playing against the Feral Druid, it's like nothing's happening. He's just sitting in bear form. He's just chilling, you know. He's not really connecting. But then all of a sudden, maim stun on the rogue, and then boom, 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 5 bites in 2 seconds, and the rogue is just like in full panic mode. And that's when the whole spellbook comes out from one side. That's when the defensive overlaps happen. That's when we see teams crumble. So I feel like for Streamer Zone, having Relza being enabled in a match like this can be very key. But with that said, though, in that last game, he had a large playing field, and he was just playing on the same pillar as Matt, just pushing in and making aggressive plays. And I mean, it ended up working out for them, and we'll have to see it here in the final hour. Raikou has been summoned. He has been tagged in here to carry his team to victory. Can he do it, though? Honestly, that RMP game on Tigers didn't look that convincing. They had an insane opener, and I swear Waz was so close to dying. Like, I mean, when you think of Echo RMP, you're thinking like, you know, the Infinity Go, you're thinking these super insane setups, preemptive duel before people are using their cooldowns and things like that. But in that game, it was complete shambles. Like, Waz is trapped behind a wall in no man's land. He's getting gripped out of his own smoke bomb. You know, it's complete chaos. And then they find out one insane setup and manage to kill Tessia 100-0. So there's a lot of questions here that will be answered in this matchup, and we're just excited to get into this game. Players are getting ready, and I think Echo. So what's happening here is Echo went into a delay, then Streamer Zone also went into their own delay, because both teams are allowed to take a 5-minute delay.
This never happens. Game 7, European Finals, Cup number 3. Like, if they got to go to the bathroom, you go now. You ain't playing with anything that could possibly throw you off. Get some water. Like, I don't know if they forgot to drink water throughout this entire series. Like, they need to reset. Try and be as fresh as possible for this, because this is it. This is their final hurdle. The last round in the gauntlet. Can Streamer Zone? They pulled off a reverse sweep against Drive Overload to get here. Can they manage to take a best of 7 against Echo with Raikou now off the bench? RMP. This is why they brought Matt back on the roster, was to play this composition at the highest level possible. Nobody can dominate on RMP like Echo does, but Streamer Zone have powered up themselves. Tessie on this Frost Mage has been looking crazier and crazier. Who is going to take the Frost Mage crown?
Who is going to take it here? The gates are open. Game number 7, European Grand Finals right now for Cup number 3. Tony is charging in. Who is going to get a better opener right now? Waz looking for the sap man. Raikou just sitting back. Tessia pushing in here as well. Looking for the Blizzard. Gets sapped behind the pillar. Relza is kind of stuck in midfield right now. So they're playing on opposite sides of each other, and Matt is already pushing in here. It's going to be a cheap shot into a fear. No, look at that. Beautiful counter there. Beautifully done there by Tessia. He's going for the Ring of Frost. Not able to shut down Matt on that fear. Still looking for the mass polymorph, but not able to find it. DR Fear coming out onto Meh as both of these teams finally securing a CC chain here onto Relza. It's gonna be Tessia in a lot of trouble. What is he gonna do to stay alive here? Greater Invis comes out. He's kiting, he's ducking and weaving here with the blink, and now he goes for the full mass poly. He gets it, but where's Waz?
The knock,
He's already
the wall!
himself. He's hiding. There's the knock wall take pre-master spells before the cast is even finished. Beautifully done there, but Tony extends the chain, gets the bash onto Meh. Waz is in a stun. Tony is in a Dragon's Breath. Both of these teams, look at Tessia. He fake us another interrupt. Waz down to 50% HP, but now it's going to be Tessia here in trouble. They get a full clone. Waz is around the corner. Tony connect. Can they get the trinket void shift? Do they have any follow-up damage? It doesn't look like it. Cloak of Shadows, though, will trade in that exchange.
This is so good for Streamer Zone. Getting that cloak out of the way is a key to possibly taking down Waz in the near future. They got good clones on Raikou, and Tony's moving forward. He stuns Meh. Can Tessia get there? Get the polymorph. He farmers Raikou. Fear onto the rogue, setting them up for the stun. Tony is there, but they need to get Meh in crowd control. They can't, and he grips him across the map, and he grips him into a double DB knock. Does he have Ice Wall CD? I don't think so at this point. They're just trying to blast damage as he's out of line of sight, but Meh wraps around the corner. Ultimate Penitence in the sky. Big pressure onto Tessia as Raikou finds a polymorph. It's massive damage. Incoming, crashing onto Tessia. No Mass Dispel at least here because he used it on the wall, so Tessia should be safe to sit in this ice block for its full duration, but Waz is looking for a re-stealth. No, he's not going to get a sap out of the block there, and he's crossing the map. Cheap shot on Relza, but Raiku's in a clone. He can't set anything up. Steps over, gets knocked away on his step. Tessia's trying to blast out damage and bait Waz behind the pillar here. Calm Storm's softening him up. Tony's going after Meh. He finds a bash, needs a clone. He's behind the pillar. Raikou blinks back to stop the clone. Good awareness by Raikou. They fear Waz. He can't pre-feint. It could be big damage. There's a barrier down, though, blocking the pressure. Nice barrier placement from Meh. Meh steals polymorph, and he's looking to polymorph the healer possibly. He's pushing with Raikou. It's two players trying to polymorph Relza at the same time.
Yeah, and Relza used his trinket there on a blind earlier. Can they get the follow-up cheap? This could be big trouble here. Tony is also kind of low. Tessia is on full HP, though. Nice Cyclones coming out here from Tony, shutting down the situation. A follow-up half cheap shot onto Relza. Now they finally connect onto Tessia. Big damage, but Relza's out of crowd control. Should be able to contend with this damage. Tessia looking for the polymorph. Meh defs it, though. Another excellent def there from Meh, keeping them in the fight once again, but still a lot of pressure here. They're going after Raikou a little bit as well in the matchup here on the side of Streamers, though. Now Raikou in a Cyclone, looking to go after Waz. Raikou's going to trinket out of that Cyclone, gets the Icy Veins here, looking very aggressive, blinking forward, looking for the crowd control onto Relza. He has no trinket. If they can connect with that, it's going to be another Ice Block here potentially.
He fakes a kick, paint suppression's up. Tessia needs to get this ring. He gets the Ring of Frost. Where's the stun? Waz has no trinket. He blinks in. They fear Waz, setting up Tony, but he's not able to find it. They need another sheep, but Tessia gets counterspelled. He's low health here. He's only got one block available. Big crits are coming. Second block has been forced. Master Spell is there for Meh. They remove it, and Waz, if he cloaks offensively here, might just be able to close the game. He's not going for it. Void Shift from Relza. He's not going to greed it. It's game 7. They can't risk it, but they get the clone. They get the Snowdrift. Ice Wall possibly from Tessia. He needs to fake an interrupt. They get the Mason. There's the wall. The wall is down. And Waz is at 1%. Tony goes for it. Meh blocks it. He is not playing games. I can't believe Waz gets away alive right there. Now they're setting up for the win. Tessia needs to pull off some evasive maneuvers. He's blinking away from Waz. He breaks the crowd control on Relza with some AoE. Great positioning, but there's the blind. No trinket, no blocks, and Echo are coming back from 1%. No way he survives. Rapture powered shield after powered shield. He grips him out of the Comet Storm. Relza's doing whatever he can to min-max the damage here, and Tessia stays alive.
Both of these players have cheated death in this matchup. It could come down to the next setup here. Who is going to take it? Right now, Echo is looking good. Tessia has no more cooldowns. That was Relza's trinket coming back at the very last second to save the day, but now they have absolutely nothing. Mass Polymorph snuck in onto Meh. Raikou comes in with the counter Ring of Frost. It's going to be up to Tony here to do something. Raikou playing the Mass Polymorph as well. DB onto Meh. It's not going to be enough, and Tessia will fall. Echo will be the Cup 3 champions, but I don't think that could have been any closer. My goodness, Waz on 1% HP. Holy moly. Unbelievable. Tony goes for the charge right there onto Waz when he was around that wall and almost managed to take him down. Meh defies it once again. They stay alive, and then Raikou and Tessia at the same time there pull the trigger, find the crowd control chain, but it is Raikou and Waz that come out on top. Echo with a well-fought RMP series. Congratulations. And I think this was the wall play, right? Yeah, so this is right before, and look at Waz here, man. This is crazy. They go for the DB Snowdrift. They clone Meh, and then they fake cast. I think the counterspell of Raikou. No, he doesn't have it here, and they get the. Oh no, he does fake. No, yeah, no, Raikou. He just didn't counterspell there, I guess. But look at Waz here, so low, right there. He melts the killing blow. That would have killed him. He melts the killing blow, and because I was wondering when Tony did the feral charge there, how did he survive that? Because I was looking, he's like he didn't have evasion up, so he couldn't have dodged it. How did he actually live that? But it's a meld that saves him. Oh my god, a 1% HP shadow meld. That was absolutely disgusting. And then here at the end, of course, Tessia blinks in, gets the poly onto Meh. Raikou finds the answer with the Ring of Frost. Then they get the sap onto Relza to follow it up into the Fear, and Echo takes victory. But my god, that was such a clutch shadow meld by Waz. I can't believe that.
Oh my god. You don't get any closer than this to beating Echo, literally. You can't. This is as close as it gets for them moving into cup number 4. Just look at the pixels of health. They don't exist at this moment in time. I can't believe how low he is. He puts Thrash up and he just, oh my god, he actually lived that. This happened in 2 games. This wasn't the only game that this happened. I think this also happened on Tiger's Peak.
Yeah, I did.
So like, this is 2 games where literally just like any little, like if they could have auto attacked them all at the same time when he cloaked, he probably would have died.
Oh my goodness, man! What a series this was! What an insane finals, and what a comeback for Streamer Zone, man! We have to give them props for that. Like these guys, last week they had a horrendous performance by their own standards. They've been struggling kind of in these cups, considering that they're a team that has won the AWC in 2021. They're a team that has been up here contending, with the best of them, and now finally looking a bit like their former self here, making it all the way to the grand finals. But not only that, but being, I would say, the first team that actually puts Chanimal back on the bench here is quite a big feat in of itself. Almost taking Echo down here in the grand finals. What a treat.
How much have we actually seen Raikou this season? That's a statement for sure.
Yeah. I mean, they used him a fair bit in week number 1, but I feel like in these last 2 cups, it's been more about the Chanimal factor. Winning 19 games in a row on broadcast is definitely, that's crazy. They were the combo breaker, though. He almost got 20, but Tessia and Tony, they managed to block the 20 bomb.
So I'm getting some data here. It sounds like Waz had 161,000 health left, so 2.5%. That is an incredibly low number. So that's just how close these two teams were. So Echo 4-3 versus Streamer Zone GG. I mean, they're not really safe yet either, because Streamer Zone is chasing their tail in the standings, and it's going to be, I think, even closer next week. You kind of already said it, Zico. This is a team that is just rising every single time we see them, and that is the closest we've seen them by a long shot. So Echo going to be walking away with that victory, but honestly, it kind of barely suits.
Yeah, I mean, I'm speechless almost. Like, this is...
We're just so
used to Echo. We're so used to Echo just getting 4-0, where it's like my brain is still taking like a second to catch up and compute the fact that it's not 4-0 in the grand finals here, and that there are teams now that can actually threaten them. And we've seen, every single week, more and more teams are taking more games off of Echo. So going into Cup 4 that's going to be the serious one.
Yeah. Going to be very serious indeed. We do have one more cup left, and then of course that grand finals. We'll get that standings tallied up, but like I said, I'm assuming we're gonna see a couple of rematches between these two teams at least. Hopefully that's something that we can see next weekend, because I know that Echo right now is thinking like, we won that one, but it was really not very safe, not very convincing, and I'm sure they're trying to come up with a plan for next time that these two teams meet each other. Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was as close as it gets. And Streamer Zone on the standings as well. They were looking not too good heading into this weekend, but now they're looking fantastic here in terms of points. And now they've really put on the pressure onto Phoenix Reborn, onto Bleached Bones to be making it. Look at that nice point gap that they've been able to establish here as well. But I do believe we have an interview ready with the man of the hour himself, the coldest mage in Sweden, Mr. Raikou.
Yo, do you hear me?
We do.
Yes.
We do.
Oh, hello. What's up, guys?
What's
Nothing
up?
much.
What's up?
We're just, you're surprising all of us. I mean, how did that feel? I'm sure you guys didn't expect it to be that close. What was going through your heads as you had to make it all the way to a game 7 against?
I mean, they were our main war game partners for the entire week, kinda. Like, this is the team we played the most. Today, yesterday, like, we've just been playing against the team a lot. So, like, we kind of know each other very good. But usually in the war games, we're winning way more than we're losing. So, but today, Tesha decided he's going to play Orc Shimmer. He's going to play full YOLO the entire game. And they're just going to try to, like, close the game out as fast as possible. And I guess they had a good momentum swing from the previous series when they reverse swept Drive Overload. So, I don't know, it was a hard series. So definitely got caught off guard. My team tilted a little bit in the roguelock games. And yeah, I got locked the rogue mage.
What was behind the decision to swap off from Chan and bring you on?
In war games, to be honest, I was just going through my details to see like who died every game, and I just saw Tesha is dead 8 times in a row on my details in the war games as RMP. So we were like, we should RMP, but obviously it's hard to play into I mean, as they know, jungle is pretty hard as rogue mage to play against, and warlock is kind of better. So it was kind of a counter pick situation a little bit.
Right. So you guys went roguelock because you also thought they might go jungle, and that would be a better matchup for you. Yeah, okay, it makes sense. I wanted to say, first of all, congrats on another cup win. You played amazing. There's been some controversy about these ice walls. We noticed that you don't like to run the ice wall. Tessia likes to run the ice wall. Elsewave runs it. A lot of people run it. What's your take on that?
I think I like the poly talent a lot. I know many people don't, but I just feel like when you play like a rogue mage, first of all, the game is very cleaver right now, so when you poly someone, they're still polyed low when they come out, so you can make swaps, etc. And also, every sheep I land, I gain 12% versatility, which is quite a lot of damage. Yeah. But Ice Wall is sick because you can make it in the same place. I mean, Tesha made some insane plays with it this tournament, and it can win you the game. And maybe I should play it more. The thing is, the quality of the game is worse overall because every poly you're landing is not as strong as it would be otherwise.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. It's a bit more maybe consistent to not go with the ice wall compared to making like a big flash play with the ice wall.
Yeah, exactly.
Obviously, you've been in the game a long time at this point, but was there any pressure for you, coming into Game 7, the first time that your team really needs you in the final hour? Were you worried at all about possibly not being able to step up for the team?
I mean, a little bit. I mean, I came in, what was it, Game 3 or something? Game 4?
Yeah.
No, it was Game 3. We were 0-2 down and we won, and then the last game. I mean, I would probably play a little bit better if I was playing the whole time, because obviously, you need to be warm. There's some nerves because we're 3-3 down. It's all in my hands. We're swapping the comms, so a little bit. I could have probably played better. I mean, I think the last game was good. The other game wasn't that good. A Tigers Peak game, I think we could have played better. But I think there was some tilt going on from the 0-2.
Yeah. Anyone in particular here tilting? It's okay. You can put them under the bus.
Put them under the bus.
Nah, it was just unlucky things happened. They got some really good CC chains. Nice. He plays mass poly even though he thought stolen. So he got a mass poly into Cyclone, and then he knocked me out of line. And then me finally got to ultimate penitence after he faked the kick, and then Chan got knocked again, the opposite direction.
Yeah.
And it was just a disaster.
Yeah, that Asher Wings game was definitely brutal. But you guys have good mental. You guys managed to bounce back from that. And how do you guys feel about the competition in general right now in Europe? Do you feel like it's getting more competitive than last year? How do you feel about for example, Drive Overload? How do you feel about Streamer Zone's new pickup with Tessia? Do you feel like the teams are getting better?
I think so, yeah. I do think that the meta for certain teams, let's say Bleach Bones, for example, is not the best meta for them, so they're kind of not that competitive, even though those players are obviously insane. And you can kind of see, the rogue teams, the feral teams, are doing extremely good right now, and, the top 3 point standing teams is a rogue team and 2 feral teams. But apart from, the top 3, I wouldn't say it's, super hard competition, because it's a rogue versus feral meta, and if you don't have those, you're not going to do that well.
Yeah, that makes sense. I have one final question for you, and that is about North America today. Who do you think is going to take it? We got, who's in it, I guess. You guys have been watching.
I mean, I think Welcome to the Jungle is basically going to go undefeated.
Ooh.
Oh.
Okay. Bold.
Yeah,
All right.
I
Well,
believe so.
I think it makes sense statistically. I mean, we've got the bracket up here. They're, of course, in the upper bracket facing off against F tier. So with that, Raiko, congratulations once again on that Cup number 3 win. We're going to let you go. Anything you want to say before we let you head off?
Oh, nothing. Just shout out to my team, my sponsor Echo, and also the opponents. Like I said, all of the people we met today, Tony, Rasa, Tesha, etc., they were playing insane today. They were on fire. A huge shout out to those guys, because I mean they made us sweat today.
Yeah, they made us
did.
sweat too. Watching, trust us. All right, well, congrats once again. And we're going to start moving on to talking about the North American Games. Sounds like Raikou is confident Welcome to the JUNG is going to take this dub, which honestly, I could for sure see that happening. Like we were mentioning, that is the first series up in the North American region versus F tier Super Ds.
I feel like this has got to be. I feel like we don't see these teams going head to head a lot, and I feel like Feral Mage could be something that struggles with Elemental Shaman comps possibly. So F tier could really actually maybe throw an upset with this series in particular. I really want to know what composition they start this series with, because if Laros has gotten good at Beast Mastery Hunter over like the past couple of weeks that he's been playing it, then Beast Mastery Elemental Shaman could be the comp that actually gets them through this roster.
Yeah, certainly. And then we're going to be heading down to that lower bracket. It's Team Liquid versus the ABJURED. The ABJURED is our first time seeing them in the top 8, kind of the newcomers. They started off the weekend in the upper bracket as well, fell from F tier down here to face off against Team Liquid. And they're right now tied for 3rd for F tier. So we can see that F tier versus Team Liquid potentially down there in the lower bracket. But we got some series to get through. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, it's going to be Welcome to the JUNG versus F tier. Stick around. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. If you're just now tuning in and missed EU, it was Echo that took away that victory, and now we are moving on to North America, and hopefully this region is going to be just as exciting and full of surprises. We've got some exciting matches lined up. We can take a look at the bracket. It's welcome to the JUNG versus F tier up first, and we've got the first and second teams, the Machine, playing against each other.
Oh, it's gonna be so hype, and do not get confused by the F tier. They might be F tier in compositions on their leaderboard, but on this leaderboard, they are second place, right behind Welcome to the JUNG in the upper bracket. The loser of this series is gonna have to drop down to face the winner between Liquid and ABJURED. So out of the pan and into the fire, it would seem. But F tier, they rock a couple of compositions that are a little bit off meta, and I can't help but love that. I think that there's a little bit sometimes too much emphasis on playing, the flavor of the month, but F tier is just like embracing their weird compositions, and I think it kind of works to their favor. I think that and to a certain extent, it's difficult to get like experience against the type of matchups that they have to offer.
Yeah, we've heard players say that when talking about getting those war games in for people that sort of play those out-of-pocket sort of compositions. So, and then we've got also, of course, the rest of the teams that are competing down there in the lower bracket. We've got Team Liquid versus the ABJURED. It's just a little sneak peek of some of the stuff we're going to see later. Also, quick shout out to Team Liquid. We do want to highlight one of the players on Team Liquid, and that is going to be Trill, hailing from North America. Of course, we know that he just won the Race World First as well, so he was kind of doing double duty for Cup number 1, Sid.
Yeah, Trill is an absolute monster in World of Warcraft in general, and having that combination of PvE brain and PvP brain is just insane. He's like, even playing a class like a rogue, which is typically not known for its damage, he will do the highest damage you have ever seen, on top of maintaining the control and defense that is necessary for his team. So absolute phenomenal player. I cannot wait to see him in this lower side. He is absolutely key. No matter what team he's in, no matter what content he's involved in, like, you're going to be doing good when you got a Trill.
Yeah, you certainly are. You always want a Trill on your team, but let's get to talking about this series. It's Welcome to the JUNG versus F tier, game number 1 here in the upper finals.
Windwalker Monk, he's back, and I love it. He gets that port down, and he's running directly at his opponents. We got the Feral Druid and the Shadow Priest on the side of Welcome to the JUNG, an absolute force to be reckoned with. Leg sweep goes out onto Prev, and it looks like he is going to be the kill target for now. Drake jumping in onto the other side, dipping down Saul. He's already super low. Is this going to be as well? He couldn't use his wall there for a second because he got silenced, so he's not going to trade it up just yet. It looks like he's going to be okay with just trading out those wings on the side of Shaz.
Yeah, the Stone Bulwark Totem, too, a new addition to Shaman's defense in the War Within. Now, Dorito, he's going after Drake, trying to pressure him away from Shaz, so I like that he's aware of that. If the melee DPS is going after your healer, you kind of have to attack them, acknowledge them, and force them away. And once you force Drake away, that's when you can make a swap back to the Shadow Priest, but they're stacked up. Double Rake Stun from Drake's Incarn, big value. And now Drake, he doesn't care. He's just jumping immediately back on the Paladin, and Dorito's like, nope, get off that, kitty cat. That Paladin is not for you. He is not your scratching post, but it seems like Drake does not care. He's not acknowledging Dorito, seemingly at all right now. Finally, he's forced away back into midfield into bear form as he switches to Saul.
I like that. I like the Paladin swaps. We've seen it work for a couple of other teams before. Leg sweep in cap onto Zhang is going to force the Barkskin out onto Drake. This Windwalker Monk can do a huge amount of damage, as we've seen time and time again. So Drake really has to second guess these offensive push-ins, because every single time he does that, if he does get low, that means Zhang's going to have to come out in the middle of the map. Saul now dipping down really low. He's getting caught into a hodge. Shaz into that Maim is going to force the trinket, and both teams sort of trading blow for blow just yet. I mean, I'd like to see, as we go a little bit deeper, some like coordinated swaps onto Shaz pushing in as a team. I think it'd be really potential, or high potential, but everyone's sort of rotting down on the side of F tier right now. Shaz has his work cut out for him. He's going to pop the wings. It should help him a bit for now, but Drake jumping right in, getting the Maim out. The Ring of Peace stops the follow-up clone. Nice play by Dorito. Prev, however, is doing so much damage onto Saul while that's all going down, but lots of cooldowns coming out for Dorito is going to do work to Drake's health bar.
It feels like they're getting baited a bit onto Drake here, and Prev is just free casting. He's just skyrocketing on the meter at this point, and they're losing on overall by a monstrous volume. Shaz is really struggling, even with Avenging Rat. Drake jumps over, stuns him once again. Dorito's like, down, kitty, get off the Paladin, and he's just refusing to reapplying another full row of bleeds. Finally, some pressure onto Drake as he jumps into bear form, but he just immediately is topped off, seemingly completely careless in this position, but he can just get away with it. He can't keep getting away with this D machine, because if he does, I'm worried for Shaz.
I absolutely am too. It seems like the spread pressure is starting to mount. Hodge onto Drake, big momentum onto him. Going to force the survival instincts out. He's going to stabilize for now. But now they're swapping the damage over onto Zhang. Zhang dipping down to half, and he's going to be a little bit careful. This is the incarnation. Big damage on the Shaz, but Drake is in trouble. Is this going to be an overextension, or is he going to get the buttons that he needs? It looks like Shaz was able to trade that situation out completely fine, and he's going to be A-okay. I want to see more punishment on this overextension on Drake. Big heals coming out for Zhang, though, is going to keep that Feral Druid nice and healthy and alive. Whirling Dragon Punch to get him off Sol. And you're absolutely right. Prev is just teeing off on this Elemental Shaman, really making it difficult for Shaz to stay healthy in this game. He has to deal with this Feral Druid coming and getting into his face, and he also has to deal with the free casting Shadow Priest, just making this Elemental Shaman's life hell.
Another swap on a Shaz. Dorito's there. Drake's not going to keep up that chase, but dots have been reloaded. Maybe they can pressure Zhang here. They actually decide to knock him away. Prev is pushing in for a silence, possibly a fear. He gets the Psychic Scream. Sol doesn't have Tremor Totem for 9 seconds. The Psychic Scream could be devastating. Dorito's just going for the kill, though, really hammering down on Drake, but Prev has launched out that Entropic Rift. That purple galaxy is going to build up over time as Prev does damage, and it explodes at the end of it for a significant amount of the accumulated damage, as you see that hitting both Dorito and Sol. The only thing really going for F tier is that mana isn't totally out of control. Actually, it's kind of going in their favor.
Wow.
If F tier can actually solidify their position, they could still win this on mana.
They absolutely can. Drake is tapped on defensive cooldowns. I feel like just one wombo combo, especially in cat form, and Dorito could easily just take him down. Though Sol taking a huge amount of pressure continuously from this Shadow Priest, he's got to be careful on that. But Drake trying to reconnect onto this Elemental Shaman might be pushed into a position that's a little spooky. Whirling Dragon Punch knocks him out into the open. Drake dipping down to half. He's sitting in that bear form, not getting a whole lot of bleeds out when he has to be in bear form for so much, and you can see him trying to consistently line of sight. But here's the maim. Here's a swap over on the Shaz. He's going to use that wall, but is it going to be enough? The Rake Stun to follow it up. Can Dorito and Sol peel for his Holy Paladin? It looks like another go has been stopped, but a few more of those deeper into dampening could easily be a bubble.
And the downside of focusing Drake is that he gets to multi-bleed really easily, and Prev gets to free cast. So honestly, I'm surprised that they're even winning on mana. I think Zhang just got a drink, though. He's way ahead on mana. They're way ahead on pressure. That drink, I think, might have just sealed this game for them if Shaz can't find one as well, and it's going to be so hard for him. The pressure is so high at the moment. Sol jumps over to Zhang, trying to kite away from the Feral Druid. Drake sees the Paladin's like, there's Shaz, I want to go, but Celestial Conduit comes out. He's going to respect it. He actually has to trigger. He gets caught in Cat, but it's still so much damage. Bloodstained Protection comes out onto one player, but now they're just going to swap over to Dorito. He's probably going to Karma. Karma immediately out of this, redirecting some damage. Prev getting unlucky on these purges. That Bloodstained Protection is staying up on Sol for some time here, but here comes another Entropic Rift. It is ramping up. It's getting bigger and bigger, and it is about to burst and do a ton of damage, possibly to Sol and Dorito if they stack. Huge hit onto Sol. He gets stunned up. Limited defense. Shaz Divine Shields, but it's overwhelming pressure. Dorito kicks Prev. He's trying to slow down the assault, and Sol gets a Stone Form off, removing all of those dots. He gets Cyclone, but that Stone Form was huge value. But that drink Zhang just got 40 seconds ago, it's winning the game. Shaz needs to get a drink, or they're going to lose on mana at any moment.
I absolutely agree. That's the main win condition that I've been paying attention to as well. I mean, looking at the buttons on the side of Shaz, he's got like nothing left. He's also lower on mana. Drake right now being the main kill target for Dorito, while Sol gets maimed up, however. He's taking so much damage from both of these DPS, but Dorito finally forcing Drake into that bear form, forcing him a bit more defensive. Heart of the Wild is going to keep him offensive with his own self-heals, however, but Sol is the one who's just constantly getting lit up. Leg sweep into cat form onto Drake, going to force into the bear form. The Hodge just wasn't there to follow it up just yet, but the Blessing of Protection is going to give Zhang the slight moment that he needs to stabilize his Feral Druid. Now Sol, he sees the damage incoming. He's going to pop the wall preemptively, and both of these blue bars are getting closer and closer, but that drink may end up being the difference.
All right, Shaz stunned, limited defense. His medallion comes up, but he's not going to have mana to heal with it anyways. Drake is Heart of the Wild. He can just rampage, man. He's got survival instincts.
Everyone's
this
dead.
Should be it for F tier. Double kill incoming as Sol falls first. And welcome to the JUNG. Clean play as always, topping the DPS meter, closing out on over 1 million combined DPS.
That's crazy. I mean, you look at the kits of both of the compositions that we're looking at right here, and they're relatively similar. You got the, the hybrid melee caster. You have the Windwalker monk and the elemental shaman up against the shadow priest and the feral druid, but you see the volatility of both sides. You see health bars dipping on each side, but just it seems like Welcome to the Jung is just edging out every single interaction. Trades just seem to be just that much more efficient over on the side of Welcome to the Jung, showing us exactly why they are seed number 1 in this tournament.
Okay. F tier, I just felt like they fell into a trap of like, but it's like you can't totally ignore the feral druid, so it's so difficult. Like Drake just by going after the healer puts them in this position where it's like, well, we can't ignore you, but if we attack you, we're gonna lose too. Because normally they're attacking the caster, right? We see them harassing him, knocking him up in the air, sending him across the map, interrupting him, keeping pressure on him, but they just didn't target Prev. Like, Prev was probably targeted less than 10% of this entire game, and you can see him just channeling void tendrils and summoning in rifts and exploding damage. He's having the most fun ever in this game because they're just going after the feral druid constantly.
Yeah, and on the other side, like, okay, sure, you hit the Shadow Priest. You need to start, like, taking control of the other. You need to start taking control of the Feral Druid. You don't have Cyclone, you have Hex. You can't Hex a Feral Druid. So it's just like, you really can't leave him rampant, especially when you see him trying to take advantage of the weaknesses of a Holy Paladin with, like, the Maim goes every now and then. We saw it in series before. When a Paladin doesn't have Bubble or doesn't have Trinket, you really can force some serious cooldowns with just a single swap. And I do love to see that this Feral Druid is trying to take advantage of that, trying to spread out that pressure. And I'm curious, are we going to see some sort of composition swap up for F tier? Looks like Tolerant Sewers is going to be the map choice for them, but they have a lot at their arsenal. You know, we've seen some weird things come out of them. I'm not sure. Maybe if they go Shadow Priest, the matchup changes, slow down that pressure a bit.
I'd like to see a cleave from them, whether it's Windwalker Enhance. I don't know how Warrior Windwalker would do here, because normally that was like a really hard comp for a Shadow Priest to deal with. Both Fury Warriors and Windwalkers historically have been kind of like the food chain counter to Shadow Priest. So put them on together, it could be pretty nasty, but they do lose a lot of healing and support, I think, from the Shaman, whether he's Ellie or Enhance. But I think Enhance could also do well here. I honestly want to see them play mains. I feel like you've got to play mains right now to Welcome to the Jung.
I love that. Yeah, I would love to see some mains as well. I mean, Saul has been doing phenomenal on the Elemental Shaman. Shoutouts to him. But seeing some cleaves chase down a Shadow Priest, I think can really give F tier the breathing room they need to find a little bit more efficient trades. Because we were seeing buttons forced out from Welcome to the Jung. They were keeping up to a certain extent, but they need to be that much more efficient if they want to take the series. They only have just 40 seconds left to lock in, and they're going to lock in the same thing, the exact same composition. Maybe they are thinking about changing up the strategy, or maybe they think that the map choice will give them the edge that they need. But the one thing to note is that with this Feral Druid making swaps over onto the Paladin throughout, a smaller map is just going to make it a little bit easier for him to do that as well.
I think they're going to do knock tech. I think they're going to go Shadow Priest. They're going to Whirling Dragon punch him up in the air. Yes. Saul's going to spike him off one side of the map, and then they're going to just jump on the Shadow Priest. Is my expectation for this. I feel like they could do a little bit more setups. It felt like they were kind of just like sitting around trying to do max damage, but it's like you're getting doubled in damage. I don't think you're winning the damage war if you're getting doubled in damage. So a couple more like setups, maybe some in-cap Hodges, maybe like a lasso Hex, like Hex the Priest or the Paladin, and then lasso the Feral, just to remove players for some time, because it just felt like if you're going to go into this game and you're just going to be focusing only on damage, there's no way. Welcome to the Jung, like, when it comes to doing damage on their classes, I don't, maybe Chanimal might be the only one that could really stand up to them.
Yeah, that's a tall order to pull off a Chanimal level presence of mind while being chased down by a DPS like Dorito. As we saw earlier, he is kind of like the Terminator on the Windwalker Monk. He just seems like he's capable of always connecting, rotating through his mobility perfectly. But I would love to see some more knocks. I think that when we did see that come out, it not only shakes up the caster's position, but it shakes up the healer's positioning too. They're constantly doing catch up. But here we go. The gates have opened. Stun goes out onto Dorito. It looks like both the Feral Druid and Prev are going to be looking at Saul the Shaman. Saul, though, trying to get some damage of his own. Celestial Conduit out from Dorito. They're trying to get going fast. Drake now looking for the maim. He gets the maim onto Shaz. No follow-up damage. Oh, actually, he looks like he's going to go ahead and bleed him up for now. Prev getting in position by his pillar, by his monk's port. Saul pushing in as well is just taking so much damage. This is the Psyfiend coming out from Prev, doing huge amount of damage. Drake at the same time doing a gigantic amount of damage, looking at the meters, and everyone seems to be rotting, Sid.
Yeah, Astral Shift is forced. Saul needs to be careful to not stack up on his team. He knocks the Paladin off the side, but Zhang is immediately back into the mix. Shaz is in trouble. Divine Shield. Not even a minute into the game. Mind controls are coming on to Saul. He's going to get pulled. Nice. It looks like he got rooted by his own Earth Grab totem. He like free-rooted himself on his mind control so he couldn't get pulled anywhere there. In cap on the Paladin. There we go. That setup just got a trinket. Just one little in cap on the Paladin. They got a trinket. So I think if F tier win this, it's going to be based off of setups and burst. They're just going to... They're doing a decent job right now, at least in keeping up on damage, but it's just going to scale out of control the longer this goes.
Absolutely. Shaz actually got opted to trinket sack onto Saul right here, anticipating a big go, but I think that might have been a bit of a misplay. Double leg sweep out from Dorito. Drake's going to get gripped by Prev in anticipation of that. They don't want to be looking at this Windwalker Monk. Those short CDs on those defensive cooldowns can sometimes be a trap, so they're just going to go ahead and abandon that go for now. Saul pushing in, or pulling back, I should say, as Prev is pushing in towards him. Dorito still trying desperately to force this Feral Druid defensive and get off of his Shaman's backline. I feel like Shaz, no bubble, no trinket. The next like maim stun could just be the game to kill this Holy Paladin.
Yeah, let's see if they can make the swap here. Drake is getting focused down. They're trying to make it as uncomfortable as possible for him to go after him, and they're doing a decent job. He's back into bear, but they're stacking, which means they just get bled AoE. It's so much extra damage for Drake when they're stacking like this. They're trying to get back on the shot, so here comes the swap. Drake, no, he's not. He's actually going to bash him and make an attempt on Saul. He's going to trinket Astral Shift. This should be more than a fair trade for this exchange. Good reaction from Saul in this position. Dorito is actually, is he going after Zhang here? He's kind of getting close. Saul gets knocked off the side here for a moment. Out of line of sight of Shaz. Prev is just free casting once again, and their lead is starting to establish itself. They're creeping up.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Incarnation's up in just 2 seconds. 2 seconds. There's the main stun on the Shaz. Drake is trying to get something done. He actually puts him into a clone, and Saul is stunned out of line of sight. No trinket available for Shaz. And there you have it. Welcome to the Jung, establishing their dominance again in game number 2. This is looking like a quick 3-0. Finally, some predictions that are right. F tier, they got to make something happen. They got to make it happen quick.
Same thing happened in Europe, man. Okay, same thing happened in Europe. I will say the lower bracket in Europe was like primordial juices that forged a streamer zone and evolved them into this like ultimate weapon for the grand finals. So hopefully North America, if this ends up being the case, ends up being the same for North America. But F tier, I feel like they need to make an adjustment. They're just getting, they're getting destroyed on damage, they're getting destroyed on setup, they're getting destroyed on swaps. There is no element of this battle where I feel like they are winning. Like there's no just hey, they're kind of doing this better, but no, this is every single front. They're falling behind. I'm not seeing
a winning opportunity at all. Like from mana, from trades, from setups, even from attrition, it just seems like F tier is completely on the back foot. They got to make something big happen. With that all being said, this is the upper finals. They can get knocked down. They can continue to keep their lives on the line, but you really, it's either you beat them now or you have to beat them later. So this is a big deal. They need to figure out some sort of strategy shift, whether it's a composition, whether it's a kill target, or whether it's cross CC. But honestly, if I was the coach of F tier right now and I was pulling my hair out, I'd probably be telling them some advice similar to what you said, Sid, which is we need to focus on setting up. We need to focus on, instead of like spreading our pressure around, spreading our damage around, and really trying to force this like feral defensive, we need to set up a leg sweep go. We need to set up, there was just like a small window of a single in cap that got trinketed. So F tier, they have the ability, they have the damage, but can they make it happen when it matters?
Yeah, they have all the ingredients, but they need to mix them together and cook a cake. They're just eating raw eggs right now. It's not enough. Just, gotta bake the cake, okay? F tier, can you bake the cake here and manage to reverse sweep? Large map makes me think they're gonna do the same thing, or Laros Hunter maybe. Honestly, wouldn't be against it. I feel like
I'd love a Laros Hunter right now.
Something with more pressure than this. It just feels a little bit too slow on the side of F tier. But obviously, trying to penetrate the defense of Shadowpriest Feral is really hard. I don't know many comps in the game that can easily do that. So F tier here on their final hour. Ashmane's Fall. They're running the clock. Maybe they want to talk it completely through how they want to play this. I'd really love to see Shaz even play Repentance and like run in for a Hodge Repentance and then maybe drop an end cap on Prev and then isolate the Feral Druid. Just more setups. They need more setups like we saw in earlier rounds. I mean, I highlighted Saul as an MVP with the Static Field Totem, setting up his team for leg sweeps. They're making a change, not the change that I expected. Shaz off the Paladin and onto the Priest. So this is heavy alt city for them with this regard. It's going to give them a little bit of... I don't even honestly know if Priest does that much more damage than Paladin at this point. It actually seems very comparable. So it gives them fear, which if they're going to play aggressive, and maybe Shaz won't die on Priest is what they're thinking. Like, Feral Druid can't really target a Priest, so maybe if they can limit the damage the Feral does that way, then they could get ahead. So I think it does make sense, but I don't know if it'll work.
I think you're absolutely right. The Holy Paladin, Welcome to the Jung is trying to take advantage of the Holy Paladin's weaknesses, which will be a bit different. I think priests are a bit harder to swap to, and they have a bit more like throughput. I mean, the ultimate penance, we see it time and time again, kind of just swing momentum or maintain momentum in their own favor. So I would love to see, hopefully, this priest giving F tier sort of the comfort to play a bit more aggressive, because it just does not seem like the late game is going to be in their favor.
Yeah, I think that's their goal. They just feel like Shaz is a liability on the Paladin. They constantly have to babysit him from the kitty cat, and he's allergic. And it's just like, I can't do this, man. I can't babysit you the whole game. We need to get some damage out. It's like, get off the Paladin, get on the Priest. You're going to be way more stable. Should be like, no way, you're just dying to the Feral Druid, I think, in this type of setup. But still, I don't know if Ellie Windwalker can compete. Like, Dorito has been doing some crazy damage on Windwalker. But they need to spend more time on the Shadow Priest, I feel like. Prev should not be having this much fun with a Windwalker and an Ellie Shaman. He is having too much fun, and your win condition is limiting Prev's fun. The less fun Prev is having, the more likely you're going to win.
Yeah, and maybe with this priest, the Dorito can feel a little bit more comfortable letting him go onto his healer. You know, letting the Feral Druid go and have his own fun. I think if you have to let one of these two players have fun, I'd probably want it on the priest anyway. I mean, the majority of this Feral Druid's damage are dots anyway. How are you really going to prevent that? You can at least stop some casts on the Shadow Priest. You can at least force him in a position that is a little bit more, I don't know, not in the middle of the map casting and having the most fun ever. But this is the pressure cooker. This is a 2-0, and we are in the upper finals. So that means that if F tier loses one more time, they're going to be knocked down. I like that they're trying some new stuff. I think that this is the time to do it. They need to figure out an answer to Welcome to the Jung, because if F tier does get knocked down and comes back, they need to figure it out anyway. So this is the time to experiment. This is the time to try something new. Is the priest going to be enough is the question, but this is what decides if you are an AWC pro or not, because you need to be able to adapt to the compositions in front of you. Welcome to the Jung, though. They're the number one seeded team. I mean, if I'm F tier, I'm already thinking about the finals. I'm already thinking about, future tournaments where this is a team that I'm going to need to find answers to. So this is a big deal. I think that for me, I don't know if I'm putting too much onto this matchup just because I want this Windwalker Monk to do well so badly. But watching them earlier, F tier has shown me time and time again that they're here to play, and they have some serious capabilities of some giant damage. And I think they took our advice. They're already on Prev.
And Shaz is already in a clone. Drake is just like, all right, you're a priest. Well, I'm just going to CC you then and not attack you. Saul shuts him down with the Lightning Lasso at least, slowing down their initial momentum. But Prev's already got that Entropic Rift down. He's casting out multiple Devouring Plagues, big Void Blast, more Devouring Plagues. Psyfiend is down, really turning up the aggression, and Shaz will respond. Look at all those cooldowns lighting up below Shaz's bar to exchange with Prev. But the thing is that wasn't Incarn. Drake is holding that. It's his ace up his sleeve, and he could pull out a lot of damage here if they're not careful.
Doesn't look like a solid start so far for F tier. I'm not going to lie to you, Sid. Drake dripping down to half. Dorito actually getting some momentum going. Saul taking a gigantic amount of damage, and Maim stun onto Shaz. Is there any follow-up CC? This could easily be it, but Ultimate Penance is going to be traded out. That's going to get a lot of throughput back onto that Elemental Shaman. I like Prev's positioning right now. Like, he knows that he is a potential swap target, and he's just putting himself in a position where Dorito has to go to Narnia and make himself relatively worried to hit. And so He's just making himself a non-target. Drake's still the main kill target for Dorito for now. Dorito now caught into a Hodge. Gets dispelled out very quick, but that was scary. At half health, you could easily take down a Windwalker Monk and a Hodge because he can't touch that Karma. Dorito and Sol just getting chunked down by this Shadow Priest. Looking at like the damage done, Prev and Drake are doing work.
It just feels like F tier are almost like petrified. They're afraid to try and make something happen. And the longer they kind of play passive like this, the more Drake and Prev get an advantage. They need to start making some moves. They're trying to go after Drake once again. They managed to force him into bear form, but look at Prev.
Gosh,
he's just having so much fun. So many mind flays uninterrupted, just fully channeled, chilling in the middle of the map, rocking so many shadowy apparitions. You can see all those ghosts chasing down their target, and Drake gets gripped away. Maybe Dorito could punish that. Now Drake's just going to reposition. They go for a stun lock here. Shaz dispels. Zhang's repositioning, throwing in some hammers, adding damage into the mix, and if it stays neutral like this, surely Welcome to JUNG are eventually going to overwhelm them. F tier need to find some momentum. They're still just trying to punish Drake, and they're just tunneling the Feral Druid, and he's just so happy. He's like, yeah, I love this. I can bleed 2 players. I can press Bear Form if I'm in trouble, and my Shadow Priest is free casting. I don't see this working for F tier. This is just a slow and painful demise.
Yeah, full repentance onto Shaz, forcing the wall out from Sol. He's got his offensive cooldowns going as well, but can he get enough done with it? Leg sweep onto Drake. Big damage, finally trying to get set up out here from F tier, but it looks like Zhang has the buttons to deal with it. He seems he's happily going to trade that hand of sacrifice up, and seems like Drake is going to be completely A-okay. Maim stun into the Hodge onto Sol. No follow-up CC. Seems like Shaz is going to go ahead and trade that barrier out for now, but the onslaught just continues. Sol and Dorito are just stacked up. To your previous point, are just getting bled dry by this Feral Druid. He's happy to just bleed up this whole team. Drake finally taking a bit of damage. That's going to be the Bark Skin, but that's it. Incarnation now out, and Sol could just go down in this silence. Sol has the pain suppression. It seems like it's going to be enough from now. Defensive lasso to hold this kitty in place.
They're just so terrified to make something happen. They think they can play passively and just max the meter, but look at the meter, man. Like, it's double at this point. They're parsing higher than in game number 1. This passivity is just not going to work. Drake gets into bear form. They're all just dying. Void Shift is forced. They're really behind the pillar, just hugging and cuddling and hoping they can survive the winter right now, but major cooldowns are pulled from them anyways. Siphon gets dunked here. Finally, some pressure from Sol here with the Ascendance, but Bloodstained Protection deflects it. Shaz is trying to dispel dots, but Drake jumps over to Sol. He's got his wall coming up in about 4 seconds. He should be all right to survive if they continue to train him, but Dorito just can't get any momentum. Maybe it's finally some damage onto Drake, but double stuns come through. Shaz is into the Hammer of Justice, and welcome to the JUNG. They're getting ahead on setups even at this point. They're getting ahead on damage. They're getting ahead on mana. I guess maybe that's like the only thing somewhat. Maybe if Shaz can get a drink, but I feel like Zhang is in a way better position to drink if he needs to.
Yeah, I honestly think that you need to be able to live to late game, and you need to be able to force all of the cooldowns that your opponent still has in like a single go. Dorito pushing in, though, is very far away from his healer. He has that touch of karma available to him, however. Hex lands onto Zhang. He's going to go ahead and get decursed by Drake out of that very quickly, I might add. Maim onto Sol. It's going to be gripped straight away, but he's still taking so much damage. Double Horrify from the Dispel. Sol just not able to play the game just yet. Prev now is taking finally some pressure from Dorito and Sol, but immediately going to swap back over onto Drake with the leg sweep. Big damage going out into him, but with no CC. There's the end cap onto Zhang. Nothing to follow it up just yet because Sol just forced in such a defensive position across the map.
They must have wargamed, because to me, I feel like if the Windwalker's pressuring the Shadow Priest, you should make the Feral Druid feel like he needs to come back and like clone or stun or help, right? But by going after the Feral, he's just double dotting. He gets max damage and Prev free cast. Dorito has to target the Priest more. I think Sol can maybe pull Drake behind pillars, stun him, and hit him with the healer a little bit. Like Shaz and Sol can go after Drake, but Dorito is just spending no time on the Priest. He's just completely tunneled in on this Feral, and unless they get insane crits, like they get a triple Earthshock crit in a row into Touch of Death or something, I don't see this working. They've only managed to get Barkskin from Drake seemingly the entire game. Shaz is totally tapped on mana, and this is just a brutality coming out from Welcome to the JUNG at this point. It's insane pressure. He's dying through his wall. He's dying through every single cooldown. Karma pops for Dorito, but Sol is just going to flop, I think. It's so much pressure building up beneath him with that Entropic Rift. He's trying to escape it, but it's chasing him down. It's about to explode, and he barriers the hit, but it's still just in imminent death. They bop Drake to go for the win. Shaz trinkets. There's no mana. There's no mana, man. It's a tap out at this point. What are you really going to do? That's over. Ultimate Penitence comes in, but it's game over. Welcome to the JUNG. Look impenetrable in the semifinals.
I think I might be believing Raikou Super Tease when he says that welcome to the JUNG is going to take this whole tournament. F tier, we saw them previously before. They looked so strong. They forced the ABJURED down to the lower bracket, a team that also just looked like an impenetrable wall in teams before. But then welcome to the JUNG looks like the impenetrable wall this time around against a team like F tier. That is impressive.
This is just total destruction. This is just praying that you get big crits on the Feral Druid, basically, while he is just dotting you both and goes bear, Prev, mind flaying for free the whole game. Did he even get kicked once the whole game? Do we have like interrupts landed or something? I swear, I don't think Prev got interrupted a single time the entire game. Like, I just go in and out behind the pillar, watching Prev there in the back. Like, I'm having so much fun. Look at me go. Mind flay.
Dude, I think I saw Dorito kick him like one time. So I think like he used a flying serpent kick across the map, kicked him one time. So like they're like aware of it, but they just don't seem to be able to do anything about it. I don't know if they know something that we don't, but whatever they did, it obviously didn't work, and they're going to be dropping down to that lower bracket.
You gotta try new things, but they didn't change the strat a single game. I thought for sure bringing in the Priest, because he didn't really get attacked. I thought bringing in the Priest, it was like Saul will play goalie a little bit, maybe ground a clone or something, and Dorito would just hammer down on the Shadow Priest. But they played the same game with a Priest, and it resulted the same way. So they're down in the lower bracket. Now they face the winner of ABJURED or Liquid.
Look at Saul's health. It's just always low. Like he was just
40%.
dead forever. Yeah.
Permanently dead.
Not enough to be in a position where you like want to play aggressive, you know? It just seems like he was like behind the pillar. Like at the very end there, you saw Saul like on one pillar, his healer on the other, and then the Shadow Priest on the other side of one of the pillars just teeing off, and like they just literally couldn't heal through the Shadow Priest. Like there wasn't even a Feral Druid there for half the time. Yeah, I agree completely with you, Supa. I think that Shadow Priest needs to be dealt with in one way or another, and it just maybe the composition didn't have the answers. Maybe they were on the wrong kill target. I don't know, but they will have to fight their way back into the finals in order to prove that they have what it takes to take down the #1 seed. Looking down at the lower bracket, Liquid and ABJURED up next. The winner of that moves on to face F tier.
Hello, I am back. You are absolutely correct. It is looking scary down there. Team Liquid versus the ABJURED. Of course, F tier, they do have a chance to claw their way out, like you said, David, but it's certainly not going to be easy. We've got Team Liquid currently in 3rd place in the standings. The ABJURED, newcomers on the block, but certainly making a statement with some of the series that we've seen from them this weekend, Sid.
Yeah, I mean, really impressive showing from them, and they're trying to make a run for like gauntlet qualifications unless they pull off the most insane upset and end up being like a team that goes all the way, like Corky's team basically in Europe with ILTA, I think, or ULTA. From their side on Europe, they're kind of mirroring them. They're bringing in their own composition, their own flavor. Can they manage to make it through Liquid, who's currently a top 3 team, and then F tier, the top 2 team, and then they have to be 3rd, 2nd, and 1st in that order if they want to win this cup. So their gauntlet begins now. Their gauntlet begins now.
All right, we're going to have to go Super Saiyan here in this bracket, but stranger things have happened, you know, in the AWC before. We've certainly had some surprises this weekend alone, so definitely do not count out this team. Do not count out the ABJURED, because we know what happens when you underestimate a team here in the AWC, and it is not pretty. So we're going to head to a break. When we come back, it is Team Liquid facing off against the ABJURED in the lower bracket. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It is Team Liquid versus the ABJURED facing off in the lower finals. They are going to be facing F tier, the winner of this series, and it's going to be a very long and difficult road along their way out of the lower bracket based on who does win this series. Team Liquid currently in third in terms of standings. The ABJURED, former Guild Wars 2 players. I was checking out some of their social media. One of them is also pretty decently known in the Valorant community, so they're kind of drawing on, it seems like, Zico, some skills from some other games to have some success here in the AWC.
Yeah, I mean, I think that in general, if you're a competitor, if you got that competitive drive, it can definitely translate over to other games. And we're seeing it right here. The ABJURED definitely came out swinging yesterday, making it all the way to Championship Sunday. They shocked me for sure. You know, I did not expect them to be here, to be completely honest. I expected the Silk Tigers to just be walking all over this team, but the ABJURED, man, what a team. They came out swinging. Silk Tigers threw multiple different compositions at them. And the Silk Tigers, you know, this is a team that has kind of been doing some reforming. They knocked off half of their roster, brought in some new players. They brought in Ceralium on the mage, and this is, you know, a really decorated team in terms of achievements. But the ABJURED, they were like a brick wall. They couldn't really break through it on the side of Silk Tigers, and they found themselves 3-0ing the Silk Tigers, which is the complete opposite of what I expected to happen when I made my prediction.
Yeah, I think a lot of people weren't expecting that. And here they are, still surviving, potentially getting a rematch against F tier, the team that actually sent them down to the lower bracket in the first place. So these guys are definitely the underdogs, but I would not treat them as such. They're going to be facing off here against Team Liquid. Like we've been saying, they're the third place team. So this is a challenge, Ven, for them. But are they up to the challenge?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. Liquid had a long road ahead of them yesterday. Their first series of the day was against Power Toads. It was a nail biter series where eventually they did come out 3-2 with some beautiful plays. Samayam and Sidu implementing some amazing tech with the instant gateway into fear that secured them the kill, and then had a very good series here against the move as well. It was a close one, but ultimately they did come out ahead. Now, in their particular matchup against the ABJURED, the only team that's beat ABJURED so far is F tier. And I was saying yesterday that I think a big reason for that, hey, look at that smoke bomb.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's about on the edge as possible. But I was saying a big part of this matchup, I think, is going to be Sidu on Shaman. And I had the misfortune of playing against Liquid yesterday when I was playing some ladder. And I think I know what we're going to be seeing in this game number 1 in the blind pick. I'm not going to give it away, but I'll let you know if I was right.
I'll just wait.
All right, let's see it.
Were you right?
Ah, Sidu is on the Shaman.
Wow.
Trill on the Sub-Rogue, and Samayam on the Warlock.
Man, you're killing it with predictions today.
Yeah, I got farmed by them yesterday, so I kind of just like I was playing Wizards, you know, Paladin Wizards, and I played against this, and it was not a good time, let me tell you. So I feel like Liquid probably have a good advantage in this matchup, but we'll have to wait and see. The ABJURED, they've looked good so far. The Affliction Warlock Shadow Priest has so much incredible rot damage. We'll see what Liquid can do to deal with that.
Yeah, Sidu once again bringing back his Shaman here, playing some old school classic RLS. I feel like it was 20 years ago I saw Sidu. Oh, let's table that for a second here. A lot of damage coming in onto Class Envy, and Trill already also having to use his Cloak of Shadows. Really important defensive here to be popping early on in the match against the double Wizards, but Trill still feeling confident, pushing forward here onto Class Envy. They did get some good opening pressure there, but I only think he used a Health Stone there, so not really forcing any major defensive. They want to push for that dispersion. Sidu caught up in a fear. Class Envy caught up in a cheap shot. This could be his dispersion. Nice hodge though onto Trill. Sidu, what are you going to do here? A lot of healing required, but looks like he's going to be able to deal with that situation. That Healing Tide doing a lot of work here in the opener.
Yeah, Sidu, it gets really uncomfortable for him, but he's stabilizing that low health. Class Envy getting destroyed though, and they are just running on top of them. Montage and Class Envy, they're just going to be gating out of there. They just want to run. They want to hide, but Samayam is in hot pursuit. They are not afraid. Liquid is just playing on top of their opponents, and this is exactly what you want. And one of the reasons why Shaman is so good in these matchups is you really can assist Trill. Like, you want your melee DPS to be able to push the pace just like this. They get the dispersion out of the way. Here comes the double fear. Sidu's going to be rotting through that just a little bit. Might have to trade up the trinket, but Trill's still just putting Class Envy on the back foot. The Shadow Blades come in, and this is looking good for Liquid.
Yeah, this is looking real good right now. Montage with the wings available, popping them, and Tears Deliverance being casted as well. He's going to get some nice heals here for his team. But Class Envy still taking a lot of damage, and they need to be careful. Trill has a smoke bomb maybe in his back pocket. We saw what he was able to do with that yesterday, but here comes the damage onto Class Envy. He's going to trade out the Fade. He gets restunned though. Lay on Hands, I believe, connected there as well from Montage as he had to use his Divine Shield. But Trill now caught up in a Hammer of Justice. Has his Trinket, has the Cloak of Shadows, but he's sitting in that Earthen Wall defense of Sea-Doo, and it should be more than enough healing. Now they're making a little bit of a swap here to Nos, just shutting him down for just a second, not letting him get too much effectiveness in the matchup. They're going to just go ahead and keep pushing the pace here. Another kidney shot onto Montage. Sea-Doo's pushing in, looking for a Hex maybe, and he finds it there onto Montage. A lot of pressure onto Class Envy. There's the Static Field Totem putting everybody back as they do so much damage here on Team Liquid. With Montage once again managed to recover his team, but they need some pressure on the side of the Abjured because they are definitely feeling Team Liquid right now.
Ooh, full repentance on Sea-Doo. It's going to break and the silence will land, but now that Sea-Doo is out of the crowd control, you think he should be able to recover. Trill's just going for it. He's got the Cloak of Shadows available once again. Will just make the trade, remove all of those damage over time effects, and once again, Liquid moving as a unit across the map, just trying to play on top of the enemy team. And that's one thing the Shaman will excel at, the groundings, the tremors, a lot of instant healing where you can kind of just stay ahead of the damage. I think the Shaman is just such a good pick for Sea-Doo in this particular matchup, but a little bit of pressure here for the ABJURED. They are getting some rot. I really like these repentances by Montage, giving a little bit of extra time for his team to get the damage rolling, let that rot damage really land. But the problem is, the only good target really in this matchup is Trill. And I think if Sea-Doo can just spam Dispel Trill, it's going to be really difficult for the ABJURED to get the pressure we're used to them seeing.
Yeah, and that was a smoke bomb coming out there from Trill, forcing out the dispersion. So now they really don't have too much to work with. Full blind available as well for Montage. He has a Blessing of Protection for it, though. They could be setting up for the kill here if they can get a Fear right now or a Hex. Samayan pushes in for the Fear, tries to fake cast the Interrupt, not able to find it. Nice patience there from Nos. Sea-Doo also not able to find a Hex, and instead it's going to be Trill on the back foot. He's going to activate the Healthstone, does have the Vanish there as well, but Sea-Doo now caught up in a CC chain. He's going to Trinket out of that Repentance and drop the Spirit Link Totem. So the ABJURED finally getting the pressure that they need, but still a lot of damage here. The Montage sitting through a full CC chain here. He has the sacrifice when he comes out, if he comes out in time. Class Envy still very, very low here. They're not trading sacrifice. Finally, the sacrifice come out, but is it too late? There's still a lot of damage from Team Liquid as they swap to Montage. Now he's going to bop himself out of that swap. The pressure from Liquid and Samayam is just huge. So much damage here being traded back and forth. Montage wraps around the corner, manages to pick himself back up, but he's left Class Envy behind 20 long seconds away from that dispersion, Van.
Yeah, it's looking dangerous, and that will be a gateway. Nice little gateway there by Nos, trying to just give Class Envy a moment to breathe and cross the map. He has freedom as well. And not looking so good here for Montage, but holding on stable. Full Fear now into Sea-Doo. What are they going to be able to get done? Sam, I'm just preemptively pillaring, getting the Fears out onto Nos, and Trill is just making the push. Anything on Montage could be deadly. Are we going to see a Hex? Are we going to see a Fear? Doesn't look like it just yet. Nos going for a Soul Rot. This is a lot of damage. They're going after Trill, and he's got no Cloak of Shadows for quite some time. The Haunt lands. Sea-Doo really has to play catch-up. Trill could easily fall. Are you kidding me? Down to 1% health, and he will fall. I can't believe it. ABJURED, they find the damage. I mean, I thought this was the counter comp. I thought there's no way that the ABJURED is going to be able to win this one, but they sneak through that burst onto Trill. Sea-Doo unfortunately gets caught in crowd control. I think Liquid maybe just they overextended when they didn't necessarily have to, and it cost them the game.
Yeah, I saw Trill cloak. Now, I didn't realize what kind of situation that was. Maybe Sea-Doo was just in a long CC chain. I didn't actually see, because he had a lot of HP when he cloaked. It wasn't like one of those cloaks where he kind of waited and then did it late on low HP. But Trill caught up. No Cloak of Shadows, Sea-Doo with no Trinket, Spirit Link, and just a lot of pressure here. And this is after Trill has already used his Cloak of Shadows, so he has an opportunity here to kind of play defensive, but he's feeling confident. And then they push in here. They get a full row of dots with the Soul Rot, with the Dark Glare, with the Haunt, and they have the Hammer of Justice on Sea-Doo, and they chain it as well with a beautiful Mortal Coil there from Nos, and they managed to take the game here. The ABJURED, are we going to see a repeat of yesterday? These guys are just coming in out of nowhere, and they are taking down huge teams right now. This is crazy.
Wow. All right. Big damage incoming here from the ABJURED, getting that game number one win. And it's not something that I expected. And honestly, I wonder what the reason is for Trill playing Subtlety, because when I was playing against him last night, he was playing Outlaw. It seemed to make him much more of a difficult target to take down, but I wonder if Liquid will make any adjustments for this game, because I feel like compositionally, I still kind of favor Liquid in this match. Like, this is just like, I feel like so much went wrong in these final moments where Trill just kind of got unexpectedly bursted down. Maybe they could have played it a little bit more patiently.
I didn't actually see when he cloaked. I feel like maybe he did an offensive cloak, but I don't want to. I don't want to. Yeah, because he did cloak at 100%, but it could have been one of those situations where like CD was in a repentance and then he just cloaked early to like stay ahead of the damage type of deal. But I feel like there was an offensive cloak that happened prior to this, and as long as they kind of rotate those defensives well, I don't think Trill should die there. But I also don't want to commit to saying it was an offensive cloak because I just saw him cloak. I didn't really see like exactly, because there was a lot of things happening at the same time. But yeah, the ABJURED coming in with some nice plays here. Beautiful gateway as well from Nos. When they made that smoke bomb attempt on Class Envy, I really liked that Nos was just able to kind of duck into that smoke bomb and then just drop a soul burn gate, reposition. I think they played the map beautifully. They played to their win conditions. They found those CC chains, and they were able to take him down. So fair play to them. Now they lead against Team Liquid, and I don't know. Maybe we see the sub rogue again. I mean, surely Team Liquid was expecting this. Is the only comp that we've seen from the ABJURED, so I'm thinking we're going to see the exact same thing here from Team Liquid. You mentioned the Outlaw Rogue, but I feel like if they thought the Outlaw was better, they would have just locked it into game number 1, because it's not like there was a surprise in game number 1 in terms of composition from the ABJURED.
Yeah, like I said, when I was playing against the Outlaw Rogue yesterday, it definitely did not feel good. So I guess Liquid, maybe it doesn't matter that much. Both Subtlety and Outlaw are good in this matchup, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Liquid honestly lock in the exact same composition and maybe just be a little bit more patient. Make the ABJURED really commit, to the Soul Rot, the Haunt, all that good stuff before you do use the Cloak of Shadows, because inevitably it feels like they are kind of pulling ahead in the matchup. Sea-Doo did get caught in crowd control, though, needs to be really careful. Montage, I think, did a great job finding those repentances in the match, so getting the stuns with the Hammer of Justice into the cast of Repentance, getting that extra crowd control on Sea-Doo, that definitely felt like it was getting them ahead in those moments. And I really like what the ABJURED did positionally, just constantly crossing the map, making sure that both Sam-I-Am and Sea-Doo had to play out in the open, and that's kind of their moment to pounce, where they can isolate Trill a little bit, get that crowd control on Sea-Doo. So I think going to Hook Point, this nice small map, makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to Hook Point also, it's definitely going to enable the sub rogue to just get a lot of those CC chains pulled. Whoa, is that?
I would.
That's probably Mez, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna assume. I would be blown away if they didn't play Mez. They played Sam-I-Am DK over Mez. So this cleave setup, okay, we're going for a cleave.
But
you like it?
I don't know. Do we like this? I feel
I don't know.
If it works, I like it. No, I'm just kidding. If they win, then I liked it. Nah. I'm not sure. Yeah. Honestly, they have played this smoke bomb cleave before, and they have pulled wins with it in the past, but that was before the DK nerfs came out as well, and can see the prediction. We're both wrong already, Van. As tough as
we
that
both
is.
we said at the beginning of the day we were going to be bold with our predictions, and it's worked out sometimes, other times not so much. But yeah, this is interesting because I know we talked about going into Cup number 3 how there was some class balance changes. I think on Holy Death Knights, Affliction Warlocks were both on the end of some nerfs, right? Like they definitely got some nerfs. Affliction still look good. I mean, we just saw Chanimal do quite well in Europe. Liquid is going to be trying Mez on the Unholy Death Knight. I know he seemed like Mez was really discouraged about it, but if they can pull off some wins here in this series, maybe it'll look good. I mean, in a matchup like this, the Unholy Death Knight should be able to shine. In theory, you see Mez a lot of the time using his anti-magic shell on his team, which is some really solid tech for the Death Knight, where you're so durable against casters in general as that Death Knight, so you can just use it on either Sea-Doo or Trill to just really bolster their defenses and make it hard for these wizards to break through.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's not going to be Sam on the DK. It is going to be Mez here tagged in. And I mean, this is a risky play here for Liquid because I feel like maybe that RLS, since they locked it in on the blind in that first game, it feels like that was kind of their main strategy. And this is kind of plan B here. But sometimes plan B ends up working out for them. The good news for them is that, of course, they're only playing a team that's only been running one composition. So you just need to find that one answer. Liquid, though, with their backs against the wall, especially in terms of the standings, looking a little bit behind there, behind F tier. But here we go. The game is on. Class Envy already feeling a lot of pressure. He's going to be ducking out of that defiled ground there. Mez is going to grip him back in while Trill is CCing the enemy healer. Nice coil coming out there as well. Did Mez steal that? How did he do that? Yeah, I think he stole a coil. Trill is taking so much damage. They overlap anti-magic zone as well as that cloak of shadows, and already Liquid are on the back foot.
Yeah, a little bit, but I mean, Mez's damage right now is sky high, so they just need to stabilize. It's always going to look a little bit unstable with the Restoration Shaman. It's one of the things about Resto Shaman. Your throughput isn't the highest until someone is low on health, and Trill once again is getting low. Dispels come in from Sea-Doo, but Mez responds with an anti-magic shell. So using that tech on Trill, bolstering him from all those shields, and that's going to keep Liquid in the fight as they do completely recover here. Montage looking for potential crowd control. I think Sea-Doo actually grounded the Hammer of Justice there. Great read there by Sea-Doo. Montage perhaps could have been a little bit more patient with that one, but either way, that was a really good read, and keeps Liquid in the fight.
Yeah, and they're going after the Warlock in this matchup. Last game, they were going after the Shadow Priest. But look at Shadow Priest now, going for a full fear onto Sea-Doo. Now, Trill is making a swap over onto him. Montage, though, sacrifices right before that Strangulate connect. Really good read there. Once again, they're going to kidney shot Montage for extra CC, but there's no way they're going to kill the Shadow Priest from full HP through that sacrifice. Now, Nos making his way back into the fray, and they're going to immediately tab target over to him on the side of Team Liquid. And here comes the damage from Mez. He's going to port away from that. Shadow Step K comes out from Trill, trying to stay on target, but Mez is just swapping to Class Envy. Nice lightning lasso from Sea-Doo. This surely is a big defensive cooldown. No, it's just gonna greet it here. Desperate Prayer comes out, and the gateway to stable things out there for Class Envy for just a moment. Mez with the double blind as well here in the backline. Now making a swap to the Holy Paladin. They're gonna get the medallion there from Montage. So Team Liquid just hitting whatever they can at this point, and it seems to be working out. But Trill once again on the back foot is gonna have to trade out the Cloak of Shadows.
Yeah, they shred through the anti-magic zone, and they get the Cloak of Shadows there. So pressure is sky high right now for Class Envy and Nos. Sea-Doo's really going to have to play catch-up. But like I kind of mentioned, when you have the Shaman, it is just an unstable game from start to finish. If Sea-Doo can hold on, then they're going to be looking good. Mana's not too bad in this matchup for Liquid, but once again, they're going to be making a push. Here comes the Smoke Bomb onto Nos. Can they take him down? He has his portal available, so might have to use it, but that was the unending resolve. So Nos trading out in a big way to survive that smoke bomb. Coil comes in, crowd controlling up Sea-Doo. Class Envy trying to get there for the fear, but he gets knocked away. But Trill in so much trouble. He is rotted and dotted, and they are trying to take him down. Anti-magic zone comes in from Mez to try to save the day, but this is not what you want. Liquid is all dotted up. Trill might just outright die. He's so incredibly low. Sea-Doo is forced to trade out the Trinket, the Ascendance, the Spearling Totem, every single defensive cooldown to stay alive, and I feel like the Abjured, if they can hold on a little bit longer, this is looking great for them.
Yeah, things are looking good, but as I say that, Class Envy forced into the dispersion. Team Liquid showing some signs of life, but still a lot of cooldowns left here onto Montage. Nos also, without an unending resolve, gets gripped behind the pillar. Porch away, though, for a moment. They got a full blind onto Montage. He's got no way out of that one. He doesn't want to bop that one in case he needs to use his bubble later on. Sea-Doo connects with the full Hex as well, and that is going to be a lot of pressure coming in here. They have the Void Shift available. They have cooldowns. Strangulate onto Nos. Big damage, though, onto Trill as well, as he's sitting through a Hammer of Justice, but a nice anti-magic shell there onto Sea-Doo is going to shut down the follow-up crowd control. Kidney shot onto Montage. He's going to trinket out of that one, keep his team aggressive, but look at the damage coming out here. That Siphon in the backline doing work, but Mez manages to kill it off. Nos still taking a lot of damage there. Trill finally going to be swapping off target there as Nos got the Blessing of Protection. Tears Deliverance being casted behind the pillar. Trill shadow stepping back to the safety of the pillar here with Sea-Doo, and Team Liquid are going to pull back here for a second.
Yeah, just a moment to breathe, but Sea-Doo is getting smothered as Nos pushes in with Class Envy. Dots are going to be landing here as they're fully loaded up. Oh, beautiful grip there, or unfortunate grip there by Mez. allowing Nos to just escape that smoke bomb. He's going to portal away into the middle of the map. Class Envy pushes in. He is unafraid in the match. Trill trying to shut him down with some stuns, but once again, Liquid is on the run. Montage, if he can sit down for a drink, he's going to secure his team in such a good position. But you can see Mez has his ghouls just strategically placed on top of Montage, just attacking him, keeping him in combat, trying to really limit any kind of drink potential. But I do wonder, what is Liquid waiting for right now?
Yeah, I think they're just waiting for maybe Cloak of Shadows, maybe waiting for some cooldowns. They did get that cloak back now, though, so maybe they can leave the pillar, but Naz is being targeted here. Triple blinding sleet coming out from Mez. Full coil onto Sidu. Mez could fall. What is he going to do? Death Strike's coming out here in the last second, but it's not going to be enough. The Abjured are taking it 2-0 right now. Team Liquid is on match point. These guys are crazy.
Yeah, I don't like the cleave. No more cleave. That did not look good to me. Like, yeah, I don't know. I just feel like the Shadow Priest and the Warlock are so durable, especially when you have a Paladin backing you up with freedoms and blessing and protections and sacrifices. Like, any kind of all-in attempt from the cleave, I feel like it's more than likely not going to be working out. And I am a little bit surprised. Like, Shaman, in theory, sounds nice, but it really feels like Sidu's having a difficult time staying ahead of the damage. Like, this Affliction Warlock Shadow Priest combo is just such an overwhelming amount of pressure. I really wonder what Liquid should do. I kind of want to see them just
Holy
play.
Pala.
You think? What about Roguelock Priest? Like that seems to be their most practiced composition. Like,
Yeah.
take a page from Echo and just play what you've practiced the most.
I like the Roguelock Priest because they do look the most comfortable on it. They look, really polished on it. They get a lot of aggressive plays. And I feel like the Priest can stay alive in a matchup like this for a while. So, or keep the team rather alive for a while. So I don't think it's a bad option. Is it their best option? I'm not sure, but they got to change something here because this game is not looking too good for them right now. I don't think they have LA Shaman available. They could also go for the Outlaw Rogue on Trill and play like Rogue Outlaw Rogue, Lock Outlaw Rogue. That's another option, but yeah, I feel like that first game didn't look bad at all, and now they lock in the cleave, they kind of doubt themselves, and now they find themselves, in the lower bracket, 0-2, and when you look at the standings, F tier is 20 points ahead of Team Liquid. Team Liquid wants to win here, equalize those points, then go head-to-head against F tier, and then they have a chance to take out their main competition there for that rank 2 spot, and that's going to make them feel a lot more confident moving into next week. But now if they get eliminated here, F tier already beat the Abjured. F tier could be kind of getting a 40-point lead heading into next week, which is a huge deal, of course, for qualifications. So Team Liquid, they really need to make the right call here. We're going to a large map, which is kind of telling me we're going to see Sam back on the Warlock here. The question is, what heater are they going to run, and what rogue are they going to run with that Warlock?
I want to see the Roguelock Priest. I thought the Shaman would work out, but I don't know. It didn't. I wouldn't even mind seeing. Honestly, the Shaman game didn't feel that bad either. If they had just played it a little bit more patiently when Trill didn't have cooldowns, or they saved the cloak defensively a little bit more. Okay, so they are going with the Roguelock Shaman once again. Classic composition. Yeah, fun fact: this is like one of the original compositions that Sidu played way back in the day. Even when I was used to like. I'm really old, and I used to compete against Sidu, if you didn't know that. And yeah, this is like the original composition for him. So this is like a long-time comfort pick. It's kind of cool to see them be able to play this comp.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say at the beginning of game number 1 before all the chaos unfolded. But I remember like 20 years ago coming home, from high school, watching Tenderloin, playing some RLS,
25 years
farming.
ago.
30, 40 years ago, just the decades at this point. That was when Sidu was a young man before he had kids and everything. But that was very inspiring to me. And the fact that we've gone full circle, we're bringing back the RLS with somebody who's been playing it for such a long time is definitely really cool to see. But Team Liquid, they're gonna need to make something work here. Like we said, game number 1 didn't look bad. It's just the question of that one cloak at the end, that last cloak of Trill. I think it was offensive, and I don't think that's something that you can ever afford to do in a matchup like this. You just have to always be patient, always, play. Yeah, I mean, look at the predictions. This is another huge upset.
What is
what's the chat percentage?
I feel like I wager the chat probably went with Liquid as well. I'm not gonna lie. Everyone counted the Abjured out. They're looking so good. I kind of like, this is like one of my favorite things in World of Warcraft tournaments, when a team kind of just, you know what, they have great success on the ladder, they've been around for a long time, they're getting solo shuffle rank 1s, they're getting 3v3 rank 1s, and they finally sign up and it actually goes really well. It's like, wait, these guys know how to play. These guys are really good. And they're good at this composition too. It's always nice when the meta kind of like leans into a certain style of comp, and the people that have put all their eggs in that basket, you finally get to see some good tournament success. So really, hats off to the Abjured. It's been nice. They're up 2-0, almost able to eliminate Liquid if Liquid can't figure it out here in game number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. The Abjured looking like F tier's best friends at this point in the bracket, just doing all of their kind of dirty work for them. But look at Trill already taking a lot of damage. The Haunt is already connecting. Big damage. The Siphon is there as well. Look at that CC chain. And that is going to force out the Cloak of Shadows immediately. What a nice setup there from the Abjured. They chained the coil with the CC, with the Repentance there to get that Cloak of Shadows, and already getting themselves a big win in the matchup. Now Trill is going to have to be a little bit defensive here, but they need momentum on their side, so he's going to take the risks here. But the next time Sea-Doo gets caught up in a CC chain, I am so afraid for Trill.
I think you're absolutely right about that. However, he has 2 vanishes, so I feel like if he times his vanish as well, there's still some cooldowns available. Full Hammer of Justice now onto Sea-Doo. Class Envy's rotting down. Samurai just trying to create some pressure for his team, looking for a potential Haunt here, trying to fake out the interrupts with UA, with Haunt, but they're not getting it, and Trill just could fall. Sea-Doo has to trinket into a silence. This is not looking good. Trill, I think he actually traded out a vanish there at the same time, so Trill's traded out a lot of defense. He's still rotting down. Sea-Doo's really struggling to keep him alive. Trades out the Healing Tide Totem and will reposition it behind the pillar, and that will allow Liquid to survive. But slowly but surely, the Abjured are getting ahead in this matchup.
Yeah, that was Trill's trinket as well. They had nothing for the next setup. If they can close it out, they have 30 seconds before that Cloak of Shadows comes in. If you're on the side of the Abjured, you need to kind of push in right now, because I think if you're Team Liquid, you just hug this pillar, reset the game. Don't even leave this pillar. Just attack the closest wizard and just try to not fall further behind, because the next time they get caught up in anything, it's lights out here. They could even swap to Sea-Doo. If they can keep dots onto Sea-Doo, they could take him down in a Hammer of Justice. But Montage sitting down for a drink right now. They're going to open up onto Nos, but Nos gets gripped back to safety, and Trill reluctantly is pushing out now. Finally does have his Cloak of Shadows back, but still, if they get big pressure here onto Class Envy, but he is going to catch a big heal there with the lay on hand, so they force out something. But now they're pushing in. Look at Nos, he's looking for some crowd control. Nice static field totem, pulling Class Envy back there for a moment. They get dots onto Trill, they get a Hammer of Justice onto Sea-Doo. Montage is in position for the Repentance, looking for the Fierce there, but not able to find either one. And Sea-Doo is going to come out of that crowd control, has an Ascendance rolling, and should be able to recover his team.
Yeah, it's not looking too bad. Looks like he will stay alive for now. The Trinket is rotating up as well. They managed to get the blind on Montage and pull the Unending Resolve. So really nicely done there by Liquid. They put themselves back in the game with that, getting the major defensive from the Warlock, as well as one of the key defensives from the Paladin. Sea-Doo now looking for a full Hex, and he lands it. Samayam connects the Haunt, and Nos is rotted down. He's not feeling too confident right now. Will retreat back to the pillar once again. Nos is just going to heal up his pet as Samayam's trying to just rot it down. He can snipe out that pet. It would be large. At the same time, big swap here onto Class Envy. Liquid doing what they can with this RLS to create pressure all over the place. Get dots on both targets, rot them down. Sea-Doo struggling, though, down to half mana already, and things are not looking comfortable for Liquid.
Yeah, Trill once again caught up in the midfield without a Cloak of Shadows. Class Envy pushing in for the Fear. Nice Thunderstorm there from Sea-Doo to shut down that Fear. He does not want to get caught like that. And look at Class Envy. He got knocked into a really bad spot right there. Line of sighting Montage for a moment, and they get the dispersion right there. Meanwhile, Nos is rotting down as well. Sea-Doo using that gateway to reposition. And look at Class Envy. He's still not out of the woods yet. Trill is playing Smoke Bomb, and he was at least last game. Definitely could be taking him down, but Trill gets caught up in a Hammer of Justice. Sea-Doo is going to be there with the Dispel. They go after Montage now, forcing out his Divine Shield, and all of a sudden Team Liquid, they're getting pressure all over the map.
Yeah, definitely isn't looking too bad for them. And Trill does have the Cloak of Shadows coming up very soon, so all this pressure he will be able to just get off. Silence on Sea-Doo, coil on Trill. Is he going to trade out the cloak? Doesn't look like it just yet. Sea-Doo goes for a Dispel once again, just trying to stay ahead of the dot damage, preemptively dropping out the Healing Tide Totem to heal himself up from Dispelling UA, but he's falling behind. Once again, Trill's forced to use the Cloak of Shadows, and Sidu is just really struggling. He's in a full fear. There's no way out, but at the same time, Nas is getting completely owned. Cheap shot on Montage. Beautiful setup here by Liquid. Shadowy Duel closes out the game. Liquid strike back. That was beautiful at the end of that one. Trill and Sam I Am set that kill up so well.
Yeah, Trill's had enough. He took the situation into his own hands, did a classical Trill on the edge smoke bomb, and then cheap shot the Paladin as he walks into it, and then chains it with the duel. We're going to see it again on the replay. That was absolutely beautiful. Top tier rogue gameplay there coming out from Trill, but he did not look comfortable in the matchup. That opener was absolutely horrendous, but I do like that Liquid kind of just took a moment to reset there for a second, but we're going to see Cedar here caught up in a Hodge. Trill using his Cloak of Shadows, then he stuns Montage into a fear, stuns Nos, edge, smoke bomb, TM, and then DR stun onto Montage, and then the shadowy duel right here, and now there's no void shift. Look at Class Envy, he's ducking into the smoke bomb. He's like, where did my Warlock go? Hello? I'm trying to void shift this guy, but he's nowhere to be found. Instead, they're going to find him on the ground, and Team Liquid finally striking back here.
I just want to once again show this. So Sam I Am, he needs to cover the crowd control with a coil, but he's feared up, I do believe. So I think Sidu actually has to dispel him. So Sidu has to dispel that in the nick of time just to allow Sam I Am to connect that coil. So it was actually all three members of Liquid playing a really crucial role of setting up those final moments. It's just beautifully done, and they're not going to go down without a fight. That's for sure. And this RLS, it looks a bit sketchy, but I think they have the tools to win the game. It's just like it's really unstable with the Shaman.
Yeah, the matchup with two UA Warlocks is definitely unstable right now. But that's the power of the Rogue toolkit, right? If you can get those smoke bombs, you can isolate a target for an extended period of time with those smoke bombs, with those shadowy duels. They have the offensive tools that they need. And another thing is that Sam I Am does get enabled in this matchup. Having a Rogue on his side, just stunning everything up, is just allowing Sam to basically just free cast. And you can see it there on the damage board. He's doing almost double Nos's damage. Really doing a good job just keeping up the pressure, keeping his team in the fight with all of that damage. And it was a rocky road, but they managed to finally pull out a win on the side of Liquid. Now they're going to need to do it again 2 more times, or they will face elimination here. Team Liquid, I think they should lock in the exact same thing. And I think the main thing here is when they don't have those defensives, play to just survive, because I think one of the most annoying things when you play a double wizard comp is facing a rogue team that's just playing defensive when they don't have cloak. They're just at the pillar, and then you're forced to push in. But if you push in, it's almost like a losing exchange, because then they just stun you and they have a pillar, and then they get so much pressure on you that you're forced to kind of retreat again. So I want to see that kind of line of play from Liquid. Just don't be afraid to drag on the game. Don't be afraid to just AFK behind a pillar if you don't have defensives, especially in that situation in the start that we saw in that last game where Sido has no trinket, Trill has no trinket, and they have no cloak. Like, why would you leave the pillar at that point? Because if you do, Hodge and coil on the rogue, dead, you know?
Yeah. I'm curious to see what Liquid does. It looks like we're going to see the same matchup. It's going to be a much larger map. And I think it was a really good shout out to just talk about like some of the differences in this matchup between Nos and Sam I Am. Sam I Am basically, I don't want to say he has the game on easy mode, but he's basically only dealing with one range. He's dealing with one ranged interrupt, and that's Nos. Other than that, I mean, Class Envy has little to no lockdown for him. Montage has little to no lockdown for him. And meanwhile, Nos, he's dealing with a Shaman who's grounding, he's wind shearing, you know, he's dispelling on cooldown. You have a Rogue on you, a Trill, you know, kicking you and gouging you and kidney shotting you. So the matchup is a lot more difficult for Nos to navigate, and that means that Sam I Am really has to take that advantage and make it count. Like, he needs to be getting in there, he needs to be landing crucial fears, he needs to be doing, you know, double the damage of Nos in this matchup. And that's really the main advantage that Liquid have, is all the disruption that Nos has to deal with and how enabled Sam is into the match.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, in that last game, he did a phenomenal job with it, but they're going to need to do it 2 more times. Liquid finding themselves down 2-1 in the lower bracket here. The ABJURED team that just came in out of nowhere and have taken down a lot of these teams, really shaking up the standings here, having a phenomenal performance. They're going to need to win one more game here to knock Team Liquid out and get that rematch against the elusive F tier that is waiting for whoever is winning this series in that lower bracket final. We're going to see a sap come out here onto Class Envy from Trill. Nice positioning here from Sea-Doo and Sam, just repositioning on that close pillar to Class Envy, and immediately they get the haunt out, they get the dots out. There's the static field. Nos is going to teleport away here, and Class Envy is going to be the target of this opening exchange, but so far not forcing any cooldowns here from the side of Team Liquid, and they're just going to go back to the pillar here. They're not afraid to just reset for a little bit.
Yeah, it's a power infusion, right? They used a lot of cooldown, so Liquid is not going to mess around. They're not just going to give them free damage. Although these laser beams, these shadow laser beams on Sea-Doo seem to be doing quite a bit of damage. Sea-Doo does recover, and it looks like Trill will now finally feel confident to make a push. He gets coiled, though, and on this map, there's just so much more space for Class Envy and Nos to navigate. Trill's going to have to extend way out into the open, and I think that is a scary prospect here for Liquid.
Yeah, Trill, though, finally navigating through all of that lockdown, now making his way to his target. As I say that, he gets caught up in a Psychic Scream, and here comes the Void Torrent. A lot of return fire onto Trill, but finally feeling confident to be pushing in here, doing decent damage onto Nos, but Montage is just shaking it off, and it's going to be Trill on the back foot instead. He's just AFKing here in that Earthen Wall Totem until he recovers full HP, now leaving its defense. Sea-Doo actually is going to be repositioning it. Very nice setup here coming out from Trill with the blind. They got a spell lock onto Nos. They got a cheap shot onto Class Envy. They don't have the damage, though, to force that dispersion, which is the cooldown that they wanted. Instead, they're just going to get that Desperate Prayer, swapping over onto Nos now. Meanwhile, Sea-Doo sitting through a Hammer of Justice into a full coil right there, but no more follow-up out of that. No, there's the silence coming out from Class Envy, as well as a disarm onto Trill, doing a lot of work there with that Psychic Horror, and Trill is going to recover. Sea-Doo has to burn through a little bit of mana, but actually Team Liquid being ahead on mana. Once again, Sam I Am enabled in the match is doing a significant amount of damage, but look at Trill. He shadow steps very deep into enemy territory, goes for the kidney shot swap here onto Montage. They want to try to force the Divine Shield, but the Divine Protection is good. There's the coil as well. Do they have the damage? Oh my goodness. Montage manages to stay alive there, greeting it for just a second, but might still have to use it. And there it is. The Divine Shield gets popped here. Team Liquid manages to get themselves a huge cooldown.
Yeah, that was through the Avenging Wrath, too. I mean, Montage had a lot there, and he gets fully feared right out of the Divine Shield. This is an absolute nightmare. They're going after Nos. Can they get the sap? No, it's a gouge. Trill, how's he going to follow it up? Does he have a stun? Full kidney shot lands, and all of a sudden, Liquid has a lot of momentum in this matchup. Class Envy's rotting down, full fear onto Nos, but with the crowd control subsiding, Montage should be able to keep them alive. Sea-Doo now struggling. He goes for a UA dispel, and that's going to be Trill's Cloak of Shadows, and that is not what you want if you are Liquid. Trill forced to use not only his Trinket, but his Cloak of Shadows, so a vulnerable target here for the next couple minutes.
Oh, look at the smoke bomb. Is he actually inside that smoke bomb? No, he's not. Trill, unfortunately, miscalculating that one there a little bit, but still good pressure coming out here from Team Liquid. But now Trill needs to be very afraid. He's got no Cloak of Shadows for a long time. He does have a Vanish in his back pocket, but when you have all of those dots on you, the Vanish is not going to be doing too much. You can avoid a Hammer of Justice, or you can avoid getting caught in a bad spot, but that's pretty much it. They're going to kidney shot Montage. They're going after the Montage. Huge Soul Rot, and Montage actually going to be respecting that trinketing. I don't like that trinket. Class Envy had him with the grip there, but it was kind of a situation where they overlapped it and pressed it at the same time. Team Liquid definitely going to be happy about that one, though.
Yeah, definitely. Nos still... Oh, Montage sits down. I think he was able to get a little bit of mana there, so sitting down for a drink, but Liquid gets enough pressure on Nos that he has to stand up. Still about 41 seconds here. Full Hammer of Justice lands. Sea-Doo immediately dispels it, but if they can get more dots on Trill, he could fall behind. Sea-Doo doing a really good job with that dispel, freeing Trill from the match, but he gets coiled across the map on his Shadow Step, still taking a tremendous amount of damage. Nos looking for a fear. He manages to get the precognition. That's a full fear on Sea-Doo, and now Trill is on the run. He's got the Vanish. He's got the Cloak of Shadows, but a close call. Really good fear there by Nos.
Yeah, and Trill's just going to be sitting here at the pillar. He actually reset his cloak cooldown with that Vanish. Now going for a kidney shot, smoke bomb onto Nos. Big damage attempt. Nice static field there onto the rest of the team. Nos taking a lot of damage there. That looked like a Void Shift came out from Class Envy. He's running down a little bit to Sam I Am. Look at Sam as well, taking control over the match. Full fear potentially onto Montage. No, they're just going to coil him and swap to him. Montage has nothing here except for the Blessing of Protection, and he's going to immediately trade it out of that stun lock. But Nos is still not out of the woods yet. They got a full fear. This is Shadowy duel. This could be the game right now. Trill gets coiled. Nos playing this duel perfectly. Class Envy though gripping Nos back on top of Trill. Not sure if I like that too much. Montage still sitting through crowd control, but look at that return fire onto Trill. Surely that's going to be the Cloak of Shadows. Team Liquid feeling confident right now. They have the trinket onto Sidu, and they have the blind there. Actually, it's on DR, unfortunately, though, but they stun Montage. Another cooldown coming out there with that trinket. Montage has nothing left now for another 30 seconds, and Nos is not out of the woods just yet. Huge damage connecting. Trill chasing him on that demonic gateway, trying to take him down, and Team Liquid brings this to game number 5.
Beautiful. I mean, Liquid looked a lot better in that game. There's still a few close calls there onto Trill, but I think Liquid is just feeling more confident in their game plan. Honestly, game number 1 felt very similar to game number 3 and 4, and those are the games Liquid won. So I think Liquid may be losing a little bit of confidence in their strategy, trying to get like a counter comp edge in game number 2. It just didn't work out. But now they've tied up the series, and things are looking a lot better here for Liquid. And ABJURED, this is one of their best maps. And unfortunately, Nos just was not able to get away. Got a really good setup here onto Nos. I really like the way Sidu's using a static field totem onto, Montage and Class Envy to get them away. Trill pushes forward here, and there's just not enough healing for Montage. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the throughput to keep him alive. He's not any kind of crowd control. He doesn't get interrupted. He just runs out of buttons, runs out of gas at that point. And it could definitely happen on the Paladin. But yeah, I think Liquid, they tried to set up those conditions like I was talking about, getting the smoke bombs, getting the shadowy duels, pairing it with the static field totems. I think they had some really nice plays in this game.
Yeah, that static field totem, I know which one you're talking about. The one where Trill dropped a smoke bomb onto Nos and Sidu pulled the entire team away from it. That was definitely key. That's what started basically all of this pressure that we saw here in the end, because they chained that with the shadowy duel. Then they landed a hex onto the healer. Then they landed a blind into a stun, and they were able to close it out. But you know one thing that's crazy is I feel like anytime that I watch other rogues, and also in-game when I'm playing against other rogues, I feel like the moment you leave that stun lock, you get kidney, cheap shot, or triple cheap shot, you're taking a lot of damage in that stun lock. But the moment you're out of those stuns, usually the damage stops. But at multiple points in this matchup, Trill is just staying on the target, just still doing insane damage. And that's what happened here at the end when they got the kill. And that's what happened as well on Montage, where when they got that Divine Shield, they just stun him, and then he comes out of the stun. He's 40% HP. You're like, okay, well, the Paladin survives. But then they just keep riding the momentum on the Paladin, and they still push, and they get that big cooldown. So it's pretty crazy how they're able to do that on the sub-rogue nonetheless. But you're absolutely right. We are going to a large map right now. We are going to Tolveron Arena here for the ABJURED.
Yeah, it's about as big as it gets. We need to get measurements. Is Maldraxxus bigger? Which one's bigger, Tolveron or Maldraxxus? Because they both feel enormous. We need some official measurements for these maps.
Yeah. You know what we need?
We need square feet.
No. How many gnomes? From the starting room to the starting room. How many
map do you think
can
can pack in the most gnomes?
I feel like
I think it's Mugambala.
It's got to be Mugambala, yeah. There's a lot of... There's
enormous, yeah. You imagine,
especially if you're counting the starting room. The starting room alone is
up the
muddy
stairs,
there.
up the stairs. There's quite a bit of space.
So I think Tolvir, I don't know. I think they're about the same size. Maybe Maldraxxus is actually a little bit bigger, but Tolvir, it has the largest pillars, right?
It's the original dampener,
It's the patented Cloud9 map. It's when we think of dampening, it's the Sands of Tolvir.
Definitely. All right. Well, game number 5. Things were not looking good for Liquid. They were down 0-2 in this one, but is this just the day for reverse sweeps? Are we going to see a bunch of reverse sweeps today? This could be another one. Liquid, every single one of their series in this lower bracket has been a nail biter, against the Power Toads, against the Move, both 2-3 series that could have gone either way. And it looks like they might get another repeat here against the ABJURED.
Yeah, today's been a crazy day indeed. A lot of reverse sweeps here. Liquid, though, finding their stride here, believing in their RLS. Now they're going to need to do it one more time here to reverse sweep the ABJURED out of this top 4. And the ABJURED, they've just been the dark horse of this tournament. This is Heading into this is not a team that I expected to do as well as they have, and honestly, it's time to get these guys out of here. These guys have been doing way too much damage on the standings already as things are. Just having a phenomenal weekend here on the Shadow Priest Warlock, and let's see here. Game number 5, winner takes it all. Loser will get eliminated from the tournament. Winner will fight F tier in that lower bracket final to advance to the grand finals. Here we go. Class Envy already getting a lot of dots here onto Trill. They're getting Mortal Coil there, and the Soul Rod does get counterspelled there by Samayam, but still a lot of pressure onto Trill. Siru, though, able to back it up with a heal, and that's going to be an early smoke bomb coming out of Trill, forcing out the trinket from Nos.
Yeah, not really getting too much, though. I feel like it's a fair trade. You trade out the trinket for the smoke bomb, and Nos isn't going to get too much more value from his trinket than that. Silence now onto Montage as he goes for a Dispel on UA. Class Envy's rotting down low just a little bit here. Liquid looking good so far in the game, getting out good pressure. Montage now getting swapped to. Can they take him down? And really, like you highlighted, I mean, there's moments in the last game where Montage looked like, okay, he got out of the stun lock, he's fine, but Trill just keeps up the damage. They were able to force out the Divine Shield, and those kind of moments, that additional damage Trill brings on that Subtlety Rogue can definitely throw the enemy team off guard.
Yeah, and it's making Montage kind of respect the trades here early on as well. But look at the damage coming out now from the Abjured. They're finding a lot of pressure onto Trill. He's going to trade out the Healthstone. But look at that Repentance. That thing lasting forever, but they managed to get rid of it. How did they, I think it broke, or I don't know if Samayam is playing Imp or something. But either way, they managed to get rid of that Repentance, and they managed to recover. But it still costed Trill his Cloak of Shadows in that exchange. So still a lot of work here being done on the side of the Abjured. Now Trill, finding himself on half HP, does not want to be leaving this pillar. Earthen Wall Totem is looking good, and he doesn't want to leave Sidu's line of sight here. He wants to commit a little bit deeper there, but he can't leave Trill's line of sight.
Oh,
and
no,
look at
no.
this damage! Oh my goodness, Trill immediately panic mode. The Spirit Link drops, the Vanish gets popped as well. Class Envy dropping low, but he's going to be able to hold on to that dispersion. There's too much pressure here onto Trill. Sidu has no trinket as well, and if they push in on the side of the Abjured right now, they could potentially just close it out. I think they should.
Yeah, they're going for the classic triangle formation. Nos on one side of the pillar and Class Envy on the other. They're getting swarmed. We've seen this story play out before, but pushing into the Rogue isn't exactly what you want. Nos will just gate out of there, and Liquid will recover. So this is a good spot for Liquid to be in. Trill has about 30 seconds left on that Cloak of Shadows. I wouldn't mind Liquid just play completely back. Just play as defensive as possible in this moment. Montage trying to take advantage and sit down for a drink. Is able to recover a little bit, but Liquid is able to push the pressure and force him to stop that comfy vacation and have to actually heal up Class Envy there. But Class Envy will stabilize, and once again looking for that triple fear, triple gateway. I mean, what was that? That was the most synchronized gateway I've ever seen. We need a replay on that. That was unbelievable.
That was, everyone clicked it at the exact same time. It's like they had like a pull timer on that one, but they managed to find a Class Envy. A nice thunderstorm there actually with the traveling storm. Look at the thunderstorm. Look at the static field. Sidu making big plays here. Dispelling Trill though, caught up in the UA silence. Class Envy finding himself behind enemy lines. Liquid really getting creative. Instead, they can't push out in the open, but they can bring the enemy team to them. They force out the Desperate Prayer onto Class Envy. He has Forbearance as well, so they can't really do too much here. Look at Samayam getting so many fears. Class Envy behind enemy lines right now. That static field totem is still, you can still feel the pressure from that one. Class Envy going for a Master Spell. Be careful with that. You might Master Spell some UAs and Master Spell yourself out of the tournament. Trill right now going for Class Envy, getting some stuns onto him. Pressure is good. They knock him away there. I think they actually wanted to knock him deeper behind that pillar, but Class Envy was able to reposition there a little bit, and I like what Liquid is doing here with these traveling storms.
The only problem is Sidu probably won't be able to drink, and Montage might. So Liquid just really has to keep that in mind. If Montage is going to push away, here comes the smoke bomb, full blind, and Montage it will just immediately trinket out of that to keep Nos alive, and trades out the Blessing of Protection. I don't know if that Blessing of Protection was really needed. That felt really heads up, but a big swap on Montage. Whoa. They get the Divine Shield. They get Trinket. They get Divine Shield. They get Blessing of Protection. That was a massive W for Liquid. They were looking good to potentially end this game. If they can just recover from these dots, Sidu's really struggling. Samayam's so incredibly low on health, but I think Liquid has put them in a really good position, put themselves in a really good position to win this game.
Montage is sitting down for a sip here. He needs to be careful. Trill has a Vanish. He could punish that with a sap. Here comes the damage onto Nos. They get a coil onto Montage, and that's going to force out the unending result. Beautiful Shadowy Duel there as he comes out of that CC chain. Full fear now onto Montage. They have the Void Shift there, and they might need to pop it here. Nos trying to hold on for a little bit longer. They kidney shot Montage. He's going to Blessing of Protection himself out of the stun and then sacrifice Nos to survive that exchange. But Team Liquid, they have Cloak of Shadows. They have Trinket Spirit Link. They can push in confidently if they wish to.
Yeah, they're feeling more and more confident in the matchup. Hellstone's going to be available for Sam I Am. He does portal away, so looks like they are trying to go after him a little bit more. Sidu goes for a Dispel. Trill vanishes out also, so he's got his Cloak of Shadows, he's got his Vanish. Liquid, they need to recover and then make a push. Sidu has to get them topped off, then make a push. He's got the Healing Tide Totem. Trill is going for it. Full Kidney Shot lands. Class Envy doing what he can. He's pushing into the Double Fear. Can he find it? The Blind on Montage. This could be the end of the game. Liquid
Hex.
looking for the reverse sweep. A beautiful Hex. Fear on Class Envy. 3 versus 1, and Nos will go down.
lasso.
Away. He does go down. I mean, Liquid, they executed that absolutely perfectly. This is the Liquid you know and love. They found a beautiful crowd control chain at the end of that game. They were getting cooldowns consistently throughout the match, and that was just a great end for them in this one.
Yeah, that was a beautiful setup. When they made that big push and they got the Divine Shield and they started getting all of those cooldowns, then afterwards they find that one setup where they get the Blessing of Protection and the Sacrifice, then they wait for those next DRs, and they set it up perfectly. That Shadowy Duel was absolutely amazing, and we're going to see it right here. So Trill Shadow steps over to Nos. They get the Blind here, I believe. Yeah, there's the Blind onto Montage. They get the Cheap Shot to follow it up, and then the Shadowy Duel here, I think, during that... no, they just get the Hex there out of that one. There's this Life Swap. They try to pull Class Envy out of there, so he can't help him. They coil Nos before he can use that Gateway. Look at Sidu. Leaps in and like a shamanistic god from the sky and drops the lightning lasso onto Montage, forcing out his trinket, but it's too little, too late, and Nos will fall. Team Liquid, I mean, after that first game, when they locked in that DK Rogue, this is kind of what I was thinking as well. I was like, this was plan A, playing that RLS, and that first game didn't look bad. I think they just kind of overcommitted a little bit, played the matchup a little bit too fast maybe, but in these last 3 games, they definitely kind of found their footing. They kind of, adjusted a little bit to the pace of the matchup and made these like really coordinated pushes, had great synergy, and were able to execute kills.
Yeah, really nicely done.
Very nicely done indeed. Very, very dangerous series for Team Liquid. They're going to barely be walking away with a victory from that one. But the Abjured, I mean, what a crazy series from them. This is the first time we've seen them in the top 8, and they had an incredible weekend. I mean, we kind of already covered everything, but just I'm excited for this team. I really do hope they come back for Cup number 4. They're in 7th place right now, so they could certainly make it to that gauntlet, Zico, and maybe do some damage here in North America.
I mean, they've already done plenty of damage here. We don't have more room. I mean, look at this top 8, how stacked it is. Welcome to the JUNG, F-Tier, Liquid, Power Toads. These are all insane teams. The Move. Then you got Silk Tigers. So many decorated players on that one. Then you got Unitas as well. And the Abjured just sneaking in here. We don't have room for more insane teams in this top 8. So they definitely did a lot of damage in that bracket. But what I'm looking at is F-Tier and Liquid. They're on a collision course. Winner of next match will not only be awarded a match, or rematch, I guess, against Welcome to the JUNG, but they will also overtake the other in standing. So this is the best position to be in, right? If you're shared 2nd and 3rd, you get to go head to head against the team that you're tied with and decide your own fate. So this is going to be an absolute banger. And F-Tier, they beat Liquid 2-3 earlier in the open bracket, and last week Liquid beat F-Tier. So like, these are teams that are constantly going back and forth. It's going to be an absolute banger.
Yeah, it certainly will. I mean, this is the semifinals, but honestly, this is probably the game that has the most on the line for these two teams. Of course, the winner of this one moves on to the grand finals to face off against Welcome to the JUNG. But Zico, you said it enough. F-Tier versus Team Liquid. This is going to be a banger of a series, and I'm very, very excited for this one and to figure out who is going to get into second for that standings and finally settle that tie between F-Tier and Team Liquid. So we're going to head to a break. Before we do that, though, we're going to play a quick game of Whose Spell Is It Anyways? I know you guys just did a 5-game series, but are our brains still sharp enough for this?
Always.
Right. We're always ready
to go.
For what production is bringing.
Get
they
ready.
had to cheat to beat us last time.
That
they
is
had
true.
to cheat
You're
to
right.
beat us. Like, let's
ready
not
for
forget
this
about
one.
The cheese strats. All right,
Okay.
blank places a blank that by something percent the blank 8 seconds are.
I'm
need David
thinking.
to come
I'm
back to
thinking
make the little
it's,
voice.
I think it's Anti-Magic Zone. Or
Makes sense.
wait. Look at the 2 minute cooldown. There's something censored there before that. Is that like
maybe not though. That could be fake.
Oh.
Do you think that's just bait?
I think it's bait. Yeah, I don't see.
Does
It looks like bait to me. I'm gonna be honest. Like I think that's just trying to throw us off the scent.
Okay.
The scent.
Yeah, I can smell the anti-magic zone. Now, I don't know. It could be... Yeah, you see, because I don't think it's powered barrier, because powered barrier is 3-minute cooldown. So I'm positive it's not powered barrier. Anti-magic zone... Actually, is there a talent? Isn't there? There is a talent for powered barrier to make it more... It reduces the damage you take
this
more.
This is a good one.
What's the percentage, though?
It's not ancestral. Isn't ancestral protection totem the res totem? Is that even still in the game?
Yeah.
There's no way it's the res totem.
I think.
I'm thinking zone.
That
was my
powered barrier can't break on damage, right?
Yeah, no, it can't. Anti-magic zone can break on damage. My initial reaction when I saw this was anti-magic zone. The only thing throwing me off is the blur before the 2-minute cooldown.
Yeah, but I think
that
that's
might
fake.
that might
I think
be
it's
bait.
fake.
Yeah.
I think they're trying to bait us 100%.
Okay, but what about the number? Isn't anti-magic
That's what I'm
zone?
saying.
Isn't it 75%?
That's
Am I
No, it's not
crazy?
that high.
that's the
lower. It
old
got
version.
nerfed.
It's gotten.
I think it was
nerfed,
OP
yeah.
and raid, so it got nerfed.
I don't know
I'm
what
like
that
pretty
would
positive.
be, though.
Aya,
Like
you can confirm,
30%,
right?
20%. Yeah, it used to be OP and then it got nerfed, but I don't know if it's 20 or 30.
20 sounds low. Like
Yeah, 20
20
sounds
does
low.
sound low.
I'm thinking if it's 30, then that could work with the blur. My
Yeah.
initial reaction was anti-magic zone. I'm just
going
gonna
with
stick
that
to
one.
my guts.
I agree.
I'm going with
I'm in.
anti-magic
Yeah,
zone.
okay. We'll go
it's a
with
magic
it.
zone.
Locking it in.
All right,
Final answer.
let's do it.
Yeah, just the anti-magic zone base option number 2, second
Yeah.
from the left.
Probably like until it absorbs a certain amount of damage. Or let's see.
Let's go.
Look at the 2. I knew it was a bait.
Yeah,
Could
it was
smell
a
it.
bait.
Okay, nicely done. Nicely done. All right.
That was a good one
was,
though. That
uh,
one actually had me sweating a little bit. Like that was a good
Yeah.
one.
I knew it before the options even came out. Easy clap.
Really?
All right. No, I had no idea. I mean, it was just my initial reaction, my initial response, but this is hard. Aya, this is all you.
No, don't do that to me.
I
I don't think it's A. A looks weird.
I know what it is.
A looks weird. B looks weird. It's either C or D. Wait, which one do you think it is, Ven?
I think it's
You think it's what?
C.
I'm
I
feeling
think it's
C
C
too.
also.
I think
I'm
Going
actually.
for C
I don't.
too.
So I think for A, this is my logic. A, the little squigglies. I don't think it looks like that. I think it's the other one looks like it's more normal to me. And then I don't think there's that much purple. Like I feel like the purple in B and D is too easy to Photoshop. So
Yeah.
C, I think is just
The bubble.
the best option.
Yeah. I'm going with C as well.
I'm feeling C. I'm actually feeling C as well. I feel like I'm thinking about the icon because when we track it, I'm thinking C is the most similar to that. So I'm locking in C as well. I like it.
Feeling
I'm
C.
in.
Yeah,
All in
we're
my
all
heart.
in on C. All right, we're going 2
press
for
that
2.
button a
2
lot.
for 2.
That's looking
Oh,
good.
please.
On my keyboard. Yay!
Hey.
Woo!
We're
Undefeated.
insane.
Yay. I still have my DK card, but only with the help of you guys. All right, let us know in chat if you got that one correct. In the meantime, we're going to head to a break, and then we're going to get to the North American lower finals. Winner of this next up one heads on to the grand finals to face off against Welcome to the JUNG. Is it going to be F tier, or is it going to be Team Liquid? Find out next after this break. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are in the North American lower finals. It is F tier versus Team Liquid, and this series, Zico is going to determine who ends up in second place for the standings.
I mean, this is probably the closest two teams have ever been matched. Team Liquid and F tier right now, 2-2 in terms of score in series against each other. So Liquid's won 2 series, F tier's won 2 series. Tied on points. Their last game was a 3-2 as well in favor of F tier. So it can't get any closer than this. And I mean, predicting this game, it feels like just flipping a coin. Like, who's gonna win it? I have no idea.
I kind of did. I flipped the coin as well. I was having a hard time. Maybe we could take a look at the predictions. Also, let us know in chat. They're currently running a poll. Looks like everyone is voting for Team Liquid, but F tier following closely behind, so it's not overwhelming. Then we've got the caster predictions here. Super Tease, I'm sorry, is this a joke to you?
For a second there, I thought no one predicted the same thing, but then I think I realized it's impossible based on the number of permutations, but it's like pretty spread out here. Like there's every single possible outcome could possibly be foreseen here. Liquid being felt a little bit more for D-Machine, Zico, and myself. And Rookie and I, you guys are feeling the F tier. If it continues the trend of going back and forth, though, you would think Liquid take it. So just assuming that pattern remains the same.
Yeah, it's definitely a wise place to be. I gotta say, I'm not doing great with predictions, especially after that last series. I mean, I know everyone was wrong there, but like, I'm not looking good. So I need F tier to lock it in because I'm down bad right now in the standings. It seems like Ven's the only one on my side here. But Zico, I mean, what's your take? You think Team Liquid is gonna take this dub pretty convincingly too, 3-1?
So what I'm thinking is Team Liquid, right now, they just had a reverse sweep. And much like in Europe, we saw Streamer Zone. They looked beaten, they looked battered and bruised, and then they had that one reverse sweep. And then we saw Tessia. He's all of a sudden, he's just a magician, you know? And I think Sam, you know, he's got that. He doesn't play his mage as much anymore, but he's still got that mage blood in him. So I think Sam is going to pop off. I think Team Liquid are going to carry this momentum and bring it all the way to the grand finals. They want to beat Welcome to the JUNG. They want to have another rematch, you know, another shot at beating them and show truly how good they are. So I think Liquid are going to take that momentum and carry it all the way to the finals. And that's why I voted 1-3. F tier, they just got absolutely destroyed by Welcome to the JUNG. So I think they're like, that sucked. You know, they might be dwelling a little bit on that. And I think that's where Liquid has an opportunity to kind of take the lead.
All right, no time for moping here in the AWC F tier versus Team Liquid. We are very split evenly here on the casting desk, and I'm certainly excited to see where exactly this does go. It makes sense, though. I mean, like we're saying, these matches, they've gone back and forth with the history of these two teams. This season alone, or this expansion alone, has been pretty rough between F tier and Liquid. There's already a very storied history, and we're about to find out maybe the final answer of who's going to come out on top right now in terms of the standings between these two teams. And then, of course, the winner moves on to face Welcome to the JUNG. Is it going to be a rematch between F tier and JUNG, or is it going to be Team Liquid meeting them up there from the lower bracket? Find out next. It's F tier versus Team Liquid.
This is a mental game. It's whoever doesn't feel more defeated.
What?
And, oh my God, that's a boomkin. Sam I Am is coming in on a boomkin. It's Thanksgiving dinner. Corky just got served. Is Sam I Am about to become the next appetizer here for F tier?
Oh my goodness. But Corky looked really good on that boomkin. But then again, he got 3-0. Let's see what they can do here on the side of Team Liquid. They are going to be opening up here onto Saul. Saul once again looking like he's going to just be able to deflect that opener. Dorito now getting a lot of pressure here with that first leg sweep. Celestial Conduit onto Sam I Am. Sam I Am trading out the bark skin, but is that going to be enough? It goes into the bear form as well, trading out a little bit more cooldowns there with that frenzied regen, but still not out of the woods yet. There's so much there. Oh
my God.
All right, served up for dinner, cooked and roasted, like you mentioned there.
Turkey is done. Oh my God, the temperature is it's fried. It's over. Oh my God, dude, like that's kind of what I expected Boomkin to look like. And then Corky was like making it look kind of good. I'm like, it's kind of getting close. Like they're almost taking games, but like this is what I expected Boomkin to look like. So F tier absolutely slaughter Sam I Am in game number 1. They don't even get a chance to figure out what they're going to do or what they would even want to do. Like I think right now Giants holds the record for the fastest kill, and I can't remember the exact time on it.
It was 26 seconds.
So this game ended at 20. Is it literally right the same? A little bit longer, maybe? I think it's got to maybe a little bit longer. It's really close as far as fast as deaths are concerned. And oh my god.
Okay.
Where was this damage in the last series for F tier? Why would they? Oh my god. Okay, well, the thing is like Boomkin doesn't play the same. So I don't know if Liquid, they're playing this out of comfort, but it's like Boomkin is completely different. Boomkin, last expansion, you could kind of stand still and cast Clone for a while and not worry about dying. Now you're just dead all game. What is going on in the matrix of the game? The replay. Okay.
What in the matrix just happened?
But Boomkin, you used to be able to chill a little bit. It was a little bit relaxing. You could rely on Bear Form, Frenzied Regen, Healed for more. It's not relaxing anymore. You got to be like on your toes the entire game. You could die at any millisecond, constantly looking over your shoulder. Someone's coming up behind you. Like, you got to be alert on this spec. It's not even remotely close to as how it was playing in Dragonflight. So I don't really think that they should be going for this out of comfort.
Huh. I think that's the first time I've ever seen a Holy Paladin out damage a Moonkin, but that is a rough one.
And the worst Star Surge, it was so fast. I don't even think he got to press the Star Surge.
I don't think so. I think it was just look at this Earth Shock from Salt, 1.3 mil, 883k into a 1.3 mil melee from Dorito 1.
Honestly, he needs to save those if they're going to get to the grand finals. Like, he's blowing his Earthshock RNG right now on the Boomkin. It's like it's kind of wasted. It might be a little bit overkill. So Liquid here, Ashamane's Fall, they got no data from that. And I think they tried to play Boomkin Rogue in the open bracket also, but they did it with Shaman, and they kind of got owned. So now they tried it with Prez, likely because Corky's team was playing it in EU. So the 1 damage auto attack. I don't know how often we see an ability hit for exactly 1 point of damage when we have millions of health also.
Yeah, I mean the worst the worst part for Liquid is you lock that in and you didn't even get to see if it works because like, let's be honest, that was just like, yeah, okay, you got Earth Shocked for 2 mil and you know you got sand, it happens, but you don't, like, what do you do now? Like, do you just, I guess they're just gonna lock in
again.
Yeah, you get the Boomkin out of there.
You don't do Boomkin again. There's no way.
Is it too late to change my prediction? I feel like F tier is looking kind of good right now.
This is, I thought they'd be in a rough spot off of getting destroyed in the upper bracket, but it seems like maybe it's just Shadow Priests are hard for them, and I don't think Sam's team has Shadow Priest as an option, so they don't really need to worry about that. Just absolutely slaughter Sam in the beginning there, and they're going back to Roguelock, and Roguelock Priest, when you play this at the highest level, is definitely one of the best compositions in the game. So Sam IM needs to kind of shake off that first loss and be like, all right, the series is starting now. I'm playing Warlock, not Boomkin. Make sure that he's maxing his damage, good positioning. Trill setting up for kills off of his damage, and Sidu just playing as efficiently as always for the roster as a healer. So this is definitely a composition I think that can still do it for Liquid, but F tier look really good, really good in that game one. They're not letting that last series they were in really, shake them too much at all.
It's just, I feel like F tier are so good at playing around those knocks as well, like those Whirling Dragon Punch, Thunderstorm, Wombo combos that they keep pulling as Warlocks. I feel like a lot of Warlocks are struggling with that. And I was thinking, and actually Waz told me this as well, I think the best strat against that is just drop your Demonic Circle in the middle of the map, and then as soon as you get knocked in the air, you just port. And at least you get usage of your port, at least you avoid, getting knocked into the other side of the world. But Team Liquid, they're going to need to really pull it together. We just saw them pull out a reverse sweep. They might need to do it again here. F tier and Team Liquid, they've both won 2 series against each other. They are tied on the standings. Winner will advance to the grand finals. Liquid with a record speed game 1 loss. Need to bring it back together here. Sam on the Warlock is going to try to make it happen.
All right, we can see Saul pushing forward, Dorito right onto Sam. Trill comes in, but we haven't seen really any major stuns from Trill. He's just been kind of bouncing back and forth. Finally, a kidney shot comes through onto Saul, but Sam, is he going to connect the spells? He's trying to go for a Soul Rot. He fakes the kick. Haunt comes out. He needs to get Soul Rat on cooldown, so he gets his first Soul Rot. He needs to look to extend that with the Dark Glare, and maybe punish a Dispel with a Coil or something like that in this position. There's the Dark Glare. He's extended his dots. He's getting a lot of Shadow Bolt procs, but it seems like Dorito is actually still the one just massively on top in terms of damage. Pressure's starting to sink in on Dorito and Saul. Gouge with a double fear from Sidu. Setting up Sam again to get some casted spells off here on Sable Affliction. Finishes the channel. That doll has been reapplied, but Shaz fully recovered. Both teams, not too much, honestly, from either side in the first minute.
Yeah, and now they're going to try to potentially go after Sam here. Once again, he's teleporting away to safety, but now he could get knocked really far away. Sea-Doo in the sky, ulti coming out there for Sea-Doo, but now Sam I Am finding himself here, kind of stuck in open field. Saul at the pillar with an excellent defensive positioning. Nice grapple weapon there onto Trill, rooting him as well in place there. Now he's not going to be able to connect back onto Saul for a minute, as Sam I Am does fake cast the kick of Dorito and gets a full fear onto him. Now they're going after Saul here, actually going after Shaz. Nice grounding totem though on the haunt. Really heads up play there from Saul. That's going to save a lot of cooldowns there potentially from Shaz, but he did have to use a blessing of protection there in that exchange.
All right, Sam's going to port back behind the pillar, but then Trill got left behind. He has to trade evasion during the Hammer of Justice. Sam's trying to gate to safety. Doritos chasing after him. Saul's in trouble.
Ooh,
big pressure from Trill with a shadowy duel, forcing the burrow. But Doritos on top of Sam still. He calls him away. Saul's out of the burrow. Is he going to trade the Astral Shift as well here? He's still kind of low health. Kidney shot on Shaz. Triple rot pressure. Sam's got to the top of the meter, and he is dominating. He needs to keep his damage on the top side of the meter. This is how they're going to swing momentum, like this instance where they get Divine Shield and Astral Shift from F tier.
Yeah, beautiful push there. Now they got the Divine Shield. They need to push and try to get the Trinket here as well. They do have a blind available. Trill is looking for it. There it is. Full blind onto Shaz. They managed to get Salt's Trinket in this exchange. Do they have any follow-up? Full sap! Connects from Trill. Surely that will be the Trinket there from Shaz as well. So they net 2 Trinkets in that push. Shaz only with 1 Blessing of Protection left. Team Liquid have win conditions right now. They could smoke bomb Saul, or they could make another swap onto Shaz and try to get that last Blessing of Protection.
Okay, lasso on Trill. Saul's playing defensive. Doritos trying to go ham right now. He knows that he's the only one with defensive, so he's throwing himself at his opponents, and he is absolutely dominating. This is crazy. Full Hex snuck through from Saul onto Sea-Doo. He pre-paint suppresses, so it looks like he just didn't have a death, and he just anticipates that damage. But Dorito needs to carry the game. Trill is also carrying the game, killing Shaz by himself behind the pillar into a double Psychic Scream. Tremor comes through, breaking that crowd control, but there's a wind shear. Big pressure on Sam. Dorito is crunching Sam Miami. Ports back behind the pillar, but Dorito's guys port on port. Big spinning crane kick forces the void shift from Sea-Doo, and suddenly F-tier are back in the game.
Yeah, F-tier manages to get a big cooldown there. Sam almost going down to the touch of death there. Managed to stall it for a second, but now caught up in the leg sweep. Huge damage coming out here with the Fist of Fury into the knock, potentially. No, not able to find it. That Whirling Dragon Punch still doing a lot of work, though. Meanwhile, Trill in the backline caught up in a Lightning Lasso. Sea-Doo pushes in for the triple fear. Can he find it? They spell lock Saul, not able to find the fear. They try to bait the Tremor Totem, but it's actually not available. Sea-Doo instead getting caught up in a Hammer of Justice. Sam I am getting crushed. Oh my goodness. That will be it. The unending resolve comes out too late. The touch of death does not care about that one. And F-tier move up to match point. What the heck was that?
And Liquid are just getting destroyed. I think Trill tried to come in with an emergency shadowy duel on Dorito, but Saul just finished him instead. So Sam, I felt like did a decent job at least with keeping his damage. He was on the top of the meter for most of that game, but maybe not by far enough to really establish a significant lead. Did he have a portal in those final moments? Because it just felt like he was kind of just in the middle and just taking for me, I feel like Sam is so afraid of getting kicked, is what it is. He kind of just fake cast, fake cast, fake cast, fake cast, fake cast, and then he's just dead because he stood still for too long. I think it happens somewhere after this port. So he just ported. It's going to be on cooldown, and he goes in the middle, and then Dorito gets on him. And instead of just like casting and getting kicked and then using a Rapture, he just sits here and he tries to cast like multiple times in a row. He goes for fear, he fakes, and he goes for another cast and he fakes, and he goes for another cast and he fakes, and then he's just dead. He's just spent that whole time faking, and now he's dead. So I don't know if it would just be better to just like tank the kick and then Rapture, because that's what Chan is doing on Lock, what I'm noticing at least, is that he'll just cast, and if he gets kicked, it's like, whatever, I'm Malefic Rapturing.
Yeah, no, it's a small thing there, but definitely tanking the Windwalker for an extra couple of seconds, especially when they're powered up and getting their damage rolling, is definitely scary. But I feel like it's more about this push here. I mean, in general, Sea-Doo is pushing in behind a pillar, right? And then he gets caught up in that Hammer of Justice as a result. And I feel like that's kind of what causes this awkward situation. In general, whenever you're playing a caster and your healer kind of runs in ahead of you like that, it can be really tough to kite, because even if Sam had port there, he would have to port to the opposite side out of line of sight from his healer. Usually you want your healer kind of near that port, or you make a coordinated assault together. So if he gets caught up behind that pillar, he's not going to get hodged, and then those extra like 2 seconds where he has to get back into your line of sight, he's still technically crowd controlled, right? But if you at least push in together, then as soon as he comes out of the Hammer of Justice, they can start making things happen. But A little bit of miscommunication maybe on the Liquid department, going a little bit too aggressive there. Usually they're a lot more clean with their offensive plays. They drop a gateway, there's a stun on the healer so he can't hodge, and then Sidu takes the gateway, gets the fear, and then gets out of there. And they're doing these kind of, they kind of have a getaway driver almost with these setups, but this time around they kind of just ran in and swarmed it, and Trill got caught first behind the pillar with a lightning lasso, then Sidu pushed in because they were all stacked up and he wanted to get a fear, but it just all crumbled at that point. Offensively though, prior to that, it didn't look too bad for Liquid. They were able to get a lot of major defensives, good pressure on the Paladin as well. So what do you do now if you're Liquid? You need to reverse sweep again in the lower bracket.
Can they do it back to back? It just seems like the vibes are off. The coordination isn't there. They lead the series with the Boomkin, and then it seems like they're just not on point with the Lock Rogue. So it makes me wonder if Liquid just weren't 100% sure what they wanted to do with this series going into it. And now, whereas F tier were like, yeah, we're going to target acquired Warlock. We're just going to be running Sam down. We know exactly what we want to do in this matchup. Whereas Liquid seem to be struggling to figure out what they actually want to do, whether it be composition or strategy in the game particularly. And I don't know if that's just because Death Knight's got a hit and they were really going to use Mez in this type of situation, and now they can't rely on him. So it's like we got to try and make it work with something else, but they're facing it's match point. And the thing is this is the tiebreaker between series. They're 2-2 with each other, and it's also determining who's probably going to be second on points between these teams as well for F tier and Liquid. And Liquid want to avoid the gauntlet, I assume. That's like main mandatory expectation, is that they're going to get like top 3 guaranteed into the finals, and losing this leaves them wide open to attack from so many other teams that are just lurking just a couple of points beneath them at the moment. So they need to find a way to reverse sweep this and just get on point, sync up. Okay, what is our game plan with this? What composition are we playing? We all know individually what we need to do as players. Let's make sure that we're synced up as far as team and strategy as well, if they're going to manage to pull this one back.
Yeah, that's the thing. It just puts more pressure on them for the next week. If they lose here, F tier is going to be ahead of them. If F tier has another good week, all of a sudden they're in that same position where they were this week, where they had to beat the Power Toads, they had to beat the Move, and it just adds a lot of extra stress on the team. They would much rather just win here and then at least have that extra 20 points between them and the team that would be third. So in the standings, definitely Liquid has had a good weekend in terms of climbing up the rankings and kind of cleaning up a little bit between them and the Move and the Power Toads, but still I think this is a great opportunity for them to go even deeper into the tournament. And I agree with you. I feel like Liquid are not looking like themselves right now. I'm not sure what it is, but even against the ABJURED, it felt like, they lock in their RLS, it looks decent, then they make like one little mistake, and then they just go completely off of it, then they swap back to it, then they clean it up, and then they manage to get that reverse sweep, and now again, they start off the series with the Boomkin. It looks terrible. We don't even know what their game plan was. Maybe it would have been insane, but we don't get to see it a second game, so they just immediately abandon that and go kind of back to plan B. And it just feels like they're not entirely sure what the game plan is. It doesn't feel like they're on that same kind of synergy. They're on that same level that we saw yesterday when they were playing. Because yesterday they looked phenomenal. But today there's definitely something, there feels like there's something missing right now for Liquid. And they need to pull it together, because F tier is just one game away here from advancing to the grand finals and really starting to build up that momentum lead against Liquid in the standings.
Yeah, they're in the jaws of the shark, and so are we from the spectator there. And F tier are about to chomp down. Just one more win is necessary to get a rematch in the grand finals. Sidu's still on his mount in the back. Okay, I thought maybe he DC'd or something, but he's just chilling, max range, trying to make sure they get a sap, but they don't get it. They start with a gouge, but they're met by a double leg sweep, and Trill trinketed. So Rogue trinket this early is definitely an opportunity that they could look to punish into the next leg sweep. Ascendance is up for Saul. He's popped that Bloodlust. He's ramping out with tons of lava burst flowing through. And is he just dead? bit. He got knocked up into the air. Rapture comes through. He's dying through
Whoa.
Rapture powered shields. They already broke the first one. Dorito is feared in desperation to try and stabilize in this position, and Saul is unrelenting, just staying on target, even though he's at 50% health here. Gouge onto Shaz, though. Dorito gets low. He gets caught in a cheap shot. Trinket Karma immediately. Saul wraps around the corner with the lightning lasso on the rogue. Sam goes on the other side to try and spell lock him, but he only hits the last second of it. It's not going to be too effective in that instance. He's just going to spam Lava Burst during the rest of his time here, and Dorito looks to reconnect onto Sam. And these clashes and these leg sweeps are definitely the game-winning conditions, and leg sweep is available in 2 seconds, and that, where depending on where Dorito goes with this, could win the game.
Oh, and there it is. Big leg sweep onto Sam Am. There's the Fist of Fury as well. Sam's going to activate the portal there. Holding on to his trinket, though, for another time. So that's good defensive maneuvers. But Dorito is once again all over him. And Sam Am, I've seen him get 2 haunts grounded already in this game. After he fake casts the kick and gets that precog, he has to fake cast the grounding as well. It's a huge miss on damage. Right now, Sea-Doo in a paralyzed. They're going for the win. Shaz pushing in for the Hammer of Justice. He gets the blinding light onto Sea-Doo. There's the Hammer of Justice follow-up as well. But nice control here on Dorito, spamming out the fears, making sure that he's not able to connect with the damage while Sea-Doo was in that crowd control chain. Now they're getting some pressure onto Saul. He's going to burrow beneath the ground right there. They overlap a little bit defensively. Sam still not out of the woods just yet, though. They got a full fear onto Shaz. Nice kidney shot onto Saul to cover the Tremor Totem there as well, potentially. Actually didn't have it available, but still good control here coming out from Liquid, trying to get some pressure back. And now a big haunt swap onto Dorito as well, but not looking too good there in terms of damage. He's just going to shrug that off and get back onto the target.
Yeah, training the Warlock. Karma comes up in 5 seconds. He can continue to play aggressive. Although there is a duel window right now, and Trill is getting Saul low. He's getting peppered. Is he going to make the swap here? Here's the kidney shot. Are they going to Paladin, actually? It looks like they're going after Paladin. Liquid might be back in this game right here. Whoa. They get the Divine Shield from him, and now they're going back onto Dorito, back onto Saul. It could be a duel. Honestly, not surprised. See him pull it right here, but it looks like both sides will recover as a result of the trade here in this exchange. Trill makes his way over, gets a gouge. He's trying to keep the chain going, but Sam gets kicked. Trying to go for some Malefic Raptures, just bouncing around on the Fists of Fury. That's hitting 2 targets, actually, so pretty value Fists of Fury. So he's just going to barrier and reduce damage onto 2 targets with this cleave that is likely to go out. And now where's Trill going to lead the attack here? His Blade's coming out in 9 seconds. He's got to dance. There's the kidney shot onto Saul, but he pre-walled. And now, a leg sweep, a triple with the Thunderstorm, bouncing Sea-Doo into that as well. Nice awareness from Saul. Sam is really feeling the pain. Dorito's got to be careful. Shaz is getting swapped to. Are they ready to protect him? Looks like he's going to trade out a Blessing of Protection. Every single time Trill makes a swap to the Paladin, it's getting a major cooldown, and they're just one step closer to victory and putting a point in the series.
Yeah, but Sam I am also feeling the pressure again. Doritos all over him, but nice cheap shot here from Trill to cover the damage. There's the haunt, and there is no grounding totem for this one, so Saul is going to be taking a lot of damage here. This could be the shadowy duel. This could be potentially the match. Nice Blessing of Protection. Unending Resolve comes out here for Sam as well, as he is feeling a lot of return fire from F tier. Still, beautiful fears coming in there onto Dorito, slowing down his damage for a moment. He's going to gateway out of there as well. Make sure that he's not playing on top of that Windwalker. Sam fake cast, gets the precognition, goes for the haunt, and it is not grounded there by Salt, so he's going to be able to get a decent amount of uptime here with that damage. Celestial Conduit gets popped for Dorito onto Sam I am. Here's the leg sweep. Big damage with the Bloodlust as well. Saul actually getting stunned on that one to slow him down for a second. Trill is doing a great job kind of peeling here, but still the damage is definitely adding in. Seated with the Rapture Shields is trying to deflect it. Nice leap of faith there onto Sam, keeping him away for a moment there as Sam tries to fake cast the grounding totem there. They're swapping to Shaz though behind the pillar. They force the Divine Protection, but they don't have enough damage, and now again it's going to be Sam on the back foot, Sid.
Sea-Doo has 2 pain suppressions. They still have Hellstones. Honestly, I think Liquid are in position to win this. They're ahead on mana, aside from like a choke, which would be maybe right now. Pain suppression's up. I think Dark Pact pain should be enough for him to survive. They got Medallion from Saul. Next swap to Shaz could be lethal. He doesn't have Divine Protection, and Trill sees that. He's trying to get to the Paladin. He steps over. Can Shaz get away from Trill here? Can his team get there to aid him? He's staying out of line of Sam I am for this kidney shot. I think it's unlikely that Trill solos him. Maybe he can just solo him. Sam got there. Big dots applied here in a second, but they stacked up for a double leg sweep. Dorito gets the peel. Shaz is charging in for Hammer of Justice. Sea-Doo doesn't get the fade. He's got no trinket. Perhaps he dies through pain suppression. It's match point for Liquid. They face elimination and possibly their second place position on the point standings. Ultimate Penitence comes out from Sea-Doo as he looks for emergency recovery, and even with Ultimate Penitence can't recover Sam.
Yeah, big heals, but even bigger damage coming out here from F tier. Nice kick landing there from Dorito as they make a swap to him. Sacrifice trades for Shaz. Double fear coming out from Sidu. They could use this to set up dots here onto... Actually, they're going on different targets. Looked like Sam wanted to haunt Saul there, and Trill wanted to go after Shaz, but they do manage to get Shaz Trinket either way. So a good push once again here from Liquid. But Sam now with nothing left. Beautiful wind shear there onto Sidu into the Hammer of Justice. What is he going to do? He has Trinket Void Shift. They might need to pop it right now. There it is. Trinket coming... No, knock onto Sidu out of line of sight, but a beautiful leap of faith coming out there once again. They're holding on to all of their cooldowns. Excellent kiting there coming out from Sam. Saul is burrowed beneath the ground, and he manages to... I think the fear actually breaks there onto Shaz, so bit unfortunate there for Team Liquid. Here's a shadowy duel. Big damage onto Saul. Trill's trying to take him down. Nice unending resolve coming out from Sam I Am as well, allowing him to free cast in this moment. This is still anybody's game.
All right, the wall trade. Sidu's mana is almost even with Shaz's at this point. Sam ports away. Doritos chasing after him with the rolls. 2 rolls in a row. Windshear on Sidu's cast. Sam is getting low. If Sam gets kicked here, it might be lights out. Maybe it's just lights out anyway. It's so much damage. Void Shift comes through for Sidu as he swaps his health to Sam, and he's dying through 2 health bars at this point. Trill steps over for a kidney shot. Saul trinkets out into a cheap shot. Can he dunk Saul? Can Trill put the team on his back right now? Lay on Hands comes up in 4 seconds. Lay on Hands available for Shaz. Is he on Forbearance? He's got Avenging Wrath. He's trying to hold on to this cooldown. Sam's getting destroyed. Sidu's getting destroyed. It's match point. Liquid face elimination, and Sidu is dying to dots at the moment. Everybody is dead on the side of Liquid. At any moment, they could topple over. This is complete dominance from F tier. Sidu has to pull off a miracle to come back from this position. He grips Sidu on the leg sweep. He's doing whatever he can, but Sam is getting destroyed. He ports. Dorito knocks Sidu up. Lava Burst flies through. He's in touch of death range and gets destroyed. F tier with a 3-0 stomp against Liquid.
Wow, what a game. I will say Liquid looked a lot better in this match than they did in the rest of the series, but still F tier is just on fire. They got their number this time around. Saul on the Elemental Shaman has just been looking better and better. The more time goes by, he came to play here, manages to survive for a really long time, manages to survive a lot of close calls, and manages to get out the pump that they needed. And we can take a look at these final moments here. Double Fear connects. They get the cheap shot there to cover Saul as well, and they get his trinket. They get him low, but the Divine Shield from Shaz blocks the kill, and then it's all about Dorito just chasing down Sam. Sidu manages to get the Void Shift. He manages to get the grips. He manages to stall it out for just a second, but it's just not enough. There's a blind on Dorito. There's a gouge. There's a cheap shot. Trill doing what he can to peel the situation. Sidu healing with just damage here. There's the leg sweep connecting onto Sam. There's the Leap of Fate, and at this point, Sam has to port out. He has to do what he can to stay alive, but Sidu, nothing left in the tank. He's got a pain suppression pretty much, but that's not going to save Sam from the Touch of Death. He activates the pain sup, but Touch of Death doesn't care about that, and it's going to be a 3-0 for F tier to advance to the grand finals. Really well deserved, and they have solidified themselves now as the second highest point earner in the region behind Welcome to the Jung, who are waiting for them in that grand finals.
Yeah, but Welcome to the Jung, man. They look so nasty on that composition, and I don't know if they think the Shadow Priest can't die, and maybe the Shadow Priest is not like the ultimate kill target, but I think ignoring the Shadow Priest can't be right either. I think pressuring the Shadow Priest and swapping to the Feral Druid would be a much better strategy, because watching them just train the Feral Druid and slowly die was painful. It was painful to watch that, so I really hope F tier have either a different comp or a different plan in mind for this grand final, because otherwise it's going to be 4 of those games in a row, and that's going to be morale destroying. Although this win here is a huge one. Like, that was asserting dominance. They beat every single option that Liquid really tried to throw their way convincingly, getting second place by 20 points, setting themselves up really nicely, although not totally out of the woods. I mean, the move at 160 and Power Toes at 180, if they have a good weekend next weekend, it's by no means safe. So if they F tier really want to take like a cup win, if they want to get a little more comfy as far as being a guaranteed top 3 position.
Yeah, nobody's
definitely
safe
right,
right
Sid.
now.
No, nobody is safe at all, and we've still got a whole other cup of potential point earning moments. We can take a look at the bracket. Welcome to the Jungle. Of course, they've been waiting for some time to have an opponent. It is now F tier rising up to the challenge, and like Sid mentioned, this might be a difficult series for them for sure. So I'm excited for this one and to see exactly how they do, because I feel like F tier, I don't want to say they came out of nowhere, Zico, but this is a team that I don't know if we would have expected them to be this dominating at this point in the season, at least not for me.
Honestly, I don't think even F tier expected that, because when I was watching F tier, I think 2 weeks ago, in the open bracket, they said, hey, I think we're securing the gauntlet. I think if we have a good run now, we're going to get to the gauntlet. And then after that, there's going to be enhanced rework. We're going to have, a shot at potentially just cleaning up that gauntlet and making it to the big tournament. So it's really awesome to see, the attitude of these guys and the fact that they have been exceeding all of the expectations. Saul's been doing a great job on the LA Shaman, on the enhanced Shaman, doing what he can for his team. Laros has been tagged in crucial moments. We haven't seen him too much, but when he does get tagged in, his team definitely can use him. So this is a well-rounded team. They're adaptable, and I think just the individual skill that they have on each one of their classes is really showing. So F tier, surprising everybody here, but they are looking extremely good right now.
Yeah, they certainly are. We're going to see if they're up to the challenge in the grand finals coming up next year. Before we do head to a break, we're going to do a final round of the spell guessing game, just to give those teams a little bit of time to sort of catch their breath before heading into the next series. You guys ready?
Always ready.
Yes.
I've been
All
farming
Show us the
production
spell.
today.
Show us the spell.
You have.
You just jinxed this so hard right there. Why would you do that? Why would you taunt them? They're gonna add in extra blur. They're gonna put fake text on the tooltip that's not actually there, and then
They're quickly blurring out more now.
reduces
Before they
damage
reveal it to
taken
us.
for a certain percent for 3 seconds.
3 seconds.
Faint?
For 3 seconds. Requires level 25. If it's 3 seconds, it could be greater invis. Could it be faint?
I thought faint was AoE damage though. So where would that text be?
True. What else reduces damage taken
Only 3
for
seconds.
3 seconds?
Feign death? I think they nerfed it though, so it's only 2 now. Is this an
Oh.
updated tooltip?
Would it be faint? Yeah, it could be a talent, right? Feign death reduces damage taken for
But
3
they
seconds.
just nerfed it to 2.
But is it right? Feign death reduces damage taken for
But
3
they
seconds.
just nerfed it to 2.
But is it?
So unless they pulled the old tooltip.
Okay. Do we want to ask for multiple choice? Give us multiple choice, maybe?
Of course, we want the multiple choice. What?
Give it to
Is that
us.
even a question?
They're taunting
it's
us.
so- it's so
Chat can't hear
easy.
it, but they're
It's not
taunting us
defensive
right
stance.
now. Oh.
I have no idea what
Okay.
guarded by the light. I want to say it's survival tactics, but survival tactics got nerfed to 2 seconds, so this is an outdated tooltip if it is.
I wouldn't put it past production though. The way we've been talking smack, I feel like they could do that to us. Defensive stance, it's not, because it's just a flat, it's just a state that you're
Yeah,
in,
that's
right?
not that one. It's not the.
And
I have no idea what
guarded by
protective
the
light or
light?
guarded by the light is.
What is guarded by the light? I'm thinking saved by the light, but what is guarded by the light?
I don't think it's anything, or
I'm
it's
gonna
some
guess
really
one.
obscure
Protective
talent.
light. I'm gonna go with survival tactics. It's the only one I'm familiar
what
with
I
here.
wanna go to,
It's not
but
defensive stance.
I guarantee
so-
it got nerfed though. So this tooltip, if it's pulled from WoW, I didn't see it updated. I think.
But is survival tactics 25 seconds though? Or level 25? Sorry.
Oh,
Does it require level
the
25?
honor
That is
talents
the one.
require levels.
That's another good question here. This is
know.
hard. This is real
randomly-
hard.
All right.
They just
I think
ran-
you
locking-
just go with your gut, lock and be.
I'm locking in survival tactics, but I'm
Yeah.
definitely not sure about this. I'm going to be completely honest.
The thing is,
It's
they
kind of a
nerfed it to 2. So if this is the updated tooltip, it's not survival tactics.
You're gonna get extra points if you get
Yeah,
that right.
we
All right,
should
let's
get
see
2
it,
points
production.
if we're right.
I think it could be the random ones. It could be protective light or guarded by the light, but I don't know what they are. If there's some sort of paladin priest.
That
thing.
sounds like holy priest talents or something,
It's
man. Who
like-
knows? Where's Zenlin, bro? We need him on the desk.
damage by only 3 seconds. I'm saying survival tactics.
All right,
but
we're
I
locking
think,
in B.
I think this tooltip is out of date.
I'm locking it in. Oh, okay. Okay, 50-50.
Hey,
Hey.
nicely done. Okay. Yeah, you're gonna have to pull up the actual game, Sid, and let us know if you were right.
If it's been nerfed,
Yeah.
I'm logging
No
out my
update.
hunter right now. You guys guess the next
Right,
one while I log
see
on
if
my
we
hunter.
can get the icon now.
I mean,
These are all
C
different, but they're
is
not
Feign
doing
Death
a-
icon. D, what is that random
Could be the
raptor?
same as Feign Death though.
Could it be the same as
Tracker's
Feign
net is
Death?
B. Tracker's net is B.
Yeah.
I don't think it's D.
What is A? What is that guy doing? He's doing like a backflip.
It's Vengeful
Ooh, a
Retreat or Glimpse. See, now Glimpse I think has the same tooltip as Vengeful Retreat, which makes me think that this one has the same tooltip as Feigned Death.
Oh, that's 5-head.
I think.
Yeah, because whatever the raptor is wouldn't make
The
sense.
Raptor doesn't make sense, but also I think
I
there
think
was
C
one
makes the
before that
most
didn't make
sense.
sense either. So
Just based on
What
what
is
we
D?
know.
What is that raptor?
Little raptor.
I'm saying it's C. I think it's C.
Just a little guy.
Dude, production is farming
Maybe
right
it's just-
now.
Yeah.
I'm thinking C because it is the Feigned Death icon and it's a Feigned Death talent. So it makes sense from that perspective. And we know that it's not B. And I mean, if it's something else, it's either C or D, I think. But I don't know what D is. I'm going to go with C. I'm going with C. I'm locking it in. I'm praying that it's the Feigned Death talent or the Feigned Death icon on that as
C.
well. It's a passive, right? So it should be the same icon. I'm going with C. It makes sense.
CC.
I think C makes sense. I'm with you. All right. Let's
Locking-
reveal it.
locking
I'm
in
glad
C.
we got icons this time instead of...
thought-
How many teeth does this skull have?
Is it the right
the
color?
icon?
Does it have a shadow? Is it zoomed in? Is it upside down?
What's the difference between C and D?
See.
C is after its D's been dead
Need
for
the
a long
office
time.
meme. Ooh.
We got new animations.
Oh.
Okay.
Every other one just
Wow.
went into
2
camouflage.
points for Zico. Okay. Let's see. Did chat get it right? I don't know. I'm behind. We're a bit behind chat, but I'm going to assume they got that right. They're smart. They're smart. All right. We're going to head to a break.
Easy
When we
clap.
come back, easy clap. We've got some more series coming up. It's the North American Grand Finals for Cup number 3, the very last series of the day as well. Welcome to the JUNG versus F tier coming up next. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are headed straight into the North American Grand Finals. It is Welcome to the JUNG facing off against F tier best of 7 D Machine.
Yep, a rematch. Welcome to the JUNG knocked F tier down to the lower bracket, and they had to fight their way back to prove that they're worthy of a rematch. But they 3-0'd Liquid in relatively convincing fashion. So I had my predictions, and I actually am. I'm thinking F tier can do it. Leg sweep onto Prev to start things off. Some big damage. Celestial's going to be committed. Celestial Conduit to follow it up. Immediately gets feared. Great peels from the Shadow Priest on the side of Prev. Dorito, though, reconnecting right away. But, I mean, that was a lot of offensive pressure that just immediately got shut down. Dorito now caught into a hodge. Shaz dispels it, gets horrified. Looks like Drake wants to try to get something going onto Shaz. Prev on the back foot, though, is taking a huge amount of damage. And this is the Enhancement Shaman, I believe. It is. Yep. Sol on the main.
You can see the Wolves, Wolves and Bloodlust going to be available here for Sol on that Enhancement Shaman. Let's see if he can get that one-shot damage onto Prev or what they're going to be able to do. A lot of the time when F tier is playing this composition, it is a slow win. They're just grinding down their opponents with consistent damage, sometimes coming out ahead on mana. You don't really see those same kind of one-shots you'd expect from the Enhancement Shamans. It's normally just like they slowly whittle down through the cooldowns and then eventually win the match. Dorito right now going for a paralyze onto Zhang, but Rev is just taking no damage. Like, he is just full health right now. Zhang potentially looking for a Searing Glare. Can he find the double Searing Glare? Oh, no, he gets interrupted there by Sol. Nicely done, and finally, the pressure is coming in. F tier is getting some damage rolling, but at the same time, Shaz is under fire.
Oh my gosh, and then the lasso going on to Zhang. Everyone on the side of Welcome to JUNG is feeling a bit of the pressure, but so is F tier, to be honest with you. Both teams trying to spread that pressure around. Drake now looking for maybe a Cyclone. Nope, he's just constantly trying to force this Paladin in a position where he's got to be a little bit spooked, but he also is taking a huge amount of bleed damage himself, and he needs to come out and get the heals off on the Sol. He's going to commit the Hand of Sacrifice, trying to redirect that damage onto himself. I'm not sure how well that's going to work out for him, but he's going to push out with his team, it would seem like. Fear onto Dorito to stop a little bit of the momentum onto Prev. In cap onto Zhang. What type of damage can you get done with that? Sol just in the middle of the map at half health is kind of spooky. When you're elemental, you can kind of position yourself in a way where you can reposition next to a pillar, perhaps. But when you're melee, that's not necessarily an option, especially when the kill target is the Shadow Priest in the middle of the map. But nice double leg sweep into the kick up for Dorito's going to catch a bop onto Prev. Now Shaz caught into this maim, Ring of Peace to try to peel the Feral Druid off, but he's just kind of ignoring it into the bash follow-up. Sol also taking a bunch of pressure. How is Shaz going to have to deal with this?
Yeah, Sol uses his Fire Blood Racial, so he removes all the damage over time effects, all the bleed effects, and that's a really powerful defensive cooldown that F tier has available. I think it was a good time there for Sol and buys Shaz some time. Drake's still rotting down right now, and the thing is, every time Drake comes back, it should be fairly easy for him to get bleed stuns on both Sol and Dorito. Double Fear coming in. Prev looking for some dots here onto Shaz. Drake might be able to take him down. Can they force a Divine Shield? They do through Divine Protection. I can't believe that damage with the Incarnation. Incarnation is just absolutely wild how much pressure it is on that Feral Druid, and that's going to be the holy moly moment that F tier really has to look out for.
I mean, looking at the cooldowns from both these Paladins, it kind of tells a story. Sol and Dorito constantly taking that spread pressure from this Feral Druid. Looking at the damage board, Prev and Drake are just lighting up this team, and I can't help but feel like this feels a little bit like the upper finals, Elliot. I don't know. So far, it seems like I would give the edge to Welcome to the JUNG yet again.
He's dead. This is just a nightmare for Sol. Holds on by a thread. Sacrifice will land here for Shaz. He's being very greedy with his Blessings of Protection. So still has 2 of those Blessing Protections available, which is going to be very effective against the Feral Druid. But Sol is under fire. Prev is just sky high. I mean, he's being trained by an Enhancement Shaman and a Windwalker Monk. He's just topping the meters right now. Really putting in work on that Shadow Priest.
I see that. Zhang actually feeling so comfortable that he's like pushing up in the middle of the map. I'd love to see some swaps onto him. I know that Drake is giving Shaz a hard time back here. Sol also dipping really low. There's nothing really available besides these Blessing of Protection to use out onto Sol to keep him A-okay. Hodge is going to go out onto Prev, but the damage to follow it up seems like it's being dealt with just perfectly fine. Drake finally now having to use a Park Skid through all of that. Incap is coming out onto Zhang. No follow follow-up CC, however. Saul being feared back into his own backline. That's an okay position to get feared in. It could be worse, but these double melee finally reconnecting onto the Shadow Priest. Drake getting knocked up by Dorito, but it just feels like Drake is the one who's rotting down everyone else. As the Windwalker Monk, I love it when people stack up, but right now I feel like it's kind of a disadvantage going up against this Feral Druid getting dots up everywhere.
Yeah, Prev getting a little bit low. Can they get the first dispersion of the game? This is that Celestial Conduit from Dorito. It did get a slight buff in the latest build, so a little bit more damage going to be coming in from that. And all three members of Welcome to the Jung are now in trouble. JUNG is really going to have to play catch-up right now, but the Void Torrent, Dark Ascension comes in. This is massive pressure here for Prev as he has both Dorito and Prev fully dotted up. Dorito does have the Touch of Karma, might need to trade it out to just help keep Shaz ahead in the match. Welcome to the Jung. They're getting aggressive. This is the Incarnation. This is an overwhelming swell of damage. We'll see how Shaz is able to deal with it. In the meantime, though, FTR getting a little bit of counter pressure here on the Prev. Doesn't have the dispersion, but he does have the Void Shift if needed. We'll see who falls first. It's a bit of a race here between Prev and Saul.
Definitely no wall available for Saul. Shaz still does have a Blessing of Protection available to them, but he's just chewing through these hand of sacrifices like on cooldown, it would feel like. Saul taking a bunch of pressure from the Shadow Priest in the middle of the map, trying to reconnect, trying to be at least a little bit disruptive. Dorito now trying to get onto the opposing Holy Paladin to make his life a little bit worse. Double leg sweep does land. Not a whole lot done with it, though. It's more defensive at this point, and that double leg sweep does give a little bit of breathing room to F tier to stabilize, but as we get deeper into dampening, we are at 30%. Prev dropping down below half health here. No dispersion available for just 10 seconds. He does have that Void Swap. They do have Bop. They have buttons. The fear goes out. Saul also dipping down to half. This is a hard place to be in for this Shadow Priest, and he's still doing just so much damage. The bubble is going to be committed out from Shaz to keep his team aggressive here. Wall and Bloodlust being used from Saul as well to try to get as much damage done, and Drake is feeling it, dipping down to half as well. Lightning Lasso to slow that Feral Druid down as he gets taken chunked down in that cat form. So a little bit of momentum from F tier, but not nearly as much as they need. Maim stun goes out onto Shaz. Any sort of follow-up CC, and Saul should surely go down.
Yeah, I mean, Drake, 13 seconds Incarnation. He is about to be incredibly high on damage. Honestly, he could just pick whoever he wants to go after in this situation. He's going to pull the trigger on that immediately in 3, 2, 1, blast off. Drake has the damage available, and he uses it. Rake stun here on Saul. He could get a triple kill. He has so much damage. 35% dampening. He goes after Shaz, catching him into full stun. Divine Protection trades immediately. At the same time, though, Prev is under fire. He needs to be careful. He has a dispersion. It's very back and forth, but Saul is rotting and could easily fall. There's no burrow. There's nothing. Shaz trades out the sacrifice, but it's looking like it could be a double kill. They're forced to go after Drake, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Psychic Horror on Saul. There's no healing left, and I think F tier has ran out of time. Both Saul and Shaz are running behind the pillar. They're hiding, but they are both just outright dead. Good job there by Drake getting that pressure rolling. And that Incarnation, it's so deadly. It really reminds me of like the old Balance Druid. It's just such an overwhelming amount of pressure in dampening that it's like that third Incarnation, that fourth Incarnation is just a nightmare.
No, absolutely. Drake doing a phenomenal job keeping his awareness up, keeping his survivability up, and just spreading the pressure all around. You know, previously we saw F tier going up against a similar composition, and we were all like, hit the Shadow Priest, hit the Shadow, you can't let him do this, you can't let him do this. And I was like, well, you give Drake a bit of breathing room, and he really can make a lot of pressure himself, whether that's controlling the Holy Paladin, getting him out of the game, or just spreading that damage and putting him in a maim and forcing bubble, as we saw earlier on here. But Shaz's mana bar kind of tells the story. F tier on basically all win condition fronts seem to be falling short against Welcome to the Jung.
Drake is just so good. Like whatever melee is just really like pressure based. He's always so good at it. He kind of came into the scene as a Windwalker monk, you know, winning tournament after tournament, swapping over to the Arms Warrior, winning tournament after tournament. Then he decided, hey, I like Assassination. Played that for a really long time, the Assassination Rogue. Now he's a Feral Druid. I mean, whatever he needs to play, he will, and he's just so good at these melee DPS, and him and Prev together just do such a good job getting that momentum in the match and just overwhelming the enemy healer, and that's exactly what we saw in this game.
It's a good point, man. We have seen Drake on a lot of classes. We've seen Prev on a lot of classes too. It seems like these guys are just a really well-rounded team. We've seen them do really, really well time and time again, and I don't know. I just want to see a bit more adaptation coming out from F tier. I feel like we're getting a lot of reps. They're getting a lot of opportunity up against this #1 seeded team to see what it is that they need to do to beat them. But this Shadow Priest, Feral Druid, Holy Paladin composition just seems to be the ticket. It just seems to be the answer to the F tier. You know, we were watching them against Liquid, 3-0 Liquid. So we've seen that they can bust out the damage. We've seen that they can do the setup-oriented sort of situations, and we are going to get a change-up. I love to see it. BM Hunter Elemental Shaman. We've seen this before. Such a peculiar composition, a lot of consistent pressure from the BM Hunter, a lot of disruption from the Elemental Shaman. Is this the answer, Elliot?
I don't know. Honestly, Laros has it's been nice. I got to watch him in the open bracket on the Beast Mastery Hunter, and it's just such a stark contrast from him playing Warrior, because on Warrior he's just being kited. Like, he just wants to hit the target, but he's being kited, he's being disarmed. But on BM Hunter, it's a lot more difficult to shut down the damage. So it's kind of cool to see this arc of him going from like Arms Warrior to BM Hunter, and now he's kind of the hunter in these situations that you can't escape me. So we'll see what ends up happening. You're right, this composition has a lot of consistent damage. It's got great crowd control. We're going to see Laros looking for stuns and traps, and maybe Saul can find hexes, but I think Prev should be under a good amount of pressure. The thing about Shadow Priest is, I feel like Shadow Priest in these matchups, like as a mage, for example, mage has a lot of ability to fully mitigate damage by just avoiding it with their mobility, right? Like, you use things like Alter Time and Shimmers to just not be in the fight at all and just completely avoid the damage. So a mage against a composition like this it's difficult because it's so hard to stop BM Elemental Shaman damage.
Yeah.
But as a Shadow Priest, this is kind of like what you want, because you're more tanky, like you're more durable. It's harder to get away as a Shadow Priest, but you have a much more solid defense, just tankiness in general. So these comps that do unrelenting pressure, I feel like Shadow Priest kind of do better into them.
Taking a look at the predictions, I'm the only one who believed that F tier could bring it back. I don't know. Seeing them against Liquid, I just felt like they have a bit of momentum on the side. They have so many reps against these players. You know, I had faith that they could figure something out, and this is kind of the mom spaghetti moment. This composition needs to work. I can't imagine Welcome to the Jung has a lot of reps against Elemental Shaman BM Hunter. That just seems like a composition you never run into, like, ever, unless fighting this team in particular.
Welcome to the Jung scares me. Like, to be honest, like they're just like
wild cards.
Yeah, they're crazy. Like they're definitely really good. They're just World of Warcraft machines. Prev, Drake, and Zhang Bahai having a great showcase so far in these tournaments. Cup number 3. Can they win the 3rd cup in North America? We'll have to wait and see. Laros moving forward. Can he find the trap? It's going to be an Intimidation Stun into a full trap. They are going after Drake, so nice Lightning Lasso there. And they are getting good pressure, but at the same time, Laros is not going to be that durable in this matchup. So I think either way, we're not going to see a game that's as long. Either Drake's going to fall early to all of this damage, which is just overwhelming. I mean, this is crazy. Laros and Saul are putting a lot of pressure here onto Drake, but I do think the composition F tier has isn't nearly as stable as the last one. Like, you don't have that Windwalker Monk that's basically unkillable. The Hunter's also going to be a really good target for them to go after.
No, it seems so. That Drake did seem to be taking a huge amount of pressure. There's the maim stun on the Shaz, the swap over out onto him. He's trying to get something done with it, but the large amount of pressure coming out from Saul is going to force him into bear form for now. Not a huge amount of defensives committed, just a little bit of that wall, but everyone on F tier is kind of rotting down at this point. I think Prev is starting to get a little bit of momentum moving in his favor. Laros now bashed up in the back line, and he CC to follow up. Shaz sees the Feral running at him and just pops his sacrifice. But instead of continuing to kill the Hunter, they're just going to kill him, and there's the bubble, and it gets mass dispelled. Shaz is scared right now. He could easily go down. Sacrifice is now down for Laros as well, so you won't even have a pet sack for Shaz on the next go. Fear goes out on a Shaz into the silence. They want to kill this Paladin, Elliot.
Yeah, he gets fully bled, and as well as full damage over time effects. He just trades out the fire blood, so not messing around. Going to be using that Dwarven Racial to just remove all those effects and stay ahead of the fight. You're right, he was really scared, but now it's kind of weathered the storm. He's off Forbearance, so he's going to have that Blessing Protection available. So looking good here, just going to be dispelling off those damage over time effects. Laros at the same time, though, is taking quite a bit of pressure. They get a stun on Drake. They need to find a trap here on Zhang if they can. It's a full Hammer of Justice. Laros, can you find the trap? Double stun comes in, double fear from Prev. Beautiful setup, and Shaz is in a lot of trouble here, D-Machine.
He's all alone, man. They were feared Denardia. Drake and Prev are just chasing this guy down. Prev on top of him like he's a melee. There's the Blessing of Protection. If Prez can get in line, he could easily dispel that and kill him right here, right now. Saul now getting swapped to by Drake. All of the momentum on Welcome to the Jung's favor so far. And every defensive cooldown seemingly available. There's the CC onto Zhang. Any follow-up onto Drake? Nope, he's already in bear form. He's like, nope, I have my momentum. I have my lead. Maim stun onto Shaz. Any sort of follow-up damage, and that could be it for him. He does have another Blessing of Protection. I think he might still be on forbearance for a little bit longer. They're going to go ahead and give up on that go for now. Swapping the damage back over onto Saul. Slapping the damage back over onto Laros as well. Lots of spread pressure for Shaz to have to deal with while simultaneously easily being a kill target.
Definitely, all three members are rotting down. F tier is not looking good. Welcome to the Jung. They want to end this, and Shaz could easily fall. He's got the Blessing of Protection, might need to make the trade, but Prev is there. Can he dispel it? I don't know if he's going to be able to. It's still sitting pretty, so Shaz survives because of that, but now he has to keep his team alive, and that is not going to be easy. Laros and Saul down to 50% health. Welcome to the Jung. Complete domination here in game number 2. There's been almost no openings for F tier. What are they going to do? Saul, I think he might just go down. There's no Blessing of Protections to trade. The sacrifice comes in, but it's just a triple kill potential for Prev. Psyfiend is down. They need to snipe that off. They need to try to find crowd control. There's a full trap. Here's a turnaround moment. Potentially, can they do it? They're going after Drake right now, but he does get topped off. Zhang just keeping him nice and healthy, nice and aggressive, so they can continue to push the pace.
Seems like it. He does have that racial available to him, but there's the full Maim stun. Maybe he can't even use that ability. Into the rake stun to follow it up. This could be it for Shaz right here, right now. The silence to follow it up. Drake wants to end him. A little bit of an off-field. That was the racial that was used right there. He's caught into a fear now, and it looks like Laros and Saul, the lasso, just to stop a little bit of the damage, and every single one of these goes could just be the end for him. But Shaz, somehow, some way, is keeping his team alive in this game number 2. Drake dropping down low. Gonna have that bark skin. There's the bear form. Hex to follow it up onto Zhang. Drake is completely okay regardless through that. Laros taking a chunk of damage as well. Looks like Drake is just trying to get his bleeds up, get his overall pressure going, and Shaz is going to have his bubble back in just 5 short seconds to deal with the next go.
That's really good, but I mean, just look at the overwhelming damage that Drake and Prev are putting out in this game. Big stun coming in, though. Drake could be in trouble. Zhang might have to make the trade. Doesn't look like he's going to have to trade anything too major during that setup. Just pops the Avenging Wrath, and everyone should be A-okay. Now it's Welcome to the Jungle with the Incarnation. That might just win. They're going after Saul. Jazz doesn't really have a great answer. Fireblood comes in from Saul once again, removing all of those very potent bleeds that Drake just put up with the Incarnation. So a great solid defense, but somehow F tier, they need to try to find damage in the game. They need crowd control on Zhang. Shaz is running out of time. His mana is not looking good. He's in a full stun. Could easily fall if he's not careful, but still just greeting it out. Shaz has been playing this one really greedy, and I think Shaz has actually had a great game defensively. His team has been under so much pressure. He's been under fire, but he's navigated it well to get his team this deep into the game.
I hard agree, man. I hard agree. I mean, look at the mana bars. That kind of tells a story to everything that Shaz has had to deal with. If we get into deep enough dampening, maybe they could punch through this bear. Maybe they could make Zhang fall behind. The trap lands onto Zhang. Drake dropping down to half. Any follow-up CC not just available just yet. Looks like they're actually hitting the Paladin a little bit right here, dipping him low. Hand to sacrifice. Because this going to be his bubble? No, it looks like he's going to try to hang on to it, just using that short cooldown wall for now. And line of sighting with his steed, his elk. Hodge onto Laros defensively. I just feel like Zhang feels like he has a lot of momentum in his favor. He can just kind of commit that CC. Drake's still at half health, however, but Laros, Saul, and Shaz are all rotting down. They have defensive cooldowns on the side of Laros, but Shaz has got like no buttons. He's got a Blessing of Protection, but he doesn't have the blue bar to be able to pick everyone back up regardless.
Yeah, I mean, this pressure is going to be overwhelming. At the same time, though, they finally have damage on Drake. Zhang has so many cooldowns to work with, and Shaz has absolutely nothing. One final Blessing of Protection. Prev is just dotting everyone. He's rotting everyone right now. Shadow Priest in the backline. Mind Flay Insanity's coming in, and Saul might just get crushed. Zhang in a trap, though. Handed Divinity incoming. Doesn't want to throw away the game. Saul right now under fire once again, and I just don't know what Shaz can do. He's just out of mana. They're out of time, and Welcome to the Jung goes up 2-0. In this series. Very nicely done, but F tier, they didn't make it easy. They definitely battled it out to the bitter end. My hat's off to Shaz. That looked like an absolute nightmare to heal. I mean, I think any lesser paladin, that game was over in like 1 minute. So he did a great job getting his team that deep into the game.
Completely agree. Completely agree. Lots of traps being landed by Laros as well. They were able to get some momentum going, but I mean, Prev is being incredibly disruptive, and also the damage, the spread damage, is just forcing this team defensive forever. One of the things about Holy Paladins that I've noticed is that hand to sacrifice is a relatively short cooldown, especially in comparison to some of the other big buttons, and it's significantly less potent when everyone is dead. You know, you're redirecting your damage from the main kill target onto yourself isn't necessarily the biggest deal in the world when you yourself are also dead. So Welcome to the Jug is just not leaving any openings for F tier to catch any sort of momentum. 2-0 already in this best of 7 finals, and F tier are on the back foot. You know, watching them against Liquid, I was willing to be like, maybe they should consider, you know, saying A tier, or, you know, maybe even like S tier, because that was insane. I mean, they just beat Sea-Doo's RLS, you know, that's insane. But going up against Welcome to the Jung just seems like a completely different monster of a matchup.
Look at the damage. The damage isn't as bad on the actual scoreboard. Sometimes, like with details, it shows it's a little off because it shows pet damage there. So if you're a Feral Druid and a Shadow Priest, you're getting a lot of dots on, you know, the Beast Mastery Hunter's zoo. It's a lot of additional targets you can kind of cleave. So yeah, damage wasn't so bad, but still, that was a fairly one-sided matchup, I would say, for Welcome to the Jung. I think they'd be happy to take that matchup once again. And I mean, I got to listen to the winner's interview for Raikou, right? And he was asked, who do you think is going to win? And he said, I don't think Welcome to the Jung is going to lose. That's a, you know, not an exact quote, but it's something like that. Yeah, it seemed like he had high confidence in Welcome to the Jung to just take North America easily.
Yeah, when the guy that like kind of coins himself as best world says that you're going to take a whole tournament, that's nothing to scoff at. That's a big deal. And we see the names on this side of Welcome to the Jung. You know, I'm less familiar with this Holy Paladin Jang, but they are slowly winning me over. Their play seems really clean. I like that they're going for like less than. I like the racial choice coming out from them as well. I love to see that Dread-Eye, or is it a Light Forge Dread-Eye? I don't even know. But I do like to see the elk come out, and seeing this team consistently perform and just make such incredibly calculated decisions is something that leads me to believe that this team is going to be one of the favorites, if not the favorite, of the Grand Finals.
Yeah, Zhang, kind of like, he's been around in the North American scene for quite some time, but he kind of made his debut in the final season of Dragonflight, coming in, playing a lot of Restoration Shaman, and doing a really good job. But I think he's just been a phenomenal multi-classer. So basically any healer that Welcome to the Jung needs Zhang to play, he's going to be playing it at that top level. We've already seen him on the Discipline Priest this season. We've seen him on the Paladin. We know his Shaman, his Presevoker are also incredibly good. So he's really an all-star player as a healer, and definitely someone you want to have backing you up. And I think basically the way I see it is Drake and Prev could basically pick any healer they want, and they picked him. So it says a lot.
Man, production keeps bringing up these predictions, man. That's weird. I don't know why you're doing that. It's crazy.
I feel good about it.
You know, listen, it can still happen, okay? You know.
Hey, I didn't give up. Remember?
Yeah.
The streamers own. They came back.
Never surrender, okay? I believe in the double Mortal Strike. Everyone says that like, what's better than one Mortal Strike? 2. You know?
Morpheus, they're starting to believe. Are you believing, D-Machine? Are you believing that they can
trying
do it?
So hard, but Welcome to the Jug. Oh my god, I don't know, dude. That's crazy. But I do love to see Mr. Windwalker come back into the arena. It's always a pleasure. Let's see how they're going to smork down their opponents as Arms Warrior Windwalker Monk.
Yeah, this is one of those weird picks that they have, but he is playing Colossus, so he's got that heavy hitter. He can use that Demolish. He can land that Demolish. He can one-shot someone. I've seen upwards of 4 million Demolishes before, so we'll see if he can actually land it. It needs to crit, but Shaz is in trouble. This is going to be a very unstable game. They're going for a one-shot on Drake. He gets gripped away. Beautifully done there. Is that the Demolish? It was. So that was Laros' Demolish. It gets the Barskin as well as the grip there from Prev. So good offense starting out here for F tier, but I think this is one of those games that can unravel really quickly for F tier. They need to just keep up that offense. Like you said, the best defense is a good offense, and I think that's what they have to show.
They need that momentum. I feel like a team like this isn't necessarily as well-rounded. I feel like as soon as they lose some of that momentum, things can fall apart really easily. But this cat is getting kind of chunked down. Okay, he jumps on over. He gets the maim. Does he get the follow-up clone? He does get the follow-up clone. Laros is in trouble. The fear onto Dorito as well. Into the Hodge. Die by the sword is going to be committed from him, which is going to stop a bit of Drake's damage. It's going to parry a little bit for now, but with all those bleeds still up, he's still taking a huge amount of pressure that Shaz has to deal with. Demolish just goes out. Drake taking huge amounts of damage. Just an in cap almost took out that cat, and it looks like he's going to be A-okay for now. That was the lay on hands to stabilize, but we're going to need a few more of those demolishes if they're going to get through all the cooldowns on Zhang.
Yeah, definitely. Drake looking for crowd control right now. They're just training down Prev, which gives Drake a lot of freedom in the game to get up bleeds, get up these bashes, maybe even go for a Cyclone here on Shaz. All 3 members of F tier are rotting down. Laros, of course, has no die by the sword, so I think he's going to be a main pressure point for the side of Welcome to the Jung moving forward. Shaz feeling confident, moves up, gets the double steering glare there. That's going to be preventing any incoming damage from the enemy team, allowing them to build up more pressure. Big damage here onto Prev. Great job. Celestial Conduit will come in, but Prev just completely shrugs it off. Zhang trades out the sacrifice. No big deal. In the meantime, Drake is continuing to try to just pressure Shaz as much as possible in this match.
Yeah, it seems like it. You know, you'd think an arms warrior and a Windwalker monk training down a priest would prevent his damage, but the scoreboard doesn't necessarily say that it is. It's just so much damage coming up for Prev, and I can't help but feel like Drake and Prev are still playing the same game that they've always played. You know, getting the spread pressure.
Boom!
Drake is taking huge pressure. That's going to be an overlap of survival instincts and bop due to that huge pressure of Demolish, Elliot.
Yeah, you love to see the Demolish, that heavy hitting arms warrior ability, but Shaz now in some trouble. Divine Protection will be traded out, and it seems like he's going to be fine. But these setups coming in from F tier, they're looking good. I mean, if they can continue to land these Demolishes, it's causing a panic. Like I said, if that ability crits, it can literally one-shot you. So you really need to be careful. You always need to have an answer, and it can cause a little bit of a panic in the disco. So you under-respond. You never want to under-respond. You always have to make the trades, even when you don't necessarily need to, I guess. So it really causes a bit of a wild card here. At the same time, though, Shaz is just getting destroyed. Drake just forces the Divine Shield by himself with the Incarnation, and we talked about it. That Incarnation is just so lethal.
It seems like, looking at the cooldowns, actually, you know, to your point, they're getting a lot more done in this game, but Shaz does seem to be the kill target. Shaz seems to be the win condition for Welcome to the Jung currently, at least their main one, as every single time they make that swap over onto Shaz, they get buttons, especially with the Incarnation, to your point. Laros still connecting onto Prev. I'm really curious to see what they're going to be doing with this Demolish in the next go, and continuously getting these buttons. Zhang has his hand of sacrifice up, but there's the Hodge onto Shaz. They're trying to get something done here. He has no bubble, and he had to use the trinket as well. Hodge now onto Zhang. He's trying to switch it up. Drake sees that this Paladin is in trouble and is chasing this guy down. Shaz desperately trying to get away, but this Feral Druid is just trying to kill him. Prev, though, forced into the dispersion. So regardless of all that, Drake not able to get too much done onto Shaz, regardless of it being so low. And they did get dispersion through all of that. And F tier, somehow, some way, are alive in this game number 3.
Yeah, but Shaz in so much trouble. Oh, looks like he will actually get behind the pillar. Divine Protection trade, so using the line of sight well. At the same time, though, Drake's in some trouble. Zhang trades out his trinket as well as the sacrifice. Doesn't want to allow Drake to go down. 30 seconds on Incarnation. If somehow, some way, F tier can survive the next 30 seconds, I think Drake will just instantly kill them all at that point in the match. Laros has already had to trade out his die by the sword. All Welcome to the Jung has to do is hold on for another 20 seconds, and that Incarnation will be available. Double Fear comes out. Prev right now looking for the Void Torrent. There's a lot of damage available here, but Prev is actually surprisingly under pressure. Zhang does have the Blessing Protection to trade if he needs it.
Demolish.
But Dorito, Laros, and Shaz are in so much trouble. That Demolish almost one-shots Prev. Zhang deflects it with the Divine Shield, but Incarnation is locked and loaded, ready to go in just 1 second. Drake is holding onto his trinket so he can play aggressive with it, and this is where I think F tier may have ran out of time.
Yeah, it seems like it. Shaz doesn't even... He has one bop available for this Incarnation. It's available for Drake, and I'm just paying it staring at Drake. There's the maim stun on the Shaz. Immediately gets bopped out as this in the Incarnation. Good job respecting that damage, but they're swapping it over onto Dorito. He has no Touch of Karma available to him. Now he's caught into a stun. Shaz has to keep him alive, but he's caught into a silence, and it looks like Dorito's going to port back, but now Laros is the one who's in a bunch of trouble. He's going to catch some heals for now, but Shaz is tapped, dude. He has nothing left at this point. He's got wings, but if he catches any CC, it could be very much so over. On the same side of things, though, at any moment, it seems like this demolish, this setup go can really get something done. But Shaz caught into the main, into the stun. There's the trinket. Is the trinket going to be enough? It looks like they're going to leave him for now and swap back over onto Dorito. Dorito gets the end cap out onto Zhang. They're trying to get some damage done onto Drake. Everyone for F tier is dying. Loros forced to use the die by the sword. Dorito desperately trying to pump damage into Drake and keep him low. Zhang has lots of buttons at his arsenal. He's going to use the Hand of Sacrifice. Heart of the Wild's going to be committed as well. And it looks like both teams are somewhat stabilizing for now. 30% dampening, and blue bars are getting really, really low. Touch of Karma back in just 5 short seconds. Laros, though, however, is the one who does not have die by the sword. No sacrifice, nothing. We have bubble back from Shaz. He catches caught in the main. Laros at half health now. Wings popped out for Shaz, trying to keep his warrior alive. Can they get this damage going onto Prev? It seems like he's going to catch a Blessing of Protection preemptively from Zhang. He wants to keep his team aggressive before that bop, or before that Hodge goes out onto him. Laros now still chasing down this Feral Druid. I do like that they're hitting this Feral Druid. They're making it more and more difficult for him to make those hard swaps onto Shaz.
Laros, the last arms warrior hero, goes for the demolish, the potential one-shot, but Drake, he deflects it with the survival instincts, and now F tier, I don't know how they can recover from this. Shaz, he's got a lot of work cut out for him. He's got the sacrifice if he needs it. He's got the Fireblood racial. Dorito has the Karma as well, so I think Dorito's going to be fine. It's going to be Laros and Shaz as the main pressure points, but they're just going after Drake. They're unafraid. Blessing of Protection trades the last line of defense here for Zhang to keep them alive, but I don't think Shaz is going to be able to buy them any more time. Drake is just ripping and raking Laros, just bleeds all over the place. I don't know how he's going to be able to survive this. Uses the die by the sword to reduce all incoming damage, but his health is going nowhere. There's just no mana left for Shaz, and inevitably, it looks like he will fall, and he does. That was a close game, though. Wow. I can't believe how close they made that with the Arms Warrior Windwalker Monk.
They went the distance. I guess when you can't get the setups and you can't find the cross CC to get the go, you just press demolish. It really every single time that he was able to get that button off in a way that's not into a Blessing of Protection or something, was forced everyone to go into panic, and it forced some trades to happen. Hats off to F tier. They went the distance. I mean, looking at the mana bars at the very end of the game, both sides really were feeling the pressure. But overall, I think Welcome to the Jung just seems like such a hard wall to break through. Not even Demolish is going to take down that wall.
I mean, they have the trades to make. Like, Demolish is really good, but unfortunately, if you sacrifice it, it's not going to kill. If you use Blessing and Protection on it, it's not going to kill. If you Survival Instincts on it, it's not going to kill. Like, there's all these really powerful defensives you can rotate through, and that's kind of like the one-shot moment Laros needs. And poor Laros, I mean, really just trying to make the Arms Warrior work, and it didn't look too bad in this matchup. He was at the bottom of the damage meters, and typically these cleave comps would be pretty good into a Shadow Priest. But unfortunately, I feel like Paladins are just so good at deflecting against these cleaves right now. Drake is so good at setting up with stuns and really pressuring the healer that be difficult to get anything going while training down a Shadow Priest.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like this composition, FMP, seem to cover each other's weaknesses really, really well. Whether it's, a cat being stuck in a stun can get life gripped, perhaps, or even void swapped. And you have bops, you have sacks, and the same thing went for the Shadow Priest. The Paladin's able to provide them the Blessing of Protections. We saw a Blessing of Protection come out from Zhang that game, right before he saw the Paladin running in for a stun. So he's just preemptively, just continuously keeping his team's momentum alive. And it just seems like they just overwhelm their opponents completely. I do feel like F tier has a lot of heart. They're really pushing the limits of their composition options. Arms Warrior Windwalker Monk is not a composition that was on my bingo card. I know that we saw that they played this a few times. We even saw it, I think, in the open bracket. But it just seems like such a peculiar composition to make something happen. I completely counted this comp out. I was like, yeah, they're just kind of throwing spaghetti at the wall and seeing what sticks. But they really proved me wrong. Though I have to ask, with so much training onto Prev, he's still topping the meters. Should they just force this Feral Druid into bear form all game? Would that be what they need in order to catch the momentum that they so desperately need?
It's pretty brutal, right? Like, the way I see it right now is you're kind of in a weird spot where you have two bad choices. Like, you kind of need to go after the Shadow Priest because it's like you want to go after the Shadow Priest because if you let him free cast, you're probably just gonna die.
Whoa.
But if you leave him alone, you're also probably just gonna die. So it's like it's really really tough. Shadow Priests are really strong right now. It's nice to see Prev utilize the class so well, but I keep talking about Incarnation. I really feel like, you know what this reminds me of a little bit? It reminds me of like Balanced Druids at the end of Dragonflight, where you get deep enough into dampening, Incarnation is just so overwhelming. There's nothing you could really do about it. And luckily for Zhang, he had that Blessing of Protection to keep Drake active, and he was able to just run over F-Tier in those final moments. But F-Tier making a comp swap. They're keeping Laros on the Warrior. He's swapping over to Fury. They're bringing in the Enhancement Shaman, and this is just a classic turbo cleave.
This is so valuable, though, in terms of information of the future. Obviously, we still have another cup, and we also have the grand finals coming up later this year. And so being able to go up against the #1 seed and try all these compositions out against, like their bread and butter, it's valuable data. But it's only valuable if they can figure out something. If they can find some sort of answer to this FMP. Drake's going to go ahead and open up onto Saul right away. Laros looks like he's opting to hit Prev, and it looks like this double melee composition is going to train the Priest. Yet again, I do like this. I do like the idea of shutting down this Priest, but he's just done such a phenomenal job getting that damage out. As I say, that Saul drop down to half. He's going to go ahead and commit his wall to follow that up. Drake, though, is in the mix of things as well. Laros and Saul dropping lower and lower, and the Priest is pulling him out. Look at the position of Prev. He's forcing Shav out in the middle. Hodge goes out onto Zhang, but Drake sees Shav's coming up and puts him into that full clone. Laros in a bit of trouble as well. He's going to go ahead and use that self-heal for now. But Shaz, looking at the pressure so far, everyone seems to be dying on Welcome to the Jung due to that sacrifice.
Yep, definitely. The Drake
stabilizes.
Yeah, Drake's still holding on to his cooldown, so I expect Drake to use the Incarnation onto Shaz. So at some point of the game, I think Drake's going to go over, try to get a stun on Shaz, and basically just solo him, especially if Prev can get any damage over time effects out. Still, Drake has been so patient, just not opting to use that cooldown yet. Really playing it patiently here. Moves forward now, putting bleeds up onto Saul and Laros. Once again, Hammer of Justice onto Zhang, and F-Tier, they have good momentum in this match. They're getting a lot of damage onto Previn. I just don't know what Drake is waiting for. Why is he holding on to this cooldown for such a long time?
I'm not sure. Maybe it's some 200 IQ plays that we can't see through. But Prev constantly bringing these melee in the worst position ever, forcing Shaz to play basically in the middle of the map, being so open to some possible swaps. He has no trinket available for just 22 seconds. If Drake goes over and puts him into a summon, pops that Incarnation, that could easily be a bubble or something. He's going to go ahead and commit that racial as Drake goes over and moves on him, and it's just slowly eating away at cooldowns onto Shaz, at least his personal cooldowns. Drake dropping down to half, going to get that Aura Mastery Cyclone out. He does land it. Or he does not land it. He lands it onto Saul just to slow down a bit of that pressure. Laros now, he still has a bit of pressure going out onto Prev, but it just seems like Prev is doing such a good job rotating. Maim is going to get popped. Whoa, I thought that was kind of the game right there, not going to lie.
Yeah, the Blessing Protection definitely coming in clutch. Zhang right now into a Hammer of Justice. Shaz doing what he can to get his team ahead, and Drake is forced defensive on the end of his Incarnation. So Laros and Saul, they weather the storm. They're going to keep pushing here onto Prev, and maybe this is the composition that they needed, the classic turbo cleave. It's rare we see Laros and Saul kind of play together with this composition. Normally Dorito on his Windwalker Monk, but I think this might be the mix. This might be exactly what they need in this matchup. Fury Warrior has good uptime right now, putting a lot of pressure on both Drake and Prev. He's trying to connect over on to Prev, but unfortunately he just can't get there. Drake is just rooting him up, might actually throw him into a stun. Pressure is high on both sides. Zhang needs to keep them alive right now. He's got some very powerful cooldowns available. He's going to trade up the Sacrifice, and that should be enough to keep Prev nice and healthy for the time being. A Cyclone goes out onto Laros, so just slow him down a little bit. Drake's going on a solo mission once again. Can he get the Divine Shield? Doesn't look like he's just going to go for the Cyclone. Come back and really just put that raw pressure out onto Laros and Saul.
Man, it seems like Prev is doing a good job when Drake's keeping that Paladin busy to keep Laros relatively low in health. But every now and then, Prev does dip down, and he gets kind of spooky. Horrify goes out on Assault. I believe he did some sort of dispel for that. Saul still at half health in the middle of the map here, but they are forcing Drake into bear form. That's going to prevent a little bit of the pressure, but those rips are still going strong. Shaz out of the CC for now. He's got a lot of buttons available to him as well, and it just seems like a much more even game here on basically match point. Can they make this happen? As we get deeper and deeper into dampening, I imagine that it's going to be harder and harder for this melee cleave to be out in the middle of the map like this.
Yeah, I definitely think that's a possibility. We got stuns going out onto JUNG. Drake is getting low. Is this a potential for them to win? They're going for a hex, but unable to find it. Saul tries to get the follow-up crowd control, but is not able to do so. He gets a full intimidating shout now onto Drake as they make a swap. Lightning lasso onto Drake. Saul just doing what he can to back up Shaz, as Shaz could be in a little trouble. Drake's going for it right now. He's got the incarnation available. Might just go after Shaz as well as Saul. Laros has overstayed his welcome. He's getting dragged to the ends of the earth here with Prev, and Prev is basically soloing him. It puts Shaz in such an awkward position where Drake is just putting pressure on him. Laros and Saul are getting dragged across the map. Who does he heal? It just puts him in such a weird spot, and the strategy Welcome to the JUNG has, it's so effective.
It really is. Prev's positioning is always so stellar. Whenever one of these melee need to hit on him, he's just going to pull them in the worst position ever, and it seems to be really making it hard for Shaz to find a position where he can heal his team and be still within like relatively close range in case this Feral Druid lights him up. Lasso is going to stop a little bit of the pressure onto Drake for just a brief moment there, but JUNG is completely fine with all of his cooldowns yet again. He's going to run in and he gets the Hajj onto Shaz while Laro's dipping down to half health here. When Fury Warriors do connect with melee, though, they do have a bit of some self-healing available to them. So when they do have uptime, it helps, but it gets worse and worse as we go deeper into dampening. So any sort of CC follow-up as we're deep into dampening could easily make this Fury Warrior a lot less tanky. Bop is going to be committed out from Shaz, but is also committed out by JUNG onto Drake. And I like JUNG's, ability to preemptively use this stuff, keeping his team's momentum alive, keeping them aggressive. I think that's really changing the positioning of the game entirely.
Yeah, I mean, welcome to the JUNG. They're just one game away from closing out this series and being the Cup 3 champs. They've looked so good so far. Can F tier in Defiance pick up a win? Put a single point on the board, potentially go for the reverse sweep. We'll see if they can. Laros on Warrior, he might be the tool. He might be exactly what they need to get it done. JUNG right now taking some damage. Tears Deliverance going to be cast out. And it looks like JUNG should be able to stabilize the team. Incarnation is now up, and he pulls the trigger. Immediate Blessing of Protection. He is not messing around whatsoever. Gets Mass Dispelled, though. This is a bit scary. Incarnation is still available. They can put the bleeds back up. They can go after Laros. Laros could easily fall here. Shaz does what he can. Tries to deflect it, but this Fury Warrior is actually, surprisingly tanky in this matchup. Oh no, as soon as I say that he's 1% health and he goes down. I thought he was going to be able to recover and reverse the pressure, but welcome to the JUNG. They just crushed through, and I feel like trading out the Blessing Protection so early on ended up backfiring because Prev just immediately removed it. They get the win, and they are the Cup 3 champions. I mean, such a dominant performance from this team.
And Raikou with a 100% prediction rate on the desk, apparently, is going to say that Welcome to the JUNG is going to take it all, and they do. Well played, and hats off to them. Phenomenal performance here in Cup number 3. And I don't think anyone is second-guessing the point standings at this point. This team absolutely deserves to be at the tippy top, and they just seem to be the team to beat in the NA region. F tier, though, a lot of respect goes out to these guys. They showed us about 4 different compositions, all relatively unique in the meta, and were able to bring the distance to basically the best team in the region over and over again. But it just wasn't enough. Looking at F tier, I absolutely think that they have what it takes to figure out an answer to Welcome to the JUNG. They just didn't have it today.
Yeah, and you know what's so interesting about F tier is, I mean, they beat everyone. They're looking so good. I mean, in the past, I would look at them as kind of like an underdog team with their compositions and stuff like that.
Their name's F tier. I mean,
I know, but like they're looking good. I think they've definitely moved up a tier, right? Like we gotta maybe rename them.
I would put them in A tier. I know I'm the type of guy that keeps the S tier for like 1 or 2. I think you do too, Elliot. I respect that about you, by the way. But like, I would not put them in S tier until they can take out Welcome to the JUNG. Welcome to the JUNG for me is S tier.
You want to know what's crazy? Here's a fun little fact about Welcome to the JUNG. You ready for it?
I'm ready.
Every single cup, they have a new composition. Composition number 1. Cup number 1, Warlock, Rogue, Priest. Next cup, Mage, Feral, Paladin. This cup, Feral, Shadow Priest, Paladin, and they basically just completely
So
ride or die
strong.
the composition. So I mean, like, you can somehow get an interview or something like that. I want to ask them, like, cup number 4, like, are we practicing something else? Like, what can we expect? You can have a 4th comp? No.
I think they just put comps in like a hat and they draw randomly and they're like, all right, we're gonna make this one work this week.
It would appear so, but honestly, the thing, we've seen teams do this before. We've seen teams find a way to play everything that might be considered meta, might be like really good at the time, but to be able to play all these compositions at the caliber that they bring to the table is a whole other story. You know what I mean? Like, we've seen Ceralium for quite a while. We've seen Prev for quite a while. I remember seeing Prev like on Boomkin back in the day. It just seems like there isn't a class that these guys cannot play. And that's genuinely so impressive. It's difficult to articulate to, like, you know, a player at my caliber, like what it takes to be able to do that. But you know, I've had the opportunity to be able to stand behind and administrate some of the best players in the world, and seeing these guys time and time again bring the very best comps at the highest caliber possible is nothing short of incredible. It's one of the teams that I think is going to go down in history of WoW esports, for real.
Yeah, it's definitely shaping up to be. I mean, and that's not the only team, too. We can take a look at the standings once those are updated, because we've got quite a lot of new rosters, new players that have sort of shown up here, especially in the North American region, that has really impressed us. We can see right now in first place, welcome to the JUNG. Second place, F tier, recently finding their spot right there. And then we've got Team Liquid, Power Toads. They're, of course, the winners of the first cup. So quite a lot of new players, new teams in the mix, Ben, and this is shaping up to be a really exciting season. And I think if you had given me the list of players, of teams in the beginning of the season and told me this is where we'd end up at the end of cup number 3, it would have not have looked like this.
Yeah, I mean, it is really difficult. The competition is at an all-time high. You got these teams just kind of coming out of nowhere, right? Like, welcome to the JUNG. They've returned. Prev and Drake, they're back. They have an incredible team with Nick and Zhang, and obviously they're in first place. That's clear to see. F tier leveled up in a big way. I think Saul playing the Elemental Shaman has just put their team in such a good position. They're second on points. But then you have a lot of these other teams that you kind of know and love. They've been around for a while. Teams like Liquid, you know, Power Toads, The Move, Silk Tigers with, you know, Calvish and Kearney, the Abjured kind of coming out of nowhere, and then Unitas as well. They've kind of struggled to find their footing, but Unitas is another one of those teams where on the right day, Unitas can definitely make a deep run and, you know, maybe not to get into the top 3, but earn themselves a few more spots going into that top 8 and kind of solidifying their position. But nothing is guaranteed, right? Like, look at the Abjured, how many points they got this week. Another team could come up in cup number 4 out of nowhere, playing some weird composition and just having a deep run, and it's a scary place to be.
Yep, certainly a scary place to be. So congratulations to all the teams that are currently in top 3. But I expect that to maybe shake up just a little bit. Of course, we do have one more cup next weekend to solidify those top 3 positions, and then the teams that are going to be making it into the gauntlet, which is also that's the bottom 5 teams, of course, and that's going to be looking pretty competitive in there as well. And of course, we did play the European Games earlier today. We can take like a look back at kind of how that ended, because that was just as exciting. We of course did have you know, that grand finals with Echo versus Streamer Zone GG. Streamer Zone GG kind of almost taking that one, making Echo bleed a little bit, D Machine.
Not just bleed. I mean, we were, what was it, 4-3? That was crazy. Everyone in the production comms was kind of losing their minds a little bit, which I absolutely love. But that composition, Streamer Zone GG, I was saying it in the very beginning, you know, we have some compositions that have shown that they are extremely strong in the current meta. Feral Druids being one of them, Mages being one of them, and on that team, you got Tony Feral, you know, you got Cassio, you got Thessia. Thessia was just an absolute legend today. Everyone was kind of singing his praises on the BNet Real ID notifications, and rightfully so. He was playing insane. Like, those ice walls kind of made me like fall out of my chair more than once.
Yeah, I think everyone definitely was on the edge of their seats watching that series. So yeah, well done to Echo as well. So congrats and welcome to the JUNG and Echo for winning cup number 3 for NA and EU respectively, and that's going to wrap things up for that. For us, David, it's been a pleasure having you here. I think production prepared something for you to sort of show their appreciation. But I mean, what's been your experience? Is it good to be back?
Oh my God, it's been incredible. Oh yeah. For those of you who don't know, Hannah Hollings is my wife. Yeah, we don't just coincidentally share her last name. She's my better half, otherwise known as Clutter. She helped me found GCD TV, which we ran community World of Warcraft arena tournaments in the past, in case you don't know. But the love that I've been getting, if I'm honest with you guys, I'm not crying on live broadcast. I refuse. I'm not doing it. But it's been overwhelming. It's so nice to be back. It's been an absolute pleasure. And who knows, maybe one day I'll make another return. You're just going to have to follow WoW Esports on Twitter to find out.
Yeah. At Healing Stat, at WoW Esports, if you want to see David return. Sorry, Adrian, I'm doing it to you, man. All right, well, if you want a little bit more insight into how much of a legend D Machine is, definitely go check out that tweet from Hannah, because he is the reason why we have AWC as we know it today. So thank you, everyone, so much for watching. Congratulations once again to the players. We will see everyone same time next weekend on Friday, twitch.tv/Warcraft. Check us out on YouTube as well, on Twitter at WoW Esports. Thanks everyone so much. We'll see you on Friday, 10 a.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. CEST. Thank you so much.